Hey, what's up, everybody? Just got back from working, and I was gonna read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. But before I do that, yeah, shoot. So I had to come upstairs, so I figured I'd play a little music. I'm gonna get into Rules for Radicals. Let's see what's up. See if I got anybody in the chat here. And yeah, nice. What's up, Kevin Smith? Cool. So we're gonna read a little bit about It's called Rules for Radicals from Saul Alinsky. I'm hoping that you guys can hear me okay out there. They got a new set of headphones and they get crazy. As some of you may already know, I got crazy headphones. But Saul Alinsky, Saul David Alinsky, was born January 30th, 1909 and passed June 12th, 1972. Was an American community organizer and writer. He's generally considered to be the founder of modern community organizing. He is often noted for his 1971 book, Rules for Radicals. In the course of nearly 4 decades of political organizing, Alinsky received much criticism, but also gained praise from many public figures. His organizing skills were focused on improving the living conditions of poor communities across America. In the 1950s, he began turning his attention to improving conditions in the black ghettos, beginning with Chicago's and later traveling to other ghettos in California, Michigan, New York City, and a dozen other quote-unquote trouble spots. His ideas were adapted in the 1960s by some U.S. college students and other young counterculture era organizers, who used them as part of their strategies for organizing on campus and beyond. Time magazine wrote in 1970 that it is not too much to argue that American democracy is being altered by Alinsky's ideas. Conservative author William F. Buckley Jr. said in 1966 that Alinsky was very close to being an organizational genius. So with that, we'll look at his book, Rules for Radicals. So begins with quotes. Where there are no men, be thou a man. That's from Rabbi Hillel. And from Thomas Paine. Let them call me rebel and welcome. I feel no concern from it, but I should suffer the misery of devils were I to make a whore of my soul. It's from Thomas Paine. And from Saul Alinsky. Lest we forget at least an over-the-shoulder acknowledgement to the very first radical from all our legends, mythology, and history, and who is to know where mythology leaves off and history begins, or which is which. The first radical known to man who rebelled against the establishment and did it so effectively that he at least won his own kingdom. Lucifer, Saul Alinsky. So, prologue. The revolutionary force today has 2 targets, moral as well as material. Its young protagonists are one moment reminiscent of the idealistic early Christians, yet they also urge violence and cry, burn the system down. They have no illusions about the system, but plenty of illusions about the way to change our world. It is to this point that I have written this book. These words are written in desperation, partly because it is what they do and will do that will give meaning to what I and the radicals of my generation have done with our lives. They are now the vanguard, and they had to start almost from scratch. Few of us survived the Joe McCarthy Holocaust of the early 1950s. And of those, there were even fewer whose understanding and insights had developed beyond the dialectical materialism of orthodox Marxism. My fellow radicals who were supposed to pass on the torch of experience and insights to a new generation just were not there. As the young looked at the society around them, it was all in their words, materialistic, decadent, bourgeois in its values, bankrupt and violent. Is it any wonder that they rejected us in toto? Today's generation is desperately trying to make some sense out of their lives and out of the world. Most of them are products of the middle class. They have rejected their materialistic backgrounds, the goal of a well-paid job, suburban income, automobile, country club membership, first-class travel, status, security, and everything that meant success to their parents. They have had it. They watched it lead their parents to tranquilizers, alcohol, long-term endurance marriages or divorces, high blood pressure, ulcers, frustration, and disillusionment of the good life. They have seen the almost unbelievable idiocy of our political leadership, and the past political leaders, ranging from the mayors to governors to the White House, were regarded with respect and almost reverence. Today they are viewed with contempt. This negativism now extends to all institutions, from the police and the courts to the system itself. We are living in a world of mass media which daily exposes society's innate hypocrisy, its contradictions, and the apparent failure of almost every facet of our social and political life. The young have seen their activist participatory democracy turn into its antithesis, nihilistic bombing and murder. The political panaceas of the past, such as the revolutions in Russia and China, have become the same old stuff under a different name. The search for freedom does not seem to have any road or destination. The young are inundated with a barrage of information and facts, so overwhelming that the world has come to seem an utter bedlam, which had them spinning in their frenzy, looking for what man has always looked for from the beginning of time. A way of life that has some meaning or sense. A way of life means a certain degree of order, where things have some relationship and can be pieced together into a system that at least provides some clues to what life is about. Men have always yearned for and sought direction by setting up religions, inventing political philosophies, creating scientific systems like Newton's, or formulating ideologies of various kinds. This is what is behind the common cliche, getting it all together, despite the realization that all values and factors are relative, fluid, and changing, and that it will be possible to get it all together only relatively. The elements will shift and move together just like the changing pattern in a turning kaleidoscope. In the past, the world, whether in its physical or intellectual terms, was much smaller, simpler, and more orderly. It inspired credibility. Today, everything is so complex as to be incomprehensible. What sense does it make for men to walk on the moon while other men are waiting on welfare lines, or in Vietnam, killing and dying for a corrupt dictatorship in the name of freedom? These are the days when man has his hands on the sublime while he is up to his hips in the muck of madness. The establishment in many ways is as suicidal as some of the far left, except that they are infinitely more destructive than the far left can ever be. The outcome of the hopelessness and despair is morbidity. There is a feeling of death hanging over the nation. Today's generation faces all this and says, I don't want to spend my life the way my family and their friends have. I want to do something, to create, to be me, to do my own thing, to live. The older generation doesn't understand, and worse, doesn't want to. I don't want to be just a piece of data to be fed into a computer or a statistic in a public opinion poll, just a voter carrying a credit card. To the young, the world seems insane and falling apart. On the other side is the older generation, whose members are no less confused. If they are not as vocal or conscious, it may be because they can escape to a past when the world was simpler. They can still cling to the old values in the simple hope that everything will work out somehow, some way. But the younger generation will straighten out with the passing of time. Unable to come to grips with the world as it is, they retreat in any confrontation with the younger generation with that infuriating cliche, when you get older, you'll understand. One wonders at the reaction if some youngster were to reply, when you get younger, which will never be then, you'll understand. So of course you'll never understand. Those of the older generations who claim a desire to understand say, when I talk to my kids or their friends, I'll say to them, look, I believe what you have to tell me is important and I respect it. You call me a square and say that I'm not with it, or I don't know where it is at, or I don't know where the scene is, and all the rest of the words you use. Well, I'm going to agree with you. So suppose you tell me, what do you want? What do you mean when you say, I want to do my thing? What the hell is your thing? You say you want a better world. Like what? And don't tell me a world of peace and love and all the rest of the stuff, because people are people, as you will find out when you get older. I'm sorry I didn't need to say anything about when you get older. I really do respect what you have to say. Now, why don't you answer me? Do you know what you want? Do you know what you're talking about? Why can't we get together? And that is what we call the generation gap. What the present generation wants is what all generations have always wanted, a meaning, a sense of what the world and life are, a chance to strive for some sort of order. If the young were now writing our declarations of independence, they would begin, when in the course of inhuman events, And their bill of particulars would range from Vietnam to our black Chicano and Puerto Rican ghettos, to the migrant workers, to Appalachia, to the hate, ignorance, disease, and starvation in the world. Such a bill of particulars would emphasize the absurdity of human affairs and the forlornness and emptiness, the fearful loneliness that comes from not knowing if there is any meaning to our lives. When they talk of values, they're asking for a reason. They are searching for an answer, at least for a time, to man's greatest question: why am I here? The young react to their chaotic world in different ways. Some panic and run, rationalizing that the system is going to collapse anyway of its own rot and corruption, so they're copping out, going hippie or yippie, taking drugs, trying communes, anything to escape. Others went for pointless, sure loser confrontations so that they could fortify their rationalization and say, well, we tried and did our part. And then they copped out too. Others, sick with guilt and not knowing where to turn or what to do, went berserk. These were the weathermen, and they're like, they took the grand cop-out, suicide. To these I have nothing to say or give but pity, and in some cases contempt, for such as those who leave their dead comrades and take off for Algeria or other points. What I have to say in this book is not the arrogance of unsolicited advice. It is the experience and counsel that so many young people have questioned me about through all-night sessions on hundreds of campuses in America. It is for those young radicals who are committed to the fight, committed to life. Remember, we are talking about revolution, not revelation. You can miss the target by shooting too high as well as too low. First, there are no rules for revolution any more than there are rules for love or rules for happiness. But there are rules for radicals who want to change their world. There are certain central concepts of action in human politics and operate regardless of the scene or the time. To know these is basic to a pragmatic attack on the system. These rules make the difference between being a realistic radical and being a rhetorical one, who uses the tired old words and slogans, calls the police pig or white fascist racist or motherfucker, and has so stereotyped himself that others react by saying, oh, he's one of those, and then promptly turn off. This failure of many of our younger activists to understand the art of communication has been disastrous. Even the most elementary grasp of the fundamental idea that one communicates within the experience of his audience and gives full respect to the other's values would have ruled out attacks on the American flag. The responsible organizer would have known that it is the establishment that has betrayed the flag, while the flag itself remains the glorious symbol of America's hopes and aspirations. And he would have conveyed this message to his audience. On another level of communication, humor is essential, for through humor, much is accepted that would have been rejected if presented seriously. This is a sad and lonely generation. It laughs too little, and this too is tragic. For the real radical, doing his thing is to do the social thing for and with people in a world where everything is so interrelated that one feels helpless to know where or how to grab, hold, and act. Defeat sets in. For years, there have been people who found society too overwhelming and have withdrawn, concentrated on doing their own thing. Generally, we have put them into mental hospitals and diagnosed them as schizophrenics. If the real radical finds that having long hair sets up psychological barriers to communication and organization, he cuts his hair. If I were organizing in an Orthodox Jewish community, I would not walk in there eating a ham sandwich, unless I wanted to be rejected so I could have an excuse to cop out. My thing, if I want to organize, is solid communication with the people in the community. Lacking communication, I am in reality silent. Throughout history, silence has been regarded as assent. In this case, assent to the system. As an organizer, I start from where the world is, as it is, not as I would like it to be. That we accept the world as it is does not in any sense weaken our desire to change it into what we believe it should be. It is necessary to begin where the world is if we are going to change it to what we think it should be. That means working in the system. There's another reason for working inside the system. Dostoevsky said that taking a new step is what people fear most. Any revolutionary change must be preceded by a passive, affirmative, non-challenging attitude toward change among the mass of our people. They must feel so frustrated, so defeated, so lost, so futureless in the prevailing system that they are willing to let go of the past and chance the future. This acceptance is the reformation essential to any revolution. To bring on this reformation requires that the organizer work inside the system, among not only the middle class, but the 40% of American families, more than 70 million, whose incomes range from $5,000 to $10,000 a year. They cannot be dismissed by labeling them blue collar or hard hat. They will not continue to be relatively passive and slightly challenging. If we fail to communicate with them, if we don't encourage them to form alliances with us, they will move to the right. Maybe they will anyway, but let's not let it happen by default. Our youth are impatient with the preliminaries that are essential to purposeful action. Effective organization is thwarted by the desire for instant and dramatic change, or as I have phrased it elsewhere, the demand for revelation rather than revolution. It's the kind of thing we see in playwriting. The first act introduces the characters and the plot. In the second act, the plot and characters are developed as the play strives to hold the audience's attention. In the final act, good and evil have their dramatic confrontation and resolution. The present generation wants to go right into the third act, skipping the first two, in which case there is no play, nothing but confrontation for confrontation's sake, a flare-up and a back to darkness. A flare-up and back to darkness. To build a powerful organization takes time. It is tedious, but that's the way the game is played. If you want to play and not just yell, kill the umpire. What is the alternative to working inside the system? A mess of rhetorical garbage about burn the system down. Yippee yells of do it or do your thing. What else? Bombs, sniping, silence. When police are killed and screams of murdering fascist pigs when others are killed. Attacking and baiting the police, public suicide. Power comes out of the barrel of a gun is an absurd rallying cry when the other side has all the guns. Lenin was a pragmatist. When he returned to what was then the Petrograd from exile, he said that the Bolsheviks stood for getting power through the ballot, but would reconsider after they got the guns. Militant mouthings? Spouting quotes from Mao, Castro, and Che Guevara, which are as germane to our highly technological, computerized, cybernetic, nuclear-powered mass media society as a stagecoach on a jet runway at Kennedy Airport. Let us, in the name of radical pragmatism, not forget that in our system, with all its repressions, we can still speak out and denounce the administration, attack its policies, work to build an opposition political base. True, there is government harassment, but there still is the relative freedom to fight. I can attack my government, try to organize to change it. That's more than I can do in Moscow, Peking, or Havana. Remember the reaction of the Red Guard to the Cultural Revolution and the fate of the Chinese college students. Just a few of the violent episodes of bombing or a courtroom shootout that we have experienced here would have resulted in a sweeping purge and mass executions in Russia, China, or Cuba. Let's keep some perspective. We will start with the system because there is no other place to start from except political lunacy. It is most important for those of us who want revolutionary change to understand that revolution must be preceded by reformation. To assume that a political revolution can survive without supporting base of a popular reformation is to ask for the impossible in politics. Men don't like to step abruptly out of the security of familiar experience. They need a bridge to cross from their own experience to a new way. A revolutionary organizer must shake up the prevailing pattern of their lives, agitate, create disenchantment and discontent with the current values, to produce, if not a passion for change, at least a passive, affirmative, non-challenging climate. The revolution was effected before the war commenced, John Adams wrote. The revolution was in the hearts and minds of the people. The radical change in the principles, opinions, sentiments, and affections of the people was the real American Revolution. A revolution without a prior reformation would collapse or become a totalitarian tyranny. A reformation means that the masses of our people have reached the point of disillusionment with past ways and values. They don't know what will work, but they do know that the prevailing system itself is defeating, frustrating, and hopeless. They won't act for change, but won't strongly oppose those who do. The time is then ripe for revolution. Those who, for whatever combination of reasons, encourage the opposite of reformation become the unwitting allies of the far political right. Parts of the far left have gone so far in the political circle that they are now all but indistinguishable from the extreme right. It reminds me of the days when Hitler, new on the scene, was excused for his actions by humanitarians on the grounds of a paternal rejection and childhood trauma. When there are people who espouse the assassination of Senator Robert Kennedy, or the Tate murders of the Marin County Courthouse kidnapping and killing, or the University of Wisconsin bombing and killing as revolutionary acts, then we are dealing with people who are merely hiding psychosis behind a political mask. The masses of people recoil with horror and say, "Our way is bad and we were willing to let it change, but certainly not for the murderous madness. No matter how bad things are, they are better than that." So they begin to turn back. They regress into acceptance of a coming massive repression in the name of law and order. In the midst of the gassing and violence by the Chicago Police and National Guard during the 1968 Democratic Convention, many students asked me, "Do you still believe we should try to work inside our system?" These were students who had been with Eugene McCarthy in New Hampshire and followed him across the country. Some had been with Robert Kennedy when he was killed in Los Angeles. Many of the tears that were shed in Chicago were not from gas. "Mr. Alinsky, we fought in primary after primary and the people voted no on Vietnam. Look at the convention. They're not paying any attention to the vote. Look at your police and the army. You still want us to work in the system?" It hurt me to see the American army with drawn bayonets advancing on American boys and girls, but the answer I gave the young radicals seemed to me the only realistic one. Do one of three things. 1. Go find a wailing wall and feel sorry for yourselves. 2. Go psycho and start bombing, but this will only swing people to the right. 3. Learn a lesson, go home, organize, build power, and at the next convention, you be the delegates. Remember, once you organize people around something as commonly agreed upon as pollution, then an organized people is on the move. From there, it's a short natural step to political pollution, to Pentagon pollution. It is not enough to just elect your candidates. You must keep the pressure on. Radicals should keep in mind Franklin D. Roosevelt's response to reform delegation. "Okay, you've convinced me. Now go on out and bring pressure on me." Action comes from the keeping the heat on. No politician can sit in a hot issue if you make it hot enough. As for Vietnam, I would like to see our nation by the first in the history of men to publicly say we were wrong. What we did was horrible. We got in and kept getting in deeper and deeper, and at every step we invented new reasons for staying. We have paid part of the price of the 440,000 dead Americans. There is nothing we can ever do to make it up to the people of Indochina or to our own people, but we will try. We believe that our world has come of age so that it is no longer a sign of weakness or defeat to abandon a childish pride and vanity, to admit we were wrong. Such an admission would shake up the foreign policy concepts of all nations and open the door to an international order. This is our alternative to Vietnam. Anything else is the old makeshift patchwork. If this were to happen, Vietnam may even have been somewhat worth it. A final word on our system. The democratic ideal springs from the ideas of liberty, equality, majority rule through freer elections, protection of the rights of minorities, and freedom to subscribe to multiple loyalties in matters of religion, economics, and politics, rather than to a loyalty to the state. The spirit of democracy is the idea of importance and worth in the individual, and faith in the kind of world where the individual can achieve as much of his potential as possible. Great dangers always accompany great opportunities. The possibility of destruction is always implicit in the act of creation. Thus, the greatest enemy of individual freedom is the individual himself. From the beginning, the weakness as well as the strength of the democratic ideal has been the people. People cannot be free unless they are willing to sacrifice some of their interests to guarantee the freedom of others. The price of democracy is the ongoing pursuit of the common good by all of the people. 135 years ago, Tocqueville gravely warned that unless individual citizens were regularly involved in the action of governing themselves, self-government would pass from the scene. Citizen participation is the animating spirit and force in a society predicated on voluntarism. We are not here concerned with people who profess the democratic faith, but yearn for the dark security of dependency, where they can be spared the burden of decisions. Reluctant to grow up or incapable of doing so, they want to remain children and be cared for by others. Those who can should be encouraged to grow. For the others, the fault lies not in the system, but in themselves. Here we are desperately concerned with the vast mass of our people, though, who, thwarted through lack of interest or opportunity or both, do not participate in the endless responsibilities of citizenship. and are resigned to live to lives determined by others. To lose your identity as a citizen of democracy is but a step from losing your identity as a person. People react to this frustration by not acting at all. The separation of the people from the routine daily functions of citizenship is heartbreak in a democracy. It is a grave situation when a people resign their citizenship, or when a resident of a city, of a great city, though he may desire to take a hand, lacks the means to participate. That citizen sinks further into apathy, anonymity, and depersonalization. The result is that he comes to depend on public authority, and a state of civic cirrhosis sets in. From time to time, there have been external enemies at our gates. There has always been the enemy within, the hidden and malignant inertia that foreshadows more certain destruction to our life and future than any nuclear warhead. There can be no darker or more devastating tragedy than the death of a man's faith in himself and in his power to direct his future. I salute the present generation. Hang on to one of your most precious parts of youth, laughter. Don't lose it, as many of you seem to have done. You need it. Together we may find some of what we're looking for: laughter, beauty, love, and the chance to create. Saul Alinsky. There's a prologue here. Shout out Mark Sargent doing a meetup. Let's see what else. See who's in the chat over here. What's up, everybody? Yeah, nice. Shout out to our cast of characters. Lottie says, Mick Taylor, what's up? Pay attention. Yeah. Shroomy, what up, brother? What else we got in here? Kevin Smith. And Lottie's on that gravity. I was saying, like, yo, Globers should like have you Globers should like write up a little ticket thing, so when people are breaking the laws of gravity, you can write them a ticket. Hey, Cat's Eyes, how you doing? Yeah, cool. I'm gonna get back a little bit to this book, and then maybe we'll open it up. What's up, Ian? Ian Tinsley. Yeah, pay attention. Oh, what's up, man? Nice. What's good, Anthony?
Yo, yo.
What's cracking?
Have you finished doing your reading?
I mean, we could take a little break. I like coming back to it. If anyone wants to read the book for themselves, the link is in the description. I recommend it. I might go through some of the rules because that was just a prologue. But yeah, what's good, brother? How you doing?
I'm fucking fuming, mate. Have you seen Mick West's new video?
Oh, I saw a little bit of it, but I didn't. It kind of, his voice just puts him to bed, and I was in the middle of doing shit.
That fucker. You know what?
He spent like 10 minutes like teaching how Google Earth works for a
Do you
little
know
bit.
what?
And I tuned out.
That bit was fine. I learned a bit on that.
Well, yeah, no, me too. I tuned out. I was like, oh god, what's going on? But I had to do some shit. So what's good? What do? You want to show it? Yeah, don't bother. I don't want to deal with the headache.
He's fucking lying. He's fucking lying. And do you know what? If a flat earther makes a mistake, they get called out for lying, regardless of whether it's an intentional mistake or an accidental mistake. They use the word lying all the time. Now, right. I don't like doing that.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. It's okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't like using that word because in the real world, if you accuse someone of lying, it flips the burden of proof against you to prove their intent, which is the bit that all ball earthers refuse to accept. Because if I said, hey, I said you're fucking lying, that's going beyond saying you're wrong.
Well, no, but look at it like this, though, is that's what people do from that side of it, in the sense that, like, it's like at a bar. It's like if you're picking a fight. It's like something you'd say at a bar if you were picking a fight. And the point is, we're not at a bar. So I mean, it's like I had to check this out. I had somebody comment on my on one of my videos from yesterday, and he said I was he goes, oh, you're a rude, he said something like vulgar, and then I commented rather quickly, and then he was like, talk to me, pussy, and he put the thing, and then put the hangout because he had the link to the hangout, so we joined and we talked for a little bit, and he yelled at me for like 15 minutes. He wanted to know my name, wanted to see my face. And all this crap, like literally, like he was so and he was like, you're a blah, blah, blah. Like it just, I couldn't have a decent conversation with the guy. And this is what happens when because like he's trying to they're just, it's just trying to pick a fight thing.
Yeah.
And you know, but hey, it's like, I understand, man. It's like they're getting mind fucked because they're looking into flat Earth, and it's a mind fuck. Like, you know, like seriously, we have to take into consideration that for your average bloke out there that looks into this subject, and then, like, you know, either, I mean, some people reject it right away, and then they want to come attack people, but they don't even know the fucking shit. They don't even know the dimensions of the Earth or anything about the conversation.
Yeah.
And that's like, you know, but hey, it takes all kinds out of you, you know. But I wouldn't get worked up by Mick West. I mean, he runs Metabunk. He's got money on the line. He's got, like, you know, shit on the line with that.
I'm not getting worked up by him. I just think that those that call me a liar because of
yeah,
and I'm not fucking lying. Yeah,
well, no, that's not the point, right? But then, like, it's like to try to clear your name of somebody. It's like a local dipshit saying, like, it's like a bum on the street. This is how I look at it. It's like a bum on the street saying, "You're a liar." It's like, if you now all of a sudden go around and give that bum credibility, like, because he said you were a liar when you were walking over there. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, who's the fool? And like, I love Mark Twain's line. He said, you know, never argue with a fool, because from a distance, you don't know that, you know, you can't tell the difference. You know what I'm saying? Never argue with a fool, because from a distance, you know, nobody can tell the difference.
Yeah. But my issue is, what do I do with this guy now? Because I know he's lying. He's ignoring me evidence. He's downplaying the evidence as a random attack, a random spurious anomaly. His word was anomaly. And I'm like, what the fuck? But for me to get the observation that I got, according to his model, the model that doesn't work, I've got to be at 50 meters high. So I'm going to have to go back, aren't I? I'm going to have to go back and have to do the observation again, validate my own experiment results, and then come back and present it. But if he's saying that his curvature shows that, and then I come back and say, well, actually, this is what it shows, and I've been back numerous times, he isn't going to be able to do that, is he? He's not going to be able to get away with it.
I think, you know, the reality of it is that we can sit here. It's like, I've said this before. It's like, look, the discussion of the shape of the Earth is something that has been in every court of old, in my opinion. It's been in the Hammurabi courts. It's been in every court, because it's such a contentious conversation. You have certain people that declare it's a freaking ball, and, you know, I don't get it. But then we have, you know, then we believe it to be a plane, like the ancients believed, right? Like Albert Pike points out in Morals and Dogma, you know, the ancients believed that the Earth is a plane. So everyone's familiar with the idea that all the ancients, at least in the mystery schools, were quite familiar of the notion of a flat Earth. And so I look at it like, hey, like, imagine these people are just, it's like, you ever seen Riddles and Stone? There's a documentary called Riddles and Stone about Washington, D.C., the Masons and all this stuff, right? And the founding fathers. Granted, it's made from a Christian perspective. And, you know, it's an interesting thing. But there's this Mason who's a high-level 33rd degree Mason, and he's sitting there dead-faced, like, nope, it's not this, it's not that. Like, they immediately they deny. And it's the face of a corporation. It's deny. But in the back end, in the back rooms, they're all losing their shit. Because this is like a big deal to them. I mean, this is a big deal. It's a lot of money to a very important organization that is highfalutin. And that's why I've said that, look, if these people are, you know, it's like, we need to have a diplomatic remedy to this if we're going to have one. You know, because what's going to happen is this idea keeps spreading. And if the diplomatic solution to me seems like, hey, fucking feed the world for 5 years with your budget, and then we could talk about monetizing whatever. But, like, you know, like, there's something to that effect where they got, like, their propers by, you know, like, we didn't have to, like, it wasn't like because what I think it is that, shout out to What World and Rebel, you know, it's like this. It's like, I think they're like this, like Saul Alinsky was just talking about. They're pulling their hair out. So the far left has gone to a point where they're nihilistic and they're ready to blow it all up. Like, you know, well, if we can't have it, nobody will. You know what I mean? That's what I think they're running through in their head. So it's like their goal is to just get, you know, it's climate change. It's the social climate. They want to change the social climate.
I need to buy my own P900.
Yeah.
I need Ranty, and I need it until I get my own camera. And then I'm going to keep going back there about 4, maybe 5 times at night. The thing is, the fucking tower's not always lit up, which is the worst thing. It needs to be lit up so I can fucking see it as well. It's not always
it's got to be lit up on a nice night. Yeah.
Well, a reasonable light. It doesn't even have to be nice. It just needs to be not misty. which most nights are misty as the condensation's falling down, and the tower only gets switched off at it's either 11 or 12. So I've got until 12 o'clock before it goes dark. Sorry, before it goes off. So as long as it's not misty or the condensation drops quick, which it normally does, and then it clears up, and then you can see through it again. It's like, as long as I can do that before midnight, I'm laughing. Ah, motherfucker! 1 sec. Let me just.
No worries.
1 sec.
Cool. Yeah, it is. It's interesting with you know, when we're dealing with this conversation, it's like, yeah, like even the gentleman I talked to today, it's like, you know, it was a very animated conversation, and it was just it was so you know, it was like literally like my theory is this, is that people that find out about flat Earth, they resort to the age that they were convinced that they were on a spinning ball. So if someone was 8 years old when they figured it out, they resort to the actions of an 8-year-old. And then if someone was younger than that, some people just are like little babies with it, and they're just, you know, they can't handle it, and they just reject it, and it's like, you know, a little baby, like, you know, when you put something in a baby's face and they just like start crying, that's what they do. And I think it's a psychological issue, you know, but it's all right. Or if it's not, then it's more malignant, and it's more like these people are aware of all this shit. Then I think it's like the face of a corporation saying, you know, deny, 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 you know, which is like, you know, it's to be expected. It's like, you know, look at any kind of like morale kind of booster. That's what these guys are. They're trying to come out here. We've won the philosophical war, the intellectual grounds. Flat Earth has gained so much intellectual ground in reality. That's why anytime I see new flat earthers, I'm like, yo, hey, do you know some of these arguments? Like, you know the arguments well, and there's other arguments. There's all kinds of arguments and all kinds of rabbit holes to go down in studying this. And the more we're acquainted with those arguments, the better off. Like, you know, we've got an answer, and we've got a reversal for every single thing that the globe offers. And because of that, you know, it's a formidable conversation to these people, you know, and I think that they're going to try to just keep their morale up and just deny, you know. It's like, you know, it's like right now, it's like, you know, hey, what's up, Grim? You know, Grim thinks I'm ignoring real evidence, you know, for like no fucking reason. He's just going to throw that out there. You know, it's like, it's to be expected, because it's like they resort to the age of whatever they were when they found out that they were on a ball, and you can't take a child's ball away or else they cry. And that's what we're watching them do. I mean, shit, it's like this kid today, it was hilarious. I was cracking up. I was crying. I was laughing so hard, because it was like, you know, it was just losing his shit. It was so funny to me. And then, like, you know, show me your face and show me your name, and it's like, oh my gosh, you know. It's like, where are you like getting off with this? But that's like, I've seen it so many times out here that, you know, it's, you know, I mean, because like intellectually you try to bring up some of the finer points, and these guys, they won't think, they'll just, it's funny, you can tell too, because they'll reject it within like 3 seconds of you saying it. You getting phone calls over there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here, man. Just hang on.
Like, what do you call it? I was gonna say, like, yeah, it's just like the public face of, it's a corporate face of like this thing. It's people have taken on the traits of corporations, and that's what they've become. Is they've become the name, they've become the thing. They've, you know, the Bible says, "He who loveth suretyship shall smart for it, and he who hateth suretyship is sure." You know, so if you're sucked into the system in the way that it's giving you this, then you know, then it's an antithesis to, like, oh, that's what I was gonna say. It's like you tell them something, and then within like 2 seconds, they're like, no, because they've never thought about it before. They never will think about it. It internally, like, it counts, like, it's like it cripples their soul because they're so invested in the lie. Or like, you know, take like somebody out there who like thinks that they're against the system. Like, you know, by transforming the mind and having all this happen, it takes away their enemy. Like, they need a bad guy, that they're the good guy to fight, you know. They think that they're gonna, like, you know, change the world and, you know, and all this, but in reality, they're just like, you know, it's already like, so it's just already there. They don't have the vision to see the way out. So they're upset about it. And then when you try to show them a victory, even then that's not good enough because they have to, they have to create the enemy. Yeah, you're live and direct, my man.
Hang on a sec. Ranty's ringing me. Can I bring Ranty in?
Yeah, just yeah, hit mute. Yeah, you're good.
No, what I'll do is you can't bring him in that way, can you? You got to do it through.
Hold on. No, you can just send. Well, I'm saying if you mute and then take the link from the hangout that you've got on your screen and then send that via Skype to him.
That's what I'll do now. I'm going to add him.
Cool. Shout out to Rome commenting on my video. Yeah, I called it, or called up the news station about that billboard in Tulsa. There's a new billboard that went up, so all you haters can go suck it. There's a new billboard saying, "Is the Earth flat?" in Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is fascinating and just I'm sure gonna upset all of you angry ballers out there that are just like really you're angry at people because of an idea. It's like DERPA. Who's the frickin' you're upset about an idea. And it's like, for anyone who's like coming in and like trying to be like, well, who are you and what'd you do? It's like, yeah, we're talking about ideas, the substance of the case. We're not talking about the superficialities because that's how that's how they always want to take it there because their substance is lacking. Because you can't defeat flat earth argument intellectually. You have to go to the point of where he's a liar, this is that, the other thing. And you just look at like real motherfuckers just know that you're a bitch as soon as you do that shit. Like regardless of how many fucking followers you have, as soon as you see people go down to that level, it's like, you're a sucker, and it's like, yeah, like Timothy Osmond. Yeah, shout out to Tim Osmond because at least he knows the fucking arguments. He knows all the freaking arguments that I could have. I can have a decent, I could correct my arguments with Tim Osmond because he understands the system so well, and I respect the brother.
Is that the Tim Osmond or is it a copycat?
No, that's the real Tim Osmond right there.
Oh, right. So that's his normal handle, Timothy Osmond Live.
J. Triglotti. That's fucking funny. Yeah, billboard, J. Trig. It's in Tulsa, Oklahoma now. Yeah, it's a billboard now. He failed, J. Triglotti. He failed at stopping it. It's already reached billboards. It's left YouTube now. It's beyond. It's expanded. It's like the like the blob. Like flat Earth is like the blob, intellectually, and it's coming for all the ballers. It's just like slowly creeping along, like across by billboard by billboard. The blobs, the flat Earth philosophy is just creeping apart. Like all those dinner parties with the bad looks because you said the Earth was flat once. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff, all that darkened stuff, that alone stuff. So that's what flat earthers are become acquainted with, is being able to be solitary enough to stand up when nobody else will. And that's why you should respect the flat earthers, because they're willing to stand up when everyone else is sitting down and not willing to say anything, but they want to bitch and moan about how to move the core. Like it's like, Grim, like your whole I don't even believe you really about the being an activist and all that. You seem counterproductive, way too counterproductive to be a real activist to me, for the record. But whatever, I'm not going to get into it. Because if we want it, I got solutions in regards to even the court shit. You fight me on that stuff and people fight my ideas about that. And it's like, I'm looking at it, it's like, we got solutions, man. I'll just take care of myself and that's it. Yo, what's up, Ranty? What's good?
Yeah, here he is.
What's good, champ?
Have you seen Mick West's new video?
I haven't. I've seen your video.
You want to see Mick West basically doing a flattened out demonstration of what the Earth would look like if it were flat, but to do it from Hoy Lake, which is, he's obviously seen the videos of us. He has to rise to 50 meters in height to do it. And I'm like, hang on a sec, that's a bit of a fucking problem because we weren't at 50 meters. We were at shore level. What was it, 20 feet?
I think it was 27 feet, including including the camera. It was 27 feet.
According to Google Earth, but he was at 50 meters, which is
Google Earth, yeah.
50 meters, so that's 112-ish feet.
170.
170 feet, is that what it is? What is 50 meters? Let me
do
the
3.3 feet a meter.
So 50 meters in 164 feet.
165, something like that.
And let's say we were at 30 feet. That's a bit of a fucking problem, that, isn't it?
Well, it's, yeah, of course it is, because I was there, right? Oh, I know where we were.
Yeah, I know you were there, but they won't accept it from us. He reckons it's not an erroneous.
I've got the whole thing on camera though, haven't I? I've got the whole video up.
Yeah, but he classes it as a one-off. He classes it as an anomaly.
Actually, at the time that we took those images, it wasn't low tide. Low tide was when I went out onto the quicksand.
I know it wasn't totally low tide. What we should do is go back at low tide.
No, about 2.25 to 2.5 hours after low tide. So it was about mid tide when those nighttime images were taken.
I know what I'm saying is we should go back at low tide to see.
No, what I'm saying is, yeah, if we went back at low tide during the illuminations, when the illuminations are on,
well,
because all that Blackpool Promenade will be lit up from one end to the other. So,
well,
you know, there can be no doubting what we're seeing there.
I'm looking on the Blackpool Tower website now, and on the 21st of June and the 29th to the 30th of June, it's lit up blue. So the 21st of June is 2 days time on Wednesday, and then 29th and 30th of June, it's on. So that must be, I'm guessing, the weekend. 29th. Let's just have a look. Calendar. 29th and 30th, which is next Thursday and next Friday. It's lit up in blue. So if the weather's not shit, let's go back and do it. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Because if we get it a second time and there's no major variation other than the tide on it, and in other words, if it's not looking like some big massive daddy long legs or a little gnat, a little tiny like corn fly on the horizon, then the reality is he's full of shit. He's basically classing
our... He asked you to go up the tower, didn't he?
Well, he asked us to go up the tower, which you could do that because you're right near it.
Yeah. I considered doing it, but the problem was when I saw the video, I realised that this weekend, with it being Father's Day, if I went and tried to do an experiment up the top of Blackpool Tower with the weather we've got, knowing how busy it was going to be, I'd end up killing people trying to do an observation, and people would be walking in front of me, and it would just it would be bad for everyone.
Well,
so I decided against going this weekend.
Sir, if I share my screen and just show my photos, my own photos, not his video, I can show you what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Let me know when we're on.
Yeah, let me know when you're ready.
I'm on. I'm sharing.
Hold on. Yeah, now you're good.
All right. So basically, the easiest way to describe it is that's what you see during the day, right? Now, in England, it's quite a wet environment, so you get a lot of condensation in the atmosphere. But when you zoom in on pictures, we had like 3 pictures that you can argue whether there's curvature there or not. But shut up. But you can see on this picture, like, we're definitely not just seeing the top of the top of the tower. We're seeing more than the top of the tower. Now, when we did the video hangout with Mick West, my own video, this one's fine. Mick West showed us what we would see if we lived on a ball, which is essentially this. So he's saying that we would only see the top part of the tower. Now, this, I agreed with him in the hangout that this matched his calculations on the Metabunk website, and this is what we were expecting to see. However, by daytime, this is what we were seeing. So if I zoom into that, even by day, there's an argument there over how much are we actually seeing in relation to what we should be seeing. I would argue that that's significantly more in any event, but I would accept and concede that that's just basically consistent with that, just for the sake of moving on. But when we did it,
it's 380. It's 380 foot to the start of that.
I agree. I agree, but
I would say that. Let me just say, so it's probably 500 feet to the top and 18 foot for the flag or so. So you're looking at about 120 foot. So I would suggest that we're seeing 240 foot plus of the tower on that image during the day.
I'd agree. But let's just say that it's shitty evidence and we can't say either way, just so we can move on from it. Let's give it to them on this one. Let's just say you can have it. Let's just say,
okay, whatever.
Let's just say that what we're looking at there is actually that, right? But I don't agree, but we'll move on from it. When we did it at nighttime, this is what we got. Now, everyone accuses us of doing some kind of trick photography here. They all accuse us of lying or this, that, derp, as I see.
And 100 separate images.
No, but they only see this one because this is the one I have, and this is the one I always use. I know you've got all the other ones.
We have about 100 different images of this.
Yeah, I know, but the argument against it is that it was all done on the same day at the same time. But essentially, this is what we saw. Now, this is a real life photo, right? This is not computer generated. This is not animation. It's not CGI. This was taken on a P900 normal camera, and this is what we got. You can see it's the whole tower, okay? We know what these two lights are down here. We know what this light is, probably one or the other. We know this is the roller coaster. You can see the structure of the roller coaster down either side of it. We even think we know what this is. But in any event, we know that this tower is complete. But again, that's what we're meant to see. So what Mick's now done
see, the thing is, you know, where you can't see any lights actually showing, there was generally no lights on.
Yeah. But what he's done since, in his most recent video, he's basically shown this, and then he's changed his elevation so that the horizon drops down the building and then reveals basically that. But to get that image on his model, which is that, he's got to go up to 50 meters, and that's what he shows in his video. And he's called it this is what we would see if we did live on a flat plane. So, and he shows he has to move it up to 50 meters, but the problem is that's what he says that we get at sea level, and that's what we actually get at sea level.
Well, yeah, you should do a video with you should do it like a what is it, like where you can use other people, like what the heck do they call it when you can use fair use? Yeah, you should show that he's showing you a pic that he said he had to go 50 feet up for, and you're saying I'm at 6 foot.
I think we were at 25 or 27 or whatever it was. But in any event, 50 meters is 170 feet. So what he's saying is you have to get that to look like that, you've got to rise to 170 feet, and that's not true.
Right.
We got it at sea level. Well, 20.
Well, I'll tell you, hey, look, man, this is a critique that Tim will always bring into account. Look, you have got to measure your altitude, like, you know, how far you are from sea level, because that is something that a lot of people don't. Yeah. Okay. So what's your measurement then?
Well, we did. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it now.
At 7 feet high?
I'll show you.
We were 27 feet above.
Oh, 27
above
feet.
Sea
right.
level.
Cool. Cool. So you know what's up. Yeah. So yeah, as long as if you got that, then you know that's what's up, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I think you just show, you know, you can make a fair use video and just show, hey, look, he said this. And
well, this is basically where we were, and this is saying on there 17 feet. If you look down here in the bottom corner, it's saying where we were is 17 feet. I think we gave it, was it 27 or 30 feet? I can't remember what we put in the video. We gave it up a little bit to allow it a bit more. But it's saying on Google Earth at 17 feet. Whether that's right or not is another issue, but that's the reference point that we used. And if I zoom right into the land, the thing, you can actually see where we were. Let's just click here. Ooh. You can see this telescope in blue. We were stood just to the right of that because I parked the car here. Telescope to the right. I went to see all these wind turbines on the horizon. The last turbine is that one there. Oh, shit. That's not what I wanted to do. Let me go back to that. The last turbine that we see is the one where we're looking at, because the tower is to the left of that, and it's just off center to the right. So if you look at that, if you look at the last one and you look at the next to last one, find the midway point in between the two, and then look to the right. Zoom your camera right the way in. You can't even see it. It doesn't even exist with the naked eye when we went. Zoom it right the way in, and then eventually, once you get towards the end of the zoom, or maybe halfway, and then you start seeing it. So you zoom in a bit more on the P900, and then eventually you end up with a nice blue triangle. And then from there, you can ascertain exactly how much you're looking at. But you don't see the tower at the beginning. It's like it's not even there. It doesn't exist. You have to zoom in beyond the horizon, which they tell us is the curve, and it's just not. So Mick West is completely and utterly lying. So now we need to go back and do this again just to validate the results. What do you think will happen? Do you think we'll get a different result, or do you reckon it'll be the same, or do you reckon it'll be that similar that we couldn't distinguish?
If the tower's lit up and it's should be no issues.
I agree. It'll be exactly the same as what we saw before. There's none of this bendy light bullshit that he talks about, this standard refraction. It is what it is. It's going to be an exactly the same.
I sent you a link in Skype. It's quite a funny image, actually. If you'd like to click that, it's the actual link to the Blackpool Tower website.
Yeah. And then you can click on events.
An image on there. Oh. Two-thirds of the way down.
All right. Okay. Okay.
And you should be looking for, when I find it, where's it gone?
Is it drinks? Blackpool Tower?
No, Blackpool Tower Eye gift voucher.
Yeah, got it.
To the way down. Do you see that image on the right?
Yeah.
2 children. We'll look at the curve of the ocean.
Oh, the angle of the ocean. Yeah, the angle of the shore.
Have you seen that curve?
Yeah, it's not really. I guess they've used a convex lens or a concave. Concave. They must have used a convex.
Well, I actually think that's just.
Just what?
It's a Photoshop job.
The curve, is this the one that you're on about here? The one I'm looking at?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's a photo. There's something wrong.
How much that curve is?
Yeah. That obviously.
If that curve was true, we'd be on a ball around about 150 miles wide.
Yeah, I know. So it's lit up tomorrow night. Do you fancy it?
Yeah, I'm up for that. Yeah. Tomorrow night. It's not open.
Hang on.
That's Wednesday.
19th of June. Yeah, sorry. 21st of June it's on. 21st, so not tomorrow night, the night after. What's that? Wednesday night it's on.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
In blue again, so that should give us the exact same thing. So all we need to know is the high tide and low tide times, and just go at low tide, and then hopefully it's before midnight. Let's just check what time.
Well, I went down to the beach because I saw that Mick West had said that if you take images of the sea, the Irish Sea from Blackpool or Cleveland or wherever, you'll see the curve. So I've done, I think 24 stills taken from looking from south to north. And I've pieced them all together as a composite. Actually, probably another half an hour. There's no curve, mate.
Look at the high tide time, 9:38 p.m. Low tide.
What else? How about this though? I mean, it's an interesting choice. You guys have kind of beaten the horse to death, though. You know what I mean? I feel
but hang on a minute. Hang on. Might have beaten it to death, but if now we've got the big authority.
No. What are you just going to get another authority? You're going to talk about this for 10 years? Blackpool fucking Tower. Like, we got it. I got you, man. Like, I'm with you. I fucking don't think that it's curving.
No, I
you know what I mean? Like, people are going to.
What else do we do? Do we just let it go and then look like?
No, dude, that's like that. That's pretty much how it fucking goes. What you do is you just put that in your back pocket and know when to fucking bring it out when someone raises the issue.
Like Brenda
or whoever. Yeah. It's like whoever's going to raise that issue, got that in your back. It's like, that's why it's like anytime I, talk with a baller, it's like, okay, where are we going with this? Cause like, I feel like I've been out here long enough where I've heard a lot of the arguments, and I want to know if I'm going to get intrigued by something new or if it's just going to be the same old bullshit where I'm talking to someone who doesn't even know the circumference of the alleged model they believe in. It's just like, because that's what usually happens is you wind up in these like trivial kindergarten conversations about the shape of the earth. And someone's like, you're stupid. And you're like, well, do you know the circumference of the earth? And they're like, no. And it's like, well, wait a minute. It's like, if I know the circumference of the earth and I know how the speed of the earth at the equator or this, that, the other thing, and you don't, that means that I know more about the subject than you do. And you don't have the right to call someone stupid about a subject. It's like me going up to like my local mechanic and arguing with him about how my transmission works, even though he works on them every fucking day. And me saying, you don't know cars. You don't know derpa. I watch NASCAR. Right? Like, and you don't even understand how the transmission works. That's exactly what it's like, is that you're out of line when you're going to say if you're gonna talk shit to someone who knows more about a subject than you, then you are way out of line, and like it's your parents' fault, and it's not my fault. That's how I think of it. It's not my fault that you didn't get the memo, and it's not my responsibility. That's why I like government, because they're like, yo, dude, you don't know. Ignorance is no excuse to the law, asshole. So you go cry in a fucking corner. That's why I like what Saul Alinsky said. He said, go build yourself a wailing wall. You know, go fucking feel sorry for yourself. But yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. Like, you know, it's like they're a dime a dozen. You know, we're outnumbered in that sense. There's like, I mean, think about it. Like all these guys talking about, like I said yesterday, I've been saying, like, think of the local baller. Like your local baller is like someone who's worried about Black Friday prices and is going to storm Walmart and is a threat. It's why Walmart has a security team. You know what I mean? Like a SWAT team for Walmart, because Black Friday. That's your average baller. Most ballers are so inept and so unconcerned outside of what their daily menial task is to do at work that day, that they've got no concern about anything else going on around them. And because of that, that acquiescence is what has destroyed nation after nation. And it's like, it's so reasonable that there's like a Mick West out there, or there's like the guy I talked to this morning who, like, you know, we talked to privately, and he just yelled at me for 5-10 minutes and wanted to know all my information and thought I owed him something for some reason. You know, I
think in different countries they already know what's going on.
No, I don't think so, man. I think you're giving too much credit, man. People don't care. People care about soccer. No, I mean, you go in other countries, people care about their local sport team just the same as anywhere else.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the stuff that's going on in the Middle East and stuff like that. I mean, they know that it's we get propaganda saying that we're the good guys going in there. They all know that it's just a matter of time till they're the next one on the hit list.
Well, they're also getting the propaganda that's suited to them. It's like that's how they like, you know. It's like what I like that. It's like there's a line where it's like, you know, God speaks to the hungry with bread. You know, so there's like a blasphemy of that, where it's like people are going to give them the propaganda that they need to hear. You know, whatever it is. If in your little village it's all about whatever it is, they're gonna make sure that you are aspiring to want to be the next whatever it is, and you're never going to question that authority, because, you know, in some of those nations, I mean, think of how privileged we are. Like, this is something I appreciate in Saul Alinsky's book, where he's like, you know, it's like, remember, you know, we're allowed at least in the United States and over in, or, you know, in America and in Great Britain, I'd imagine, or Britain, you know, whatever it is I'd imagine that you're allowed to question or yell at your government, right? Like in London, they have the speaker's corner where people can go and stand on a soapbox.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're allowed to, like, yell at the government. You're allowed to do all this here. It's not like it's some dictatorship place where you're going to get hauled off. And that's where I think it's like the far left has designs with that. My thing is that what I think they want to do is they want to make it seem as though the Constitution is outdated, and they want to implement a Declaration of Human Rights and have the UN put it on the people. That's their end goal. And what we have to understand is how to operate and understand our protections in this system to, I think, thwart that. Because it's, at least during our time, at least during my time, you know what I mean? Like, that's where it's like, I love, this is a great book. He starts off with, you know, when, you know, in a time when there's no men, be thou a man, you know, like,
well, it's ages though. I mean, if you look back, you've got the Romans, the Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, right? They all went out of the way to try and conquer the entire world. It's just that nowadays, the people that are behind everything, they have the means and mechanisms to, or without actually killing people. Of course, it goes around killing people, but it creates other kinds of warfare, where the things that Attila didn't have and Genghis didn't have. You know, I mean, it's a different scenario about how they're going to conquer the world this time around.
Well, I think they've already got it conquered. That's my thing. Is what I'm saying is that, look, it's already conquered and subdued, and they have legal right because everyone has been put on notice since the fucking Pope took his interest in the property and gave everyone the Bible. Everyone's been on legal notice. He can come in, and if you don't understand the offer that was made in the Bible, it's your ass. They can decimate you. Once you've been given notice on the terms of the contract and you disrespect the contract, that's what I think happened with Gaddafi. He signed something that said that he wouldn't fucking irrigate the Sahara, go to the gold dinar, go do all this shit, right? Somewhere he signed a piece of paper that said that he wouldn't do those things. And when he violated those terms, they went in and got him for a violation or breach of contract. That's how they operate. They operate off of breach of contract. And
did you read how Gaddafi's government, how he actually treated his?
I mean, I've heard, alternative ideas like that. They were treated like gold, and that they had colleges and money and this, that, the other thing. I've heard all kinds of shit. But my point is but I don't fucking know. But my thing is that I know that
it was true.
I know what he did. Well, God knows, I've never been there. But the thing is that fucking if either way, he violated some term of a contract. And that's what I'm trying to stress out here to people is that, hey, look, like, it's like Twitwit. Like, you're adorable, Twitwit. I fucking love you. I want to meet you and have a glass of wine with you. Like, because, it's like with the idea, it's like flat earth. People think that it's like, oh, well, it's like, I can relate with everyone on the whole bunch of other issues. In fact, I feel as though I've got remedies for a lot of these issues. Like I've had conversations with people out here that, oh, well, we need to know about vaccines, and that's really the issue, or 9/11's really the issue, or all these other really the issue conversations, I guess. But they don't, like, no offense, but if that's how you feel, it's like, yo, go make your videos about it. It just doesn't happen to be the hot topic du jour, which is flat earth. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that I've been studying this for like a while, and I feel competent in my ability to talk flat earth and bring it to the table with some semblance of credibility, especially in light of the local, the academic model. It's like because that's the thing out here is there's two conversations. One of it is poking at the academic model that we've been giving and showing the inconsistencies. And then the other topic is to have the conversation about our eccentric theories on how shit might work. But no one deserves my theory from me. I give that out if I want to, and somebody wants to ask me about it, and then maybe I'll talk about it. But I'm under no obligation to. It's like when Neg was like, we want the sun tracking data from Antonio, and it's like, well, wait a minute, dude, you aren't owed that. Nobody owes you their data for something that they're working on. It's like, it's like this like needy child, they're like grown up at, like, literally it's like the whole moon landing generation has to fade away, if you will. There's got to be an autumn for those fucking types, because that's the kind of thing where it's naysaying, holding back. They're like the fake hippies that fucking, what's his name was talking about, the copped out or sold out. And no disrespect or whatever, but it's just how I cite it as one of the children from the next generation. But flat earth is like, I'm allowed to think that. Is it against the law for me to think that it's flat earth? And if it would be against the law, do you think that law would supersede my God-given unalienable rights so that I couldn't sue you for trying to make that a law, or accusing me of that crime? Do you think I couldn't sue you for fucking trying to bring that to me? Because if not, then, I don't know. Maybe I could.
Okay.
And so, like, if it's just an idea and it's going to be slander because I think something, well, that's an antithesis to the whole notion of what this nation is about, at least the one I'm in, or what I thought who I was surrounded by, by Americans that give a shit about liberty and independence and freedom of thought, the pursuit of happiness,
Isa?
Yeah.
Do you know Phuket Word, Nick?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I bring him in?
I'd love him. Yeah, I'd be honored, actually.
He's a cool cat.
I'd be honored. I love Phuket Word.
I'm going to monopolize the mic again, though, with Blackpool Tower, because he knows what I'm up to as well.
So sick of fucking.
That was a good groan.
Sick of Blackpool fucking Tower, man. Fucking
so am I, motherfucker. So am I.
Yeah. Go get a fucking beer at Blackpool Tower. Take a pic. How about that? All right. Go fucking have a good time.
I'll tell you what we'll do. You can have 10 minutes off topic, and then I'll get him towards the end because he said he's only on for quick, so he's not going to be on long.
Ah, cool, man. Yeah, I'm honored to have him on here. I love that guy.
Have you had him on before?
Mm-mm.
You know
I'm honored. I love Phuket Word. He's fucking. He's one of the first people that helped me. Like, it was just actually seeing some of his videos and the way that his mannerisms, the way he talked about the subject early on is what kind of like inspired me, like in a certain way, in a big way, actually. So I really like Phuket Word. I got much respect for that dude.
Yeah, he's a cool cat.
Yeah, I like him.
Ask him about his new business venture. He's got a new chip shop opened in Phuket.
No kidding. Awesome.
English fish and chips. I think he's done his first weekend just. So I'm gonna ask him how that's gone anyway. I don't know whether he's up. I don't know if he's up for talking about it, but he is now because I've told everyone.
Cut. Yeah, no, Phuket Word is awesome.
He's on his way in. I may have to go down and get myself a drink.
Cool. Oh yeah, what time is it for you guys? Like 5 o'clock now?
Yeah, 5:10 p.m.
Yeah, I've been up early today. I've been running. What's up?
You wet the bed?
What? No, not tonight. Not last night.
It's the only reason I get up early is if I piss myself.
No, I've been getting up I gotta run and do all this other shit.
I was just thinking, Anthony, you should get hold of a spotlight.
I have one of those lasers.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about a big 1.5 foot wide, big circle flashlight thing.
Here he is. Kinda.
Nice. Yeah, welcome to court, Phuket Word. Welcome, man. It's an honor to have you here, my brother.
I don't think he's got his mic plugged in.
That's all right. Yeah, it's like a prince walking into the courtroom. You know what I mean? You got to respect the guy. You know.
How can you not have your mic plugged in? Why does anybody disconnect the mic? Come on.
Nice. Shout out to Rob Dizzle, too, out there. But yeah, we got a prince in the courtroom. I love it. You know, it's like you gotta sound the trumpets off. You know what I mean? Like, gotta put
Nick, we can't hear you. You have no sound.
Get my court in order.
Since when did you have a haircut?
No sound. Oh, last night it was fucking roasting. Nick, you just can't hear you, man.
Yeah, the audio is a little messed up.
You'll have to type something in the side chat because obviously we can't lip read in webcam. Just type us what you're trying to tell us. Hang on, okay.
Nice, some psychedelica.
It's just one of the.
Yeah.
Just one of these ultra bright LEDs that are really.
You know, people are gonna think you're trying to mind control them. Don't try to mind control yourself. You look like Anthony over there with a shaved head.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Suntan on that.
Hi.
Yes. What up, brother? How are you, sir?
All right, man. Good. Thank you for having me on, Isa. Good to be hanging out in court.
Yes, sir. Honored to have you here, man.
Likewise, man. Who else have we got in? There's a skinhead in the corner there.
Yeah, watch out for the crazy skin again. Yeah, he's a Liverpool fan, I think.
I'm the accused. I'm the accused. Obviously, I'm not guilty. And we have a witness. Ranty is the witness. He saw me not do anything.
And yeah, Anthony's mental state is in question.
He's done a Britney Spears.
Yeah.
He's just got okay.
Not as cute though.
It's our summer, Nick. It's gone up to 32 degrees today, so it's like I just had to whip it off.
Sweet, get my time.
That sounded naughty.
Yeah. What's new? Tell us about your fish and chips then. What happened? How did it go for the first couple of weekends?
Oh, not bad, thanks. Just you know, filling a few orders. Seems to be something the expats in Phuket need. I feel a bit guilty about doing the fish because I'm trying to be vegetarian and everything, but
it tastes too good.
You know, I'm going to get bad karma for it, but hey, you know.
So did you sell more than you expected in the first weekend? Less than, or what?
I got some orders, which was great. So, you know, and I'm still in the kind of PR phase of, you know, I've just delivered some fish and chips to my media friends today. So they'll help me put the word out. That should help. And I'm, you know, trying to learn my way around Facebook.
Yeah, it's not fun.
But Phuket's got a kind of, it's like a, you know, it's got a small, well, it's a small but large expat community. So word can spread pretty quickly. Both if you mess up, then that's not good either. I've seen many people come and go. They arrive on the scene with a big bang, and then, you know, 6 months later they're running away with their tail between their legs, you know.
Hey, I'm not sure if I got sniped or what's up, but we may have an issue coming up. Hold on one sec. Just keep talking along. I'm trying to fix this.
Okay, man. What's the general? I mean, I don't want to talk. You know, what's the general topic of conversation? What you guys?
Well, Mick West has done a video recently today, specifically. Have you seen his new video?
No, I haven't. I haven't had time to watch any vids today.
He basically says he does an animation from Hoylake to Blackpool Tower, which is what we've been doing. And he basically he calls it this is what it would look like if we did live on a flat Earth. And he moves his elevation up to 50 meters high to see round the curve of the Earth on his model. Now, I accept that the model is there and that he has to see behind it, but he downplays the importance of the 50-meter elevation and pretends that people won't notice it. And I'm like, hey, hang on a sec, we were at the sea level, not at 500, not at 50 meters. So my point is, yeah, you may see that if you get to 50 meters, but we're actually seeing it at sea level. We're not seeing it at 50 meters at all. So he's a fraud.
Hey, also false alarm too, just so you guys know. We're all good. Thank you. Forgive me.
Yeah, cool. Didn't get sniped. No, it's funny, isn't it? I mean, you know, these even the most esteemed globe heads refuse to acknowledge perspective is a real thing.
Yeah, they do.
You know, they're smart enough to know that it just fucks with the whole thing.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me show you 3 pictures. Isa, if I share my screen, let me show Nick. Yeah.
Are we allowed to swear on this in court, Isa?
Yeah, as long as you don't swear at the judge.
Yeah, you're good. Especially if it's a ballers, it's more than welcome. Just kidding, Grim out there, and Lottie and Tim and all you guys, and Lewis had to talk with. Yeah, bless your hearts.
Right, I can do this essentially with 3 pictures. There we go. All right, so how best to start this? I need my hangout thing to show you what he said first. Here we go. So this one, back.
Is that yours?
Yeah, that's my response to it. He's fucking dishonest, man. He pisses me off. I need to. Just trying to think how I can do this. Yeah, it's on my channel. That's how I do it, right? I'm with it. So my video. Come on. All right. So on a video I did last week sometime, Metabunk website owner Mick West talks about standard refraction. Basically, what he showed that in the hangout that I did with him is that if we're observing from 30 miles away, Blackpool Tower, this is how it's meant to look. Okay? You can see my screen, yeah?
Yeah.
So essentially, that's like the top of the tower on the horizon. However, when we actually did the observation, this is what we got. This is what you actually see in the real world. This is like the whole of the tower from 30 miles away using one of those P900s. Now, during the daytime, this is what we get. Can you see that shadowy, murky thing? Mm-hmm. Now, there's an issue over whether or not how much of that we're actually seeing. I think the top of the tower is up here somewhere, but it's definitely not the way he's presenting it in that, because you can clearly see. But I accept that it's an argument because we can't really make out any of the features. But I don't accept that when we're doing nighttime observations and we get that. I don't accept
well,
that.
Dude, he also accepted the idea that he could experience curvature at 30,000 feet because Google Earth.
No, he actually said we can see the curve of the Earth from 500 feet, which happens to be the observation height of the observation deck at the top of the tower. And I said, you've got to be fucking kidding me. And he says, no, you'll see the curve of the Earth. And I'm like,
that's why I respect Tim Osmond at least, because he's like, no. You got to go to like he knows you got to get up to like 120,000 feet. You know what I mean? That's why I always say like this, and just I will remind any flat earther out there, is that if you're dealing with any competent baller, then you can feel free to give them, hey, I'll agree that at 120,000 feet there might be a little curvature at the end of the pictures, right?
Yeah.
But that just means that you got to give me that boats aren't going over the curve at the beach, right?
Right. Yeah.
So if you just give me that one, then I'm cool with it. Hey, if there's a little bit of barreling, a little bit of curve at 120,000 feet, sure. But we got to agree. No boat is going over or ever has gone over the curve of the Earth at the beach.
That's it.
So I'm willing to concede that little bit of curvature at 120 grand for that fucker. That's how I look at it. Like, because I win either way, bitch. So it's like, you can have your, seriously.
Yeah.
Get them.
So Nick, essentially what he's saying is that that's what it looks like on the ball Earth, but he has to do it on a computer. And that's what you actually see when you do the same thing in the real world.
Okay.
And he classes the evidence that we've got as anomalous. He doesn't class it as legitimate for whatever reason, derp. So how would you deal with that when you know it's blatantly wrong? We don't see that when we use that P900. We see that. It's completely and utterly different.
I mean, if he's saying that's what we should see according to the ball model, then, well, okay, the ball model's wrong. There you go. Done and dusted.
Exactly. Yeah, but no one listens to me because they all think I'm lying. Yeah, that's real evidence, actual physical evidence that we can all go and get.
Yeah.
Takes the piss, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, of course, this horizon line that does rise up, especially when you zoom in at a low level, is, as any flat earther knows and realized when they actually started looking, is an optical thing that happens. And no ball earther can actually say, yes, they can do some maths and say, oh, that much would be missing, but they can never say where in front of them that is going to peak. The surface is going to create, whatever part of the rugged surface is going to bend the light or distort the view. That is not something you can predict. And of course, all you've got to do, the maths, okay, you can agree that the maths works for things being cut off, but all you've got to do is translate those figures into perspective. The fact that angles of incidence from reflected light, and everything we see across the surface is because we are seeing light reflected off the surface, right? Even Bill Nye tells us that everything we see is reflected light.
Yeah.
So, you can do it with I'm going to do a video with a mirror on the floor and show how light gets, the closer the mirror gets to the observer or a wall, the lower this reflected light comes. The further away you go, the higher the reflective light goes. And hence, that's how you get a horizon, because there's a limit to the angles of incidence from light reflected off the surface reaching our eyes. It's as simple as that. So you can apply the same maths. It's just all down to your perception of what's creating the...
Well, that's what gets me, yeah, because their math works that at the, for instance, we've talked about Polaris, right? Being at, being on the horizon at the equator, right? Because you're at 0 degrees. But my problem is that, how the hell can from 25 degrees north that you could see over the equatorial bulge to see the southern crux?
Right.
It's like when do you realize that there's certain little kinks in the armor that for me it doesn't work out as well, because they've already admitted that it's not really a globe. They've admitted, or it's, from what I gather, we don't know. I know we were talking to you about it a little bit, or maybe we were a little north of the equator with you. The idea being, how far south can you see Polaris from? What are the readings? I've heard 1 degree, 2 degrees. And I'm a spiritual north. A friend of mine is well acquainted with it, and roughly below like 2 degrees, you know, I'm wondering if you could see Polaris. If you could, and yet you can, like, there's no way they can have it both ways.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's really the issue, is that once we show that, like, you can't have it so that, I mean, on the sphere, it works out well in the idea that it's, in, you know, the azimuth works right on top of it, but they're not claiming the sphere anymore. So then how far out does it go? And how the hell could you see from 25 degrees north the southern crux? I just think that's just, every time there's too many questions for them to.
Yeah, it's all very compartmentalized, isn't it? And I think that's probably what all of us have done, is taken those little compartments and put them into a big picture and realized that none of it actually fits together.
So fuck it.
Phuket.
Yeah. So have you any idea what causes the apparent bulge when the tides are coming in or going out?
You're talking specifically about Anthony's images of Blackpool Tower, or?
Yeah. That could be for one.
Well, what's I mean, you know, what's actually happened with it is it that you took pictures when the tide was up and therefore it cut off more of the tower?
Yeah, but what I mean is, what makes the flat waters rise up?
Oh, hey, to claim that I know what causes
I have a pretty good idea.
Okay.
But I'm not saying what causes the tides, but I'm saying what could cause the effect of the bulge. As the tides are being crushed up towards the land surface gets not as deep as the deep ocean, so it gets goes obviously right down to the. So you're getting all this water being pushed into land.
Yeah.
Huge body of water behind it, trying to push a very small amount of water because it's in shallow water, and it's going up a hill basically as it comes in, as the tide comes in. Anything that's on land is higher than is in the ocean, so it's on a slant. So you've got all this water being pushed and crushed. There's only one place for it to go, and that is to cause a slight bulging.
I think, yeah, you know,
as you're looking out towards the ocean from the land, this is what you will see, because you've got the tides coming in. It's going to be crushing the water in the shallows, forcing it to bulge slightly, which is why what I think happens is when the boats are at sea and they are 6-7 miles away on the horizon and you can see all the boat, when the tides change in, and it's the bulge starts to happen because the water's being crushed and pushed upwards. So it would, I think that the boat that's in the 6 or 7 miles depth of ocean is in the deep ocean and doesn't actually change. It stays exactly where it is. The only thing that changes is the bulge, and that's caused by the tides forcing its way up, so it's distorting your perspective.
That kind of makes sense, yeah, because I mean it's pushing against water that, like you say, is naturally wants to go back down. So yeah, exactly. It kind of like you're getting this constant pushing, and this is where you have receding. Yeah,
and when it's receding, it's also rushing out, but it's also meeting resistance of the deep ocean as it's going out as well.
Right.
So as it's trying to escape and go back into the deep ocean, you've got the deep ocean that's still a big mass there that's just pretty, and then you've got the bulge that happens again. If you was in deep ocean, let's say somewhere where you was over a couple of miles deep or something, or a mile deep or something, and you had boats that were 20 miles apart, you could probably see each other. See this distortion when we're looking out from anything that's dry land or any beach or anything like that. You'll get where the tide's coming in and going out. And that's what I think causes the bulge.
I think, yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, you can see that on a smaller scale as those waves come in right at the shore, can't you? You know, as the waves that have just come in, as they recede, then they get they get held back by the water that's coming in behind them.
Yeah. Well, to think of it a different way, if you think of a tsunami, what happens when a tsunami comes in is that the water that's pushing behind it is just one big mass of, let's say, 400 mile. It's a 400-mile wave that's just coming in.
Yeah.
And basically, as it hits the land, it's got nowhere to go but up. And that's why when it starts to come into land, it starts to get higher and higher and can go 30, 40, 50 feet high.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that with
the on a very small difference, you know, with the tides, but it only has to be an inch difference. Because if you're looking at something from 30 miles away and there's an inch bulge between what you're looking at that's just in your way, that 1 inch is going to make a difference when you're looking at 30 miles away trying to identify 1 or 2 pixels from that distance.
I'd agree, because I might just with the tsunami, the tsunami off Phuket, yeah. Should I try and share my screen? It wasn't, it wasn't one big mega wave like we've seen in the movies. It actually came in just like you described just now. This kind of continuous, increasing volume of water that eventually just pushed up the beach, pushed over the walls, and of course, when it hit flatter ground, boom, off it went. So, yeah, what you've just described is exactly what was seen in the 2004 tsunami. Well, I've just pulled up a video. I can share my screen if you like, or I don't know. You probably all seen it anyway, yeah.
Well, it's food for thought, I think, for sure, for why we get this apparent bulge just at the shoreline.
And obviously,
the ballers will call it, that's the curve of the earth. And I would completely disagree. Completely disagree. I just see it as it's pressure of water pushing up against an incline. So you've got pressure of water pushing up a smaller body of water up an incline. It's going to bulge.
Yeah. Well, that's one of that's the thing, isn't it? You can't necessarily, while you can squeeze air into a smaller space, you can't really do that with water. It's going to bulge.
Yeah, I don't think it's definitely not the ball. That's just what I would assume as what I'm seeing from all the experiments that I've done on, looking out in the oceans. This is what I'm actually seeing. And the time that I actually caught from 12 miles away, boats where I could see all of the boat and nothing was hidden there was nothing hidden basically of the boat. I saw every single part of this boat from 12 miles away. It was right between high tide and low tide.
Okay.
High tide, low tide, it just got right down to low tide and then just started to come in again. And when the tide started to turn and come back in again, because I was right up at the ocean. I mean, I was getting drenched in my feet, but I ran back about 30 foot, turned around, started filming the boat again. And, like a third of it had gone behind the apparent curve, behind this bulge. And that's what got me thinking that there's something that's happened there. And what's changed? And I thought, well, the thing that's changed is the tide's coming in.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's just, when you think about it and you put 2 and 2 together, you can work this out.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple if you think about it, when you actually think about it.
Yeah. And you're talking about a natural phenomenon that we know about, not some made up idea. Yeah. In fact, wasn't that something that what was his name? Dan? Who was the guy that tried to draw the map and then gave up and disappeared?
Tiger
Dan. He had a similar idea as he was looking at water from wherever he was on the coast of the UK. Yeah. So.
Well, it's just like if you put your hands in a bath and you just shake the water at the edges, it's going to rise up because you've got pressure pushing it up the inclines.
Yeah. 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 Uh-huh.
On a
Good
different
one.
note,
Yeah, I'd like to welcome Tim is up in here. What's up, brother? I think Tim was putting a link in about the southern stars because I was mentioning the 25-degree north on the about seeing the crux, and I'm sure it's going to be something to do about the tilt. So I'm waiting for it, Tim. But I don't know, Nick, if you've ever met Tim. But
I don't think so.
yeah, cool. But yeah, I don't know if he's there. He might be busy. We can't hear you if you're live, man. But yeah, you put a link. You put a link
on a different note, while he's sorting out his or not sorting out his left.
Yeah.
I overclocked my processor on my PC today. I've had a 6700K running at 4 gigahertz for the last 12 months, and I've never overclocked it because I don't need to do. 4 gigahertz is quick enough. But I've been doing more 4K video rendering recently, and obviously 4K over HD takes longer to do because it's like double the quality. And I thought, let's just try it and see what happens. And I don't think I look like anything like Tiger Dan, by the way. Rusted, thank you. But anyway, I got it up. I got it running at 4.6 gigahertz from 4 at 1.35 volts instead of 1.27. So it's running at 100 degrees when it's under load, which isn't cool. But it's running from 4.0 to 4.6 gigahertz. So that's quite cool for me. That. So I'm looking forward to.
You're gonna burn that. You're gonna burn that bitch out pretty quickly. Hey, I was wondering, do you, Phuket, do you have any debunks of the actual heliocentric model at all?
Just the fact that I can see pretty much the same stars most of the time, most of the year. That doesn't make sense on the heliocentric model.
Have you ever corroborated that with a program like Stellarium or anything?
Yeah, I've had, I mean, obviously it's a long process to work out, but I mean, to go through all those, to go through a whole year or something and just check it. I don't, you see, to me, just, knowing that it's, the sun and the moon are doing different things, and that when it gets dark, the stars pop up. I mean, obviously here, what's happening here is there's very little change in the length of the day. It's always about 12 hours. So the stars pop up in the same place at the same time. Obviously the moon does its thing and comes up where the sun came up.
So you are aware, though, that there are 2 celestial points, correct?
No. I mean, I'm aware that that's what we're told.
So you've done this amount of research and you don't even know that there's 2 celestial points at this point?
Of course, I know that there are supposed to be.
Oh, you haven't corroborated that with other flat earthers?
I haven't been able to observe those poles myself.
So you can't see the North Pole or the South Pole?
I can't see anything. I can't see stars in any direction doing any kind of circles or arcing.
I find that very, very hard to believe, actually, because all of the stars actually go around the celestial points just as if you would think on a globe that's spinning. So I think that you should probably go and maybe look into that, because that's pretty important. If you're going to go around and say the Earth is flat, you should probably know that there are 2 celestial points. And furthermore, there are astronomers.
What I'm saying is, the truth is, I do not know, because I have not seen that for myself. What I have seen is pictures of star trails from the north, and not anything that really says that the same thing is happening at the south. But of course, what I've done is think about that and how that is possible. But what I see, what I personally see and have been able to corroborate is even though I can see a lot of the stars that people see in the south, they're not doing any kind of circle for me.
So basically, you're admitting you're basically living in ancient times where you don't do any research to the contrary of your flat Earth
Not
idea.
at all. Not at all.
Nick,
Well, have you tried to debunk the flat Earth yet? Because you go around and say that the Earth is flat, and it's not, obviously. But I mean, if you don't even know that there's two celestial points, and astronomers corroborated, and we have it all modeled out, you literally have a model that has 99 to 100% predictive capability, and you throw it out for something because of X reasons. I mean, who's silly here? You know, I really don't get it, dude.
Nick, you
That's
know,
okay.
hey, real quick, Nick, are you familiar with who Tim is? I wouldn't want to. I mean, I feel like as though I've kind of bombarded you with an odd line of questioning, maybe. But I
Tim,
go.
It's not odd line of questioning.
But
Somebody asserts that the Earth is flat, but doesn't
Tim,
even do the research
I'm on
to
your team,
corroborate
bro.
it.
Tim, I'm on your team with this one. I'm just saying, like, as a guest in my court, I have a high regard for Phuket, and I don't want him to feel like I'm, throwing him to the lion. The flat.
No, I agree. That's just the way I am, Phuket. Yeah.
That's okay. I understand where you're coming
I
from.
think he
and
can handle
I'm
it
trying
too.
to
He's a
explain.
prince. He's a prince of the flat Earth. He can handle his own. That's what I think. Anyhow. Yeah, man. Shoot.
I'm trying to explain the difference between knowing and believing and copying and repeating stuff that I cannot prove for myself. What I have gone out and done is proven to myself the things that I can or cannot observe.
Why can't you
Yeah.
observe the two celestial points? Why can't you prove that to yourself?
I can see the northern stars and I can see the southern stars. And all I'm telling you that what I can see from here is not what I am shown in pictures of star trails. I'm not saying those star trails don't exist or can't be created. I personally haven't been able to, so I don't focus on that too much. Yeah, I've been focusing on things like the horizon and perspective and the idea of layers of density and gravity. That's my thing. There are millions or thousands or however many people looking into this, and so to assume and presume that I don't or didn't research. I mean, I don't think there's a flat earther out there who didn't do a whole bunch of reflection, thought, investigation.
There's many. Look, I've been talking to him for 2 years, man. There's many flat earthers that have just complete misconceptions. They have arguments from incredulity. They have a conspiratorial confirmation bias that they want to live in this Harry Potter fucking fantasy land. And it's because of people that are at the top that go around ignorant and say, oh, I think it's flat because of whatever reasons and have nothing to back it up. They don't corroborate the model that they've thrown into the trash can. They say, oh, the horizon's flat and it rises to eye level and all this bullshit that is easily debunkable. But we continue to do this and we continue to give people hope. And I just hope that maybe you can maybe go and corroborate the model that we were prescribed as kids and we've all thrown out for some reason because it works, dude. There are two celestial points. All of the stars go around those points. At the equator, you can see arc star trails over your zenith. This is exactly what we'd expect to see, and I've seen it myself. Okay, you can't say that you can't go and observe. You can't go and observe these things. I did it myself. Okay, so you can go and observe these things. You can go to all the southern tips of all the southern hemisphere countries, look due south, and see the south celestial pole. Now, if you can work that out on a flat Earth map in any way, I'm offering $5,000 to the first person to do it because I tried 2 years ago. There's no way to map this shit out. So if we want to live in fantasy land, that's one thing. But if we want to actually debunk the heliocentric model, that's another. Because I've been looking and there's no debunks. Okay, we just have a bunch of people running around asserting things like the Earth is flat. So we need to be more responsible with our words.
But Tim, it looks flat though.
What is the heliocentric model?
What is the heliocentric model? It's a sphere. First of all, we're orbiting the sun. The moon orbits us. Okay, and there's things like lunar phases. There's things like lunar eclipses that corroborate this model that you can observe yourself. Okay, we're gonna have a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse 14 days apart from each other. That's pretty crazy because it's a 28-day cycle, right? So these things, all of these things work. The two celestial points, the arc star trails at the zenith, at the equator, It's all mapped out. It all works. Okay. So we need to take what works and try to smash it down into a little flat earth pipe dream for people to have a little bit more predictive capability. Look, if this is going to be, empirical evidence and reality and shit like that, well, you know what? How about we corroborate what latitude means and what the stars mean in the sky? Because when we move 69 miles, they shift 1 degree. This all works.
Yeah, that would do exactly the same if we were on a ball. If we were on a flat plane.
No, it wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah,
it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
Because you're moving further away from them, they would move towards the horizon.
No. You know what, Anthony? I'm not even going to deal with you, dude. Truthfully, I just wanted to say what I wanted to say to Fouquet because you're literally just trying to prove your confirmation bias, and maybe in a few years you'll feel that how silly you should feel right now that you're tossing out a model that works. For I got this one observation at night in Mick West and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, give me a fucking break, man. Like, how many videos do I have on my channel where you can go and look at people observing obstruction due to the Earth's curvature? Why can't you go outside and look at the fucking sunset and rise, the moon set? It doesn't change in angular diameter throughout the whole day as it's traveling above the flat Earth pipe dream, right? But all of a sudden it sets from 5 to 10 minutes from bottom up. You guys will not be able to explain this stuff because it's a fallacious argument to begin with. And dude, the sphere model works. So you know what? Throw out the fucking confirmation bias and get back to reality because we're supposed to be all truthers or whatever. And this is a fucking Trojan horse psyop meme that they probably put on us in the conspiracy crowd. And you guys fell for it, okay? And it's time to fucking grow up. That's my whole point.
Yeah, but how about this though, Tim? What is a valid conspiracy? Like to be espousing?
Well, a conspiracy, first of all, is basically 2 or more people conspiring to do something.
Okay,
so
that
happens all the time.
All right, so what I'm trying to say is that what would be a valid conspiracy that if I could direct my channel to be suitable to Timmy O, what would be the valid conspiracy?
How about the debt-based society? How about maybe some of the possible hoaxes that happen?
Right. And don't I touch on
the wars? I mean, you guys owe $50 million a day. Well, we've spent trillions in fucking Iraq, dude. Who cares about that anymore? Who cares about the destabilization of Middle East when we're all fucking trying to prove a fallacious idea?
But what can we do about the Middle East, bro? Like, what would we do?
What can we do? We can inform people that it's a sham.
Right, but what side of it? Don't we just get wrapped up in the political nature of that discussion and lose our wits, to no end?
We lose our wits in the flat Earth, and there's no resolution. There will never be any resolution. We figured this out 1,000 years ago. How about
this though? If this isn't, think about it like this. Like I know Morgal, right? He said it well, and I got to quote him on it. Is the idea that
please.
I know, but we've thought about it before. But he said it the other night, and I liked it. Was the idea that, or maybe it was Jeranism. It was like the idea is that it's one of the conspiracies that we could prove for ourselves in the sense that we can look and we experience flatness. Now, granted, I know we have guys like yourself that are adamant that it's not the case. For myself, though, having studied and looking into the debt system, like you mentioned, and looking into the court system and true history, this is what I talk about that. That's why we're cool. It's like I have my own topics, and there's this notion to me though that the flat Earth is what kind of is something that somebody can look and experience for themselves and think to themselves, wait a minute, I'm not fucking spinning. And that opens up a whole can of worms. If anything, it would be a good thing for, let's say, instead of let's say proselytizing the ball against flat earthers, what about if you were there as a net of hey, do you also know about this, that, the other thing? No, I'm not a flat earther, but do you know about maybe you believe in geoengineering and all the rest of that kind of subject, or 9/11.
Look, you have to logically follow out these conclusions. So, okay, it looks flat, right? I live in Denver. I can look west. It sure as hell isn't flat to me. So we'll just go with the flat thing. Okay? So it looks flat. Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Again, though. Can I define it?
It looks flat, right? Logically.
Can I define it real quick? Is this flat in proportion to the whole? That's all I want to say. Go on.
All right. So logically, when we follow that conclusion, okay, and they're telling us that it's a 25,000 mile in circumference sphere, all right, and we're these very small things upon it, would we see anything different? Furthermore, when we're in an airplane or when people were in the Concorde going 1,400 miles an hour, do you think that they were stuck to the back of the fucking plane like the Gravitron, or their coffee was all over their face? This is it's just a misconception. And to go off those two arguments alone is completely throwing out every other empirical evidence that we can make here on Earth, just like the star trails, the latitude system. It's a fucking killer for the flat Earth.
Well, how about
and
this,
nobody
though?
wants to talk about it. They want, I talked to Bob, oh, it's gravity flux lines, it's gravitational flux. Well, how do you justify that? How do you map that out?
No, this is where I love you, because I love you because it's like, yeah, I could hear you. There is no, I mean, dude, this is where you crack me up. It's gravitational flux lines. Yo, I fucking love you, and the pipe dream and the rest of it. I cry, laugh. I love you for it. I fucking really.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I need to come on and talk to some people about and in this way, because it's like, dude, let's grow up about this. Like, are we just going to be all this mystical people and live in Harry Potter land?
Right. Well, hold on.
Tim, can I ask you a question or two?
Rant. You go ahead, but I might blow up on you. Go ahead.
I'll just ask you what shape the world is.
It's a sphere. It's an oblate sphere. It's got 16-mile difference at the equator, about 1/300th of a part.
It's all pretty much curved then. What caused the Earth to become a ball?
Well, the theory, the going theory, and I'm pretty sure these are rhetorical questions because you probably already know the answers. So gravity.
So gravity did what? It pulled all the space debris into a ball.
That's the going theory. Yes, I cannot prove that. I cannot justify that, but yes, that's what they say. Yes.
Okay. So how come we have hundreds of miles or Earth if gravity is such a strong force that it pulls everything into a oblate sphere? How come we have hundreds of miles of deserts that are completely flat?
So you've just made a claim. You just made an assertion here. You have you tested that 100 miles in a desert is completely flat, absolutely no inclination. If you were to take geodetic surveying equipment out, there's no inclination at all. It's 100% flat. Do you have any videos? Do you have any evidence of that?
It's well documented. It's on the internet. I'll bring it up now.
Oh, it's on the internet. It's well documented. Okay, well, you know what? I've seen the test. I think it was 6.8 miles, and some guy got like about 7 miles with his wife or whatever, and there was all these atmospheric conditions and shit. So if that's proof that it's flat, then your standards of proof are just ridiculous.
Okay, so the Donakill Desert, you heard of that?
Yes, there's also the salt flats that people have done stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so the salt flats, how many miles or kilometers are they? Perfectly flat. I'm only asking because
it's not perfectly flat.
If gravity is such a strong force that can pull all the space debris into a ball and cause, and can hold everything in place, yet the deserts can withstand gravity, it kind of like flummoxes me.
Well, because you completely misconceive it from the beginning. You think that it's 100 miles of flatness for whatever reason, because you dreamt it or you saw it in an Eric Dubé video. I don't know. But flat doesn't mean flat in like a piece of paper, dude. Like it's a desert and it's just a piece of paper. Then there's mountains on the outside of it to make up for the curvature. That's not how it is, dude. It's not flat like that. It does conform to the shape of the Earth.
I should really have had this up before I.
Well, it's okay because really, I've already gone through all of these.
Yeah, he knows all the references, man. You can make.
Yeah.
You could probably even point out the video, and he probably knows exactly who made it. So seriously,
I've been here, man, and I'm trying to help people, and it's like the main point here. The main point here is that you got to admit almost that you're living in fantasy land, because the model that we were prescribed as kids has predictive capability. Not only that, not just 70 or 80 or 90%, like 100%. Okay, so we threw that out because I don't feel like I'm spinning. That water can't curve to a bow. There's absolutely no curvature. I mean, all of these fucking stupid things that we keep saying, even though you can bring up obstruction due to curvature, even though, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level, all of these things. But we're going to continue the sham.
But what about
and
Tim?
we do see people at the top trying to make money off of people's ignorances, some of which probably don't even believe in this shit.
But Tim, we could agree, like, let's say maybe I don't know. It's like, to me, back to my whole 100,000 treating 600 nautical miles as flat, right?
Oh no,
Hold
you've been
on.
explained this
Well, hold on.
3 times.
Right. But I'm just trying to say is that we could agree maybe that the dimensions are not what we've been told, right?
No, we can't agree with that. You think that, but I'm not going to agree to that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just seems.
I've done the mathematics. Okay, I don't do 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, because my fucking observer height
No.
isn't
We're using
0.
69. No. Most people should know it's 69 degrees per degree, or 69 miles per degree.
60 miles, yep.
Right, and that. But even then, that's my issue as well.
Yep.
And I know you guys talk about a gradient, but my thing is that if it's 69 miles to 1 degree, then I doubt there's much of a curve in 360 degrees, and I doubt it would be perceptible enough by the human eye or by anything to experience the curvature of a boat going over the horizon in 69 miles.
I've explained this to you personally. I've called you and said, hey, I need to tell you this. I need to tell you the difference between seeing obstruction due to the Earth's curvature and seeing the actual Earth's curvature from above. Okay, so if you could see 69 miles, you're in a plane, you're looking at the horizon, okay, you have a decent field of view, there's going to be curvature of the Earth, okay? Now, when you're at the ground and you're looking straight at a boat that's very, very far away, you're going to see obstruction due to curvature. They're two different things. There's two different formulas for that, okay? So let's put that to bed because I've already told you 5 times this. All of these arguments are bad, dude. They're bad arguments, bro. That's all it is.
They're just bad arguments.
They're not logically.
It's not 8 inches per mile squared. It's 69 miles to 1 degree of the arc.
Anyway, hey guys, I'll let you get back to your Gish Gallop session. I just wanted to come on just to gorilla the microphone for a minute.
Phuket, I don't know, you got anything else to
say
with
that
Phuket?
You asked a question and I wasn't allowed to finish, but there you go, mate.
Forgive me.
No. Oh, go ahead.
Please, yeah, forgive me, Phuket.
Yeah, we were kind of. That's what happens when I come in.
Model. So, how does the model work?
How does the model work? Well, as a human being, we've pretty much been able to model things. You can make a little die-cast car of an actual car, all that kind of stuff. So, they model.
I'm talking about the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Well, it's modeled out. What do you mean?
What drives it? What powers it?
Well, I guess basically the motion from a long time ago, and there's basically no. Well, this is besides the point. If you guys want to bring up dark matter and dark energy or whatever, we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
Ask me. You asked me about the stars. Have I been able to observe it and prove it to myself? I admitted that I have not. So I don't know. So I'm asking you, what powers the model?
Well, if you're asking me that, and then expecting me to have proof to provide to a flat earther, it's just a rhetorical question, okay? I can tell you what science says, but, I can tell you that, but there's no way for you to debunk it, first of all. And then second of all, you have absolutely no predictive capability with your ancient model of, I live over here and I don't know anything else.
What does it, being able to predict the motion and to say that a star or a sun or a moon will appear at a certain point in the sky at a certain time, that's been predicted.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's like they put a celestial sphere around the Earth. And that's what's so telling about it is that the model of it is a celestial sphere. So
who did that?
Many people, not just one person. Who programmed it? Who coded it? What are you asking?
Okay, apart from the heliocentric model, the movements of the celestial objects have been predicted for thousands of years.
Yeah, but not on a full scale, bro. This is the thing. You can get a planisphere for your local area, like how you think the whole world is in your local area, and it'll work. You can have predictive capability. But as far as there being 2 celestial points and all of these different places on the sphere of Earth, there's no predictive capability to be had because you can only see your local sky.
Well, again, it's not much different to when you're in a car and you see the hedges close to you going past very fast and the trees a long way away going past very slowly.
Yeah. What is it? That's what it's like, the star trails?
Could be. That's the way you can interpret it.
Well, I'm talking about actual empirical facts, evidence, things you guys request from people like me.
You got that the stars are falling through space and that they have mass.
It's a complete non sequitur to say that I'm making observations of star trails, the movements of the stars, right? And then people want to bring in the composition, or how do you know if they're falling through space? I mean, it has nothing to do with anything. Congratulations on your non sequitur fallacy.
I asked you what the heliocentric model is based on. What powers this heliocentric model?
I just don't understand the question.
Well, a model.
Basically gravity. For the most part.
Okay. And that's based on what?
That's based on, I don't know, a theory? A scientific theory? There's a difference between a theory and a scientific theory. It's the best we got, man. Like, density and buoyancy will never explain what we have on Earth alone.
No, the thing is, we don't know. Do we? We don't know.
We have a word that's called gravity, and basically everything is pulled towards the center of the Earth. And we do have a thing called the Cavendish experiment that actually measures the attraction. And people like to completely degrade the conversation by saying, oh, it was done by a guy in a shed in the 1700s. Well, you know what? There's people in high schools and colleges, and there's videos of it being done on YouTube. All right. So this actually has predictive capability, and they've also done it with laser interferometry. They've also... Go ahead.
What? Okay, so let's get back down to the basics. You're saying that the model, the heliocentric model, is powered by mass creating gravity. This is the
mass
idea
attraction.
That we're all... Okay, the idea that we're orbiting the sun dictates that the sun must be massive in order to have some pull of gravity or attraction, correct?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
What have we done to physically measure the mass of the sun, considering it's a light that is supposed to be massive and large enough and far away enough to pull us and other planets around?
Well, logically speaking, we know that it's very far away because of the angular diameter change throughout the whole day.
What have we done to confirm that the sun is a huge ball of matter that is much more massive than the Earth?
So, like I said, the angular diameter doesn't change throughout the day, but it is...
What have we done to physically measure scientifically?
That is part of it. That is part of logic. Okay, you look at all of the aspects of this conversation.
Experiment, just like getting a pair of scales on Earth that you can measure.
Okay, spectroscopy is one. Okay.
That doesn't tell you the mass of something. It just tells you
what do you mean? It's telling you what it's fucking made out of. Doesn't that help with the mass of it?
Made out of, or you know, okay. I mean, a coal fire will produce other things, right? You know, so you can see what's been coming out of the sun, but you can't say what it's made of. You can't.
I'm trying to answer your question, but you seem to want to interrupt me, first of all. And second of all, when we're talking about the objective shape of the Earth, you want to go off onto non sequitur land and talk about, you know, the what's powering things. And
I'm just asking you to establish what you know is to be true for the heliocentric model, apart from being able to predict when celestial objects will appear. What? I can watch a car go past and I can tell you how fast it's going. I can tell you when it's going to hit a wall down the road, but I can't tell you what's under the hood. Can you tell me what the sun is? That we have proven that the sun is massive enough and actually has this gravitational pull to pull the Earth around. What have we done apart from calculations? I could tell you that the moon is, we swing around the moon, and the moon is really massive. All I'd have to do is a bunch of calculations and say, well, actually the moon is really massive and dense. It appears to be the same size as the sun, but it's further away. All that shit, yeah? I can't prove it, but I can tell you a story, because I can tell you, and I could predict the time every month. You know, in fact, most of the world follows a lunar calendar, but they don't have this ridiculous idea of trying to tell us that the Earth is swinging around the moon. But it just so happens the guys in the West who are high on their discovering geometry and finding out a few secrets from the ancients that had already been tracking the stars for thousands of years decided, oh, we can do this F equals ma and say that we're going around the sun. And here's the maths to prove it.
You think
Because
that's the
it's all about
only
time.
evidence that we have that we're going around the sun?
Tell me, what the model is that the sun is massive and it's got so much mass that it pulls the Earth and all the other planets around. What have we done to physically measure that? The power, the very thing that is the root, the power, the foundation of the heliocentric model. Where is the proof apart from calculations that are based on time, not physical matter?
I personally can't prove anything to you, and I personally haven't proven what you're talking about right now. So, you know, if we want to get philosophical with it, we can. But
that was my answer to your question. Yeah. So we both find out.
This
that
is a
neither of
very
us
fine
actually
point.
know.
Okay, this is a very fine
It's not
point.
a fine
And
point.
truthfully,
It's the
hold on one
basic
second. Astronomy 101. Astronomy 101 is that there are two fucking celestial points. Okay, you're talking about what we have done to measure this and measure that about the sun. Well, that's a completely different subject. It's pretty much more advanced. Okay, like I'm
No,
saying.
it's not. It's the
Yes, it
foundation
is.
of the model. A car
So
runs
what
on
is it? Why are you asking me fucking rhetorical questions then, dude?
Because I know that you can't answer it. And if you're honest with yourself, and I'm honest with myself, I can't answer the things I haven't observed, measured, touched.
Okay, what does that
myself.
have to do with if it's a sphere or flat, though?
Because the whole entire model is based on balls.
Well, we see balls in the sky, don't we? Orbiting each other?
Yeah, I got a snooker table with balls on it. So what?
So we do see balls in the sky, right? Orbiting each other? Yes or no?
I don't know if they're balls. We see lights in the sky and we see things going around them.
What a joker, dude. Seriously? We see lights in the sky. Have you done any have you ever looked through a fucking telescope, man? Is that a conspiracy too?
Jupiter, yeah.
Okay, so is that just a light in the sky?
I
I don't know what it.
What a joker.
I don't know how much mass it has. You can calculate based on the idea that it's a certain distance and a certain size and it has a certain mass.
So which
That's
one's
what-
better? Somebody that says they can calculate something or somebody saying, I don't know. I just don't know. It looks like a light in the sky to me. I think the earth is flat.
I'm not
Seriously,
denying
dude.
I'm not denying that things.
You think
come
you have
around.
some fucking moral high ground here, being a flat earther trying to ask rhetorical questions to somebody trying to help you? Like, seriously, where do you come off, dude? Are you serious about the subject, or do you want to prove your fucking faulty premises, bro?
Because I'm asking you to tell me what drives the model, the very foundation of the model.
Has nothing to do with anything. We're talking about the shape of the earth, and you want to fucking bring in the sun.
No, because that's why you have to recognize.
I talk about geocentrism and heliocentrism. It's a possibility for me, but as far as the shape of the earth, it's a for sure thing that you can prove to yourself. I can't prove it to you.
Right, but
you have to be open
answer,
on it.
Hold on, but Tim, you
Go
have to
ahead.
answer his question of what is making the earth spin. That makes, because that comes into the equation of the shape of the earth. That's why I bring up dark matter, and then they're asking 97% of the equation to be dark matter and dark energy because of general relativity. You know, this is where he's asking a very reasonable question. What makes the earth spin in your cosmology? I know you like to pinpoint it down to the shape of the earth, as we've done before, but he has the right to ask that question.
No, he absolutely does, but I've already addressed it. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and answer you guys' rhetorical questions as if this is some kind of a fucking test for me to see what I know, some kind of a litmus test to see what I know. Okay.
Could I share my screen?
I make empirical evidence fucking points to you guys, and you want to start bringing up the most obscure things about the sun.
Nothing
Like,
obscure.
how about we try to figure out the things that I say? Like my last video, I make a video for an hour debunking and talking about equinoxes, all these different things, right? And I get a bunch of people that believe in the globe come on and say, you know, add links and stuff like that. And then I get a bunch of flat earth trolls that come in and call me a Jew and call me a COINTEL agent and a J-trig, okay?
Have I
So
done that?
absolutely not. But you know what? People like you don't come around to the debunk channels because they live in little planisphere fucking Thailand or whatever. I mean, it's just, you're not out for truth, bro. You're not out for truth.
Okay, well, I've got some truth.
Franti, can you not show the Yeah. Could you? Well, just I guess if you wouldn't mind, just when just
one
because
thing.
you're showing
Tim,
the link basically. You're showing the link, but go on.
All right. Okay.
I
I'll
did
stop
try to
sharing now.
explain to him how you can consider the celestial poles as not actual celestial poles. It's just that a faraway star isn't going to move as much as a nearby star. Yeah? A star that's close by, traveling across the sky, will do a wide arc, just like a tree going past when you're in the car. And those faraway trees don't seem to move very far. It's the same thing. It's perspective. So
Okay, so you're talking about something that's 20 feet away from you and maybe 300 feet away from you, okay? This is something that we're seeing a pinpoint of light on a black lit canopy with fucking distances that are immaculate compared to what you're saying. So there's a difference, okay? Because you're looking at basically trees that are fucking thousands of miles away that, maybe there's one that's 10,000 miles away.
I'm just giving you an example of perspective and how if you can look at it in that way, perspective, then regardless of what we believe the stars to be, you ask me about celestial poles. I'm trying to explain to you that they may not actually be poles. It's just that the faraway stars don't move much, and the closer stars appear to move a lot further. Therefore,
isn't that funny though? Hold on, real quick. Isn't that funny though that you haven't observed these things, so you can't say that there are two celestial poles? But what you will do is use your flat Earth confirmation to quote unquote debunk something that you don't know. Isn't that hilarious?
I'm just explaining to you how it can be looked at in a different way, especially if we do not know what those stars are, what powers them, what is moving. Even Einstein
the composition doesn't matter, dude. We're making observations of the movements, okay? So if they tell us we're on a sphere and it's spinning through a star field, okay, then something should happen, right? And every single thing that should happen happens, dude. There is retrograde motions of planets. There are all of these things that you would logically think out to yourself, well, this should happen. There should be arc star trails over your zenith at the equator. If you're high enough at the equator, you should be able to look due north and due south and see both celestial poles, right?
But
these things all happen, okay? So whoever the creator was, or the God, or fucking the Big Bang, dude, they created us on a flat plane that literally looks like we're on a sphere, just to fucking trick us, man. For no reason.
Again, you can either... Once you understand that everything we see is perspective and everything we're told about the heliocentric model is ignoring perspective and assuming that we're on a curved surface, then you can understand it. There's no need to argue about it.
How do you justify that last statement? How is that justified?
By looking and admitting that we don't actually know that things have mass in the sky. We don't know whether how much mass.
See, okay, hey, it was good talking to you, brother, but you're not even staying on your own subject. You just brought something up, and then now you're talking about something else. So thanks for having me on. I'm kind of a fucking elephant in the room right now. You guys go back to your gish gallop. Appreciate it.
Peace. Cheers, Tim. Next one.
Anyway, cheers. Isa, could you share my screen? I'm just going to show this Tim guy. Maybe he can come back at me another time on this, but... I was looking at the salt lakes, the Salar de Uyuni, whatever they are. They're the largest salt lakes in the world. We have satellite calibration that actually measured the less than 1 meter curvature or change in elevation in a 4,000 square mile area. Okay, this is on Wiki, but it's all over the place. You've got it all over. You've got it confirmed here, there, and everywhere. So back to gravity. How did gravity do that? How did these salt plates?
You got to sing it now, Rick. You got to sing it now. Everything you say, you got to sing. That's the rules.
Oh, come on.
No, especially because it's just so fucking boring. Oh,
bring Brenda in. She's got all the answers apparently. She was posted in comment. I can answer this. I can answer this. Me.
I just want to know how. 4,000 miles of sand
That's it.
can withstand the force of gravity.
Not be affected by the moon.
Come on, ballers, come and tell me this. 4,000 miles, and it's flat as a pancake. What happened to gravity?
Yeah, so many miles away. They'll take your moon and your stars away. Yeah, brother, hit it.
Why does the gravity affect
Listen
the
to Nick. Hold on. Nick's got that. Nick's got it going on now. Tell us, Nick.
Well, this is a very old bugger.
Taking
Woke up this morning.
Yeah.
Four 4,000 miles of flat. How you gonna top that, bullets? Gravity can suck my dick, 'cause it's as weak as a next door's bitch.
Keep it nice.
Can't
Keep it
be
nice.
the same. Hell yeah.
She walks among us in the rain. Even tell you there'll be sunshine again. This song was written by Tim, so I take the food right from your plate. She'll steal the crumbs that you want to save. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. She'll take your moon and your stars away. You there, Phuket? You there, brother?
No, he's had to go and deal with his kids.
Okay.
I'm gonna go and top my drink up. I'll be straight back.
Cool. When she thinks about all this going round, could it only be an opportunity? Lead another with some mystery down the road to misery. Weave a little bit of fantasy, because it's really what it seems like to me. She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles, so many miles away. So many trillions, so many millions and millions of miles away. When your baby looks so nice, they'll even want to come and ask the price. When you're lost on the avenue, a broken and attitude, they'll even want to change your face. And at that point, baby, what's left to fake? She'll take your moon and your stars away. So many miles away. They'll take your moon and your stars away. I'm messing it up. It's been a while. It's been a while since I realized that there's still these assholes out here trying to take my moon and my stars away.
Yeah, it's stuck on me.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah.
Cool. Lucky you. That was it. I wrote this. It's like what was it? Oh, my flatterers people, my flatterers family. Oh, my flatterers people, as far as I can see. My flatterers.
He said, "Do you want to stop sharing, Ranty?"
Yeah, I'm on it. It's already. He's not. I don't think he's sharing, is he?
Yeah,
I'm not
someone's
sure.
just saying-
I've stopped
I got you,
sharing.
bud. I got you, brother. Cool. Thank you. Yeah.
Rebel, you can see me instead eating some sweets. Terrible.
Go 100,000. Go 100,000. Let's say. Go 1,000 feet. 100,000 more. So I don't know if you can open up this door. Knock 3 times and see if you can see. Because tonight you're a flat earther to me.
Hey, Isa.
So, yeah.
Did you see Brenda's final words?
What'd she say?
Did you see Brenda's final words?
What happened? She passed. What happened?
She wanted a link, and you said, like, not yet, Tim's in. Maybe when Tim leaves. And basically, she got a bit of a titty lip on, so she basically said, I'm going, or words to that effect. And I said to her, make sure you don't trip over. Oh, she said, you won't let me in, so goodbye, laters. So I said, bye, Brenda. Watch you don't trip over that curve on your way out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Brenda. I mean, you know, Brenda. It's like there's a couple people that have shown that they've already like removed themselves from the intellectual conversation. And no disrespect, but it's like, you know, I allow Tim in because I think he's the best they got to offer. And,
Well, Tim
like
ran
the
up
rest,
before I could tell him about
I
that
wouldn't.
Salardi Uni.
Well, I mean,
4,000 square miles.
You could say, you know, I don't think about him running off as much as he's just heard it all before, man. And it's like any of us, you know, he's of his position in regards to the shape of the earth. You know, I don't know what to say. It's like, you know, it's the standard fucking model. It's what people have taught since they were over fucking year old. And, you know, I don't really, you know, this conversation maybe isn't for everybody.
No.
That's all.
Well, do you know what? Actually, I'm just going to do a video on it. And I'm just going to ask the ballers to come in and just tell me why 4,000 square miles of salt lake can withstand the force of Earth's gravity and not be pulled into a ball.
Well, it'll you know, it'll be due to something about, you know, the density of it. It'll be like, you know, it's like you can't escape. Like, I mean, it's a choice. Like, you know, at this point for me, and it's you know, that's why actually, like, even I'm going to talk about right now. There's Infinite Plain Society put up another billboard in Tulsa, Oklahoma, or not Infinite Plain Society. Actually, forgive me. It was another lady. I forget her name, but she's the one that did it. But you know, so there's another billboard up. This conversation is just going to keep getting with it, and I think there's more. It becomes an interesting conversation, and you know, everyone that's in it, whether you hate it or not, has to at least say that, you know, flat Earth is the subject that you love to hate. You know, if you do hate it. For the rest of us, we're just looking at it objectively. You know what I mean? It's like, but other people have this agenda on it. And,
you know, I want to see the ball because I want to believe we can, in 100 years' time, it won't affect me, but my grandkids could be flying around like bloody Star Trek, because that would be amazing if it was real. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love that idea, but I'm just not seeing it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to materialize, but you know, but who knows, man? You know, they're gonna. I think it's like that whole notion that I mean, I could talk off the chain, but it's like, well, this isn't the company for it. But like the people that are here that are on the ball team, it's like, it's like, I don't really like to talk about any outside of ideas in that sense. But I think, people are they're making movies. They're going to be making movies, and people are going to buy them, and that's all it comes down to.
It's a movie, isn't it?
Well, it's just, I think of it like if you ever look at Penn and Teller they did a bit where they're hanging upside down, but they don't show it until the very end. And like, you can see like when I look at ISS footage, it just looks like everybody's hanging upside down on one of those things. Like all the blood is rushing to their foreheads.
Yeah.
Like, like it's just like they're completely hanging upside down, attached to cables or something. I mean, I really don't know. God knows how they do it. I don't.
Green screen, man. Green screen trickery.
Yo, Phuket, you got I had to mute you for a sec.
There's a request in chat for you there, Issa.
What's that?
IPS is asking that you ban Lottie because she's J-Trig. Dump that troll.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I let him. I mean, if Lottie, if she makes any personal attacks out here, then yeah, then definitely. If Lottie doesn't make any personal attacks, literally this is a place where I keep it open. I let the ballers come in and whine and revile, and they get all upset about it, and I don't mind it. It's all good to me.
That's a bit fucking harsh. Have you seen what he's put there? He banned me. He banned me because I'm a prick. That's a bit fucking harsh. I've got a wrench, man.
Yeah. Well, I look at it like I'm old school in the sense that I've been out here so long, but I love what IPS is doing on his channel. I think it's awesome.
So do I, actually.
I love letting them complain about it over here because it's just funny to watch for me. I had a guy call me up on a private call today, who was on the call yesterday, and talk to me this morning and yell at me like a 5-year-old. You know what I mean? So, he's not banned here. You know what I mean? In fact, he said he was blocked from the channel, but you weren't blocked. So that was a lie. So it's interesting that so many people that from their team, like they come and actually are doing what they say that we're doing. And that's what's so offensive. Once you recognize it, like it's like, when she's J-Trig Lottie, I call, yeah. And shoot, I mean, I wonder sometimes, I can't fault IPS for keeping his chat room clean, because I got to be honest, it's like we've had 2 years out here where like most of flat earthers have like gone. I mean, look at Matrix Decode. He's back on the ball because of what you guys do. So it's kind of one of those things where, that's what you've gotten away with for so long. And maybe that isn't, that's not the future. Like I've put up with it. I think I'm polite, nice, and honorable. And when everyone was hunting for Timmy Osmond, I stood up, because the reason I did that is because I said to myself, wait a minute, as a flat earther, we are the Tim Osmonds of the global system. So we're the ones nitpicking and going, hey, no. Do you remember this part and this and that, the other thing, and the fucking telemetry data and the rest of it? And keeping them on their toes. And so we also have to respect that if you're that voice of opposition in the face of like an overwhelming pitchfork carrying crowd, we have to have common sense. Flat Earth of all things needs that. It needs that. But the thing is what IPS is doing is that's a think tank. And that's different than any of this. And I got to say, though, I think generally moving forward, it's not a bad idea to just ban certain heads on site. It's like, no disrespect. It's like, yo, Grim, we've had it out a couple of times. Like, I don't want to have it out again. That's why it's like, I don't really care to hear your ramblings and have you like yell at me for 5 minutes. It's like literally, like I got talked to this morning with this one brother, and he's just yelling at me, talking about like breaking down like a 5-year-old. And like, it's just, to me, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. We can't actually, hold on now. Rebel, don't be deleting Infinite Plane, please.
He's banned him.
Oh, whoa, what?
Infinite Plane Society was banned by Rebel.
No. Rebel, no. Infinite Plane Society is allowed here, man.
Yeah,
how do I deal? Yeah, let me deal.
I have no idea how you deal with it.
That's all right. I got it. Let me see here. I just got to check my thing.
Is he in participants? Yeah, he's in participants. But that's not.
See,
how you
I don't
do
know
it.
how to unban a motherfucker though. That's the
Neither
thing.
do I. Rebel,
on a
why
sec.
did you do that? He's threatening me and Charlotte. He's a shit. He's not. He's taking the piss, man. He's not. You've misunderstood him. Right. I don't know how to do it, man.
Hold on one sec. I'll figure it out. Hold on.
Fuck you guys. Go suck his dick. I'll unban him.
Yeah, unban. Yeah, unban Infinite Plane. Thank you, Rust. Or thank you, Rebel.
He'll probably never come back in here now, though.
Nah, he'll come back. God willing.
Rebel. I don't think he was threatening you. He's not like that. I'm
Hey,
sure
yo.
that you misunderstood.
Yeah, yo, Infinite Plane. You got a wrench now too. But you know, let's not do wrench wars. I'm not.
How did you do that? How did you do that?
Well, let me make sure if she unbanned. I just went to his comment and checked. If you could comment with the old one. Yeah, like what do you call it? Yeah, I like my boy. I like IPS.
Yeah, I like him as well.
I like what he's doing. You know?
He heard me talking about him in a chat, and I said something along the lines of, "He's okay, but I wish he'd swear a little bit more." And now every time I see him, I say, "Hey, fuck you," and he's like, "Fuck you back, dickhead." Oh yeah, there you go.
You know Squeaker Alpha, don't you?
Yeah, he's a fucking pain in the ass.
He is a pain in the ass. My latest video, I've just uploaded it, and he's there. He's saying, "Are they the image sizes Mike requested with the wide angle lens? Put a wide angle lens on, you get curve because that's the nature of the lens."
I know, and they don't understand it because it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, I see. Okay, let's see what is everyone's problem out here with IPS, because what he's doing is just doing what a lot of people wanted to happen a long time ago, and it's great to see. You know, I mean, like right now, like, yo, there's a billboard up in Tulsa, Oklahoma because of what Homeboy's been putting down in the work. Why would anyone attack him? I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, aside from maybe like personal, anything like that, that's none of my business. I don't deal with none of that shit.
The only thing that I've got against IPS is that he doesn't fucking swear enough. He needs to say the odd swear word to show.
Yo, you know what, too? I thought, I'll be honest. When I first heard IPS, I was like, this motherfucker doesn't laugh. But then I gotta say, like, you know, he's totally, you know, coming as a clutch. I love this one. I think IPS is great, man. It cracks me the fuck up.
I like him.
And I think he understands. He's just savvy as hell. And I don't know what to say to people who can't understand it. But other than, I accept it.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. There was a lot of suspicion when he first came on because nobody knew where he came from, and he had all these followers and this tip of the beak stuff, and I didn't really know.
Are you mute? Did you mute me? Hold on. Did you mute me? What the fuck? Don't be starting that shit either. That's a whole other war. Go on.
Rancy's just muted you.
You me?
I never.
All right, go on. Whatever. Carry on.
Right. Anyway, so Flat Earth Math wants to join. Send him a link, Isa, if you can.
Oh, Charles?
I wanted to speak to that guy for a while.
Oh. I love you, Charles.
Do you know what? He's the opposite of Tim, though, isn't he? Because Tim's like quite harsh, and at least Flat Earth Math's like polite about it. He calls you an asshole, but in a really, really polite way. He's like the male version of Patricia Steer, and I mean that in a nice way. So
yeah,
let's have a chat.
I always bust his chops with. Well, yo, my thing is that I have to go literally in half an hour, like be out the door. Okay. But yeah, let me see. If I can get
absolutely boiling. How hot can I run my processor before it starts causing me problems?
I don't know. Timmy was the one that would know.
He said it'd kill it, but I don't know what the limit is.
Let me see. Flat Earth Math, cool.
Can you email me?
Cool.
Flat Earth Math at Gmail.
How about this? I added you as Flat Earth Math, but I think it might be a different icon that you've got on the Hangouts. But I added math.
He wants an email at Flat Earth Math Is that all one word, that flatearthmath@gmail.com? Right, I'll try doing it from work.
Let me see.
Or are you doing it?
Let me see.
Are you doing it, Isa? Or
Yeah,
what?
I got it. Flat Earth Math
@gmail.com.
Cool.
I was watching him recently with Antonio.
Nice. Cool. All right, yeah, he's got yeah, I sent you the link, brother. You got the link.
IPS. Rebel. It's obvious that, what is it? It's obvious that you've been banned from our reindeer games and you're mad about it.
Yeah, it's like, I think a lot of people may not know. It's like we've been out here for I've been out here for a year, but some people have been out here for like 2 years, and so I mean, I've become acquainted with a lot of all kinds of characters out here for the amount of time I've been here, and I think some people that are new to this, that are looking at like IPS and the way he handles his chat room and cutting everybody down and cutting everybody out. I try not to go down that route, because that's not the spirit. That's not the spirit that I came into this with, which was really over at FreeChan and stuff, which was letting everyone just ride up until a certain point. But now I got the helm of it, so I mean, I would hope Rebel isn't getting attacked out there. I hope everything is all right. But welcome to the to court, Flat Earth Math. What's up, brother?
Hello, Isa. Thank you so much for your kind invitation. I appreciate it.
Of course, brother. Always welcome, man.
Hey, I wanted to tell you about, I guess it was about a week ago when you were talking about economics and stuff, and I was just like, and you are right. You are right on. The guy you were talking to was, he had a sort of a childlike sense of economics. Chickens should be free and stuff like that, and it sounded really great. But it's like, and then you were laying down reality for him. And I wanted to give you props for that.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's so many levels to this, man. And yeah, you're right. It's like, that's where I can respect a gentleman like yourself who can appreciate that kind of a stand. Like, that's where it's like, it's wild, because so many of us would get along on so many other topics, and then we come together with this flat earth shit, and it's like, it's so wild, because I'm sure we could I don't know, split hairs about all of it,
Yeah, so civility, is really the way to go. I mean, somebody was mentioning, I think it might have been Antonio, and he was talking about the creationist versus the evolutionist debates. If you ever watch those debates, these guys are pros. They respect each other. They kind of go on a circuit together. Like they travel to college campuses, and they shake hands at the start of the debate, and they shake hands at the end of the debate. And it's an exchange of ideas.
Yep.
So
yeah, it can get animated. I mean, I guess, but it's the temperature of the room that you're in. It's like, you and I, we've had it, and plus you and I guess we've been at it before. I guess I have so much respect for a lot of cats that I've kind of cut teeth with out here, and it's I can't, I think I would be dishonorable for me to forget all the faces and all the people that I've talked to out here, because I would also not want to see that those guys get pushed away from the conversation in total,
Right.
But yeah, man, there's a lot to it. I think you're awesome, because you come with the you don't bow at all either. I'm sure Anthony maybe has a couple words.
Yeah, Anthony, have you and I ever spoken?
No, I watched you against Antonio recently, but I've never spoken. I thought, I'll be honest, I watched that conversation with you and Antonio, and I thought, there ain't no way that guy honestly believes that we live on a spinning ball. He's too intelligent.
Well, I appreciate that, but I don't believe we live in a spinning ball. I believe we live on a very, very, very slowly rotating planet. All right, the spinning ball is what gets people. The spinning ball is the red herring that trips up so many people. Anyway, that's
all right. Let me ask you this then, without falling out in any way. Mick West has been on with me recently, and we've been locking horns for a couple of comments and a couple of videos. And essentially, he's brought out a video today showing us what it would look like if we lived on a flat Earth. And he's done it over Google, and on Google Earth, rather. But to do it, he's had to pick his elevation up to 50 meters. from a vantage point that I've been to myself, and I've got P900 footage that shows that, well, basically there doesn't appear to be any curve. There appears to be something, but whether it's curve or not is debatable. And if it is curve, it's a lot less than what they tell us it is. And he basically glosses over it and says that it's an erroneous mistake, or it's an anomaly. And I'm thinking, no, it wasn't an anomaly. We could go back and get that many times. Ranty, the guy that's in the chat right now, the ugly looking guy with the check shirt on.
Yeah, cheers.
Yeah, he's me and him were doing it together. It's his P900, and we were doing it together. And he's brought out this video showing what it would look like if the Earth was flat, but it's from 50 meters in elevation. We were on the beach.
Right. I get you. Well, here's the thing that a lot of folks don't appreciate is that you really should not see a curved horizon. If you go up 40,000 feet looking through an airplane window, you still shouldn't see a curved horizon.
No, this wasn't left to right though. This was forward to backwards.
Well, forward to backwards is a tough nut. I mean, it really is a tough nut because it's extremely rare to have some kind of a landmark, such as a row of power lines that are mounted in a straight line. I think you know where I'm going with this. It's extremely rare. All right, extremely rare to see a row of something where you could look front to back and see the curvature. That's why the Lake Pontchartrain stuff is just so fascinating, is because like that's extremely rare on the Earth.
I agree, but I did deal with that about a month ago, and I got the right power lines before you ask. But essentially, my conclusion on that was something else was going on, because he was doing that from 18 miles, and I've got evidence at nearly 30 miles that contradicts that massively. So for me, I wasn't prepared to engage in it too much. I did discuss it on a video, but I mean, Isa, can I show him? I know I'm killing the Blackpool Tower thing, but can I show him? And
God!
Please, come on.
Yeah, okay.
I promise I'll not do it for at least a week.
All right.
So let me know when
you're ready. You're good.
Oh, hang on, I need to go back to that and share it. Don't. Oh, I'm on. No, I'm not.
You're on.
So share my screen now. I'm on, right? Okay. Yeah. So, where is it gone? Mick West. There we go. When I did a hangout with Mick West recently, I'll make that bigger so you can see it. This is the tower structure that I'm looking at from 30 miles away. And due to the curvature of the Earth, most of it is obscured by the horizon. Okay. That's what Mick said we should see. And I was like, do you know what, Mick? That's consistent with your standard refraction Metabunk website. That's exactly I would agree. That's what both pieces of evidence say. The trouble is, when we actually went and did the experiment, hang on, I need to get back to my desktop. I'll minimize that for now. When we actually went and did the experiment, this is what we actually saw. Now, we did do this at nighttime. There we go. So basically, we have Mick telling us that the ball of the tower is on the horizon. But in real life, that's what we actually saw from 30 miles away. Now, Ranty and I were like, whoa. It wasn't a question of how much of the tower we're meant to be seeing, because clearly this is the ball at the top. This top part is this bit here. Now, the question wasn't how much of the tower are we seeing. The question was, what the hell are the lights at the bottom? So we could see this light along here that we found out was a roller coaster at 235 feet. And we could see this light down here, which there was some debate over, but in any event, it's low. Whatever it is that we're looking at, it's low. These two lights are on the south shore.
Ball, mate.
Yeah, it's okay. But in any event, these two lights are on the south shore, and they're on the pier. Sorry, the south pier. They're on the water. They're actually on the water. So we know that we're seeing the whole of the tower. Yeah, the Metabunk site says that that's what we're supposed to see. Now, what's happened since is Mick's done a video, and I've basically shouted all over this because he is a fraud. He knows that this is wrong. This is complete lies. But he's saying that he's basically classing our evidence as erroneous and completely like a freak, and it's completely preposterous. So on the one hand, I've got yourself that's in it like a well-spoken, and I respect you because you don't speak horribly, but then again, I respect Mick because he doesn't speak horribly either. But he's telling us that that's what we're meant to see, but when we actually go and get the evidence ourselves, that's not what we're seeing, and he classes it as an anomaly. And I'm like, what? Now, I appreciate you've come to this completely cold and you're not familiar with it at all.
Yeah. Can I just jump in and just sort of talk sort of at a high level about this issue? Because trying to sense obstruction, trying to see obstruction in the real world is a really there's a lot of variables, and weather factors in, temperature, humidity, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with a guy by the name of BMLSB 69. His name is Bo. He's out in California, I think Santa Monica, and he's photographed oil derricks off the shore. And he apparently there's one parking lot that he goes to that has a really nice overlook. It's got decent elevation, and he has these photographs that are taken from the exact same vantage point, same level of zoom. And on one, there's this far oil derrick that's like 10 miles away. It's like half covered with the horizon. Okay, and then in another photograph, the entire far derrick you could see all the way down to the waterline. Okay, and according to curvature math. But what's fascinating for me, and I know I'm not really answering your question exactly, I'm just trying to talk sort of as an analogy. The thing that's fascinating for me is that both those photographs were taken from the exact same spot. So on one photograph, the thing is half covered by water, and the other one, it's completely exposed all the way down to the waterline, which tells me that there's something else going on besides Earth curvature.
Yeah, well, let me put this into a bit of context for you with what you were saying about, you mentioned the tides then. This is the same vantage point, the same observation point. Now, these towers are 4 to 5 miles away from us. They're between 4 and 5 miles. We've checked it on Google Earth. We know that these are close to us. Now, the issue is there's a correlation. There's a direct cause and effect here with regards to the tide in the foreground in relation to how much they go up these towers that are close to us and directly affecting the tower in the background. This is the tower that we're looking at. Now, the picture's taken now at low tide, which is clearly demonstrated on these towers here. But watch what happens when it goes to high tide. Now the tide is right up to just below this point that you see here. Now, when it goes back down to low tide again, because he flicks through it now, just bear with me until it flicks back. Come on. Just all I want you to do at this point is notice the high tide.
Yeah.
And then
what I would argue, Anthony, is that it isn't just the tides. I mean, I totally respect that if you were looking at the tide table, if you actually had the tide specs, in front of you as you were taking these photographs, that's fine, and that's valid data, and it's valid to write that stuff down. But what the point I was trying to make about Bo's footage about the oil derricks, we're talking about a rise in water of like several hundred feet. Okay, so it was not the tides I'm talking about; it was the refraction. Okay, the hump of water that was obscuring that far derrick was like 100 feet tall.
Do you mind if I get his picture up so we can see it? So that we can see it. What was the name of the guy?
Oh, I don't want to spend time. I mean, it would take a while to find it. His YouTube name is BMLSB 69. But the thing is, this is stuff he had from like 6 months ago. So it would take, what was it called? It wasn't Platform Grace. I don't know. I don't want to take away time from the conversation to search for this stuff. But
let me just conclude. Let me conclude. Sure. As the tide's at low tide here, and then it rises to high tide here, there's a direct correlation with the tower in the background here. And you can see that as the tide goes up in the foreground, it literally drowns out the thing in the background, the tower. And my problem with that is the tower doesn't appear to change its form. It doesn't appear to be subject to refraction or diffraction. It looks like it's exactly the same position as what it is there. And there is no other explanation, in my opinion, and there's certainly no other evidence to the contrary. It's the tide in the foreground blotting out that which is in the background. So, there may be other atmospheric things going on. There may be a little bit of looming or lensing in some way, but it's minuscule if it is. It doesn't appear to make any difference.
Yeah, I totally see your point. And the thing is, you touch on something that's really important, and that is like to see how you're doing the before and after comparison. People need to do a lot more of that stuff. That you could calibrate your camera in terms of angular resolution, like how many pixels per degree. And like people talk about atmospheric lensing and refraction magnification, things like that. But you can actually test these things if you calibrate your camera. So the stuff like this is fantastic footage. But I will say that I will never tell somebody, oh, well, you shouldn't be able to see XYZ from a certain distance, even using the Metabug calculator, because refraction can be a real bear. Refraction can be a huge source of variability. Yeah,
but here's the thing, though. Mick has done that. Mick has told us that that's what we're supposed to see. And as I show in that video and in that photo, we're seeing significantly more.
Yeah.
Now,
well, see, that's the problem. If I were in Mick's shoes, well, yeah, I'm not going to speak for Mick. Myself, I would never tell somebody, you should see this, you shouldn't see that. Because I know for a fact that refraction, just refraction alone, it causes a huge variability in what we see and how much we can see.
Yeah, but
so can I just give you one number? Can I give you one number? And that is 35 miles. And so what I tell people is, if you want to say, you know, oh, should we see this from a certain distance? I'm going to say, take 35 miles away from the distance. So, you know, you got something that's like, you know, some mountain that's like 60 miles away. So just subtract 35. Okay, so pretend the mountain is 25 miles away and then run the calculations. And the reason why I say 35 miles is that is half a degree of refraction. Exactly half a degree of refraction is 35 miles. Yeah, and so that it just buys you the distance.
This is where I'd respectfully disagree, because although I take your point with refraction in terms of what it actually does, it's the value of it, how much of an effect it actually gives us, is the point that I would disagree with, because it appears to be minuscule, if not at all. I accept that it is there. We see it in the Skunk Bay footage where it stretches and it shrinks stuff. But we don't see
vertically. Stretches and shrinks stuff vertically. Exactly. Absolutely.
Exactly. But we don't see this tower coming into the foreground and dropping into the background because we're seeing over the curve. And that's how Mick West describes it.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit.
Sorry, I was just saying that we see it stretch north to south, up to down, but we don't see the tower dropping into the background and coming into the foreground the way Nick West describes it. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with Nick West, so I don't really know, you know, what his argument was. But I know that refraction is, you know, it's just a huge source of variability. But do you understand what I was saying about the half a degree? Like what was that mountain, Mount Canigou in France, where they can only see it like twice a year, and it's when the sun sets right behind it, or something like that. Jeranism had a big video. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
So like, well, that buys you your half a degree of refraction, because like the moment the sun sets, I mean, that's your maximum refraction for the whole day, and that's where you can actually measure this stuff. So just all I got to do, like for example, if you took Mount Canigou, ran the numbers, just subtract 35 miles from the distance, and then run the numbers again, and you'll see you'll be able to see it. It works perfectly.
What do you mean? I'm not sure I'm with you. If you take 35 miles off the distance.
Okay, so if you can imagine a circle 25,000 miles in circumference, and then so that's 360 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay. So 300. So it's like you set up a ratio. 360 equals 25,000 miles. Well, then you say, well, what's a half a degree? So a half a degree of refraction would simply bend the light downwards just a half a degree. Well, that would take you a half a degree around the circumference.
Yeah, but that's based on 35 miles. Refraction doesn't work.
No. I'm saying if you set up a proportion that you set 25,000 miles to be proportional to 360 degrees, well, then what's half a degree? Half a degree is 35 miles.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So that's how much the light, and when I'm talking max refraction, I am not saying you're going to see this refraction every single day. I'm just saying under maximum conditions. For example, the Mount Canigou, you can buy, quote unquote, 35 miles of distance, you know?
All right.
And the numbers work perfectly. I mean, you could take every single one of these sightings, like literally go through the entire Flat Earth catalog of videos and take every single example where somebody says you shouldn't be able to see XYZ from this distance. All you got to do is take 35 miles off the distance, and the numbers work perfectly. And not only that, but how much of it is obscured? Like the Mount Canigou, about 2/3 of the mountain is obscured. Well, that's exactly what is predicted.
Well, what I'll say is this. That's not been my experience with refraction. We appear to see little to no of refraction whatsoever. And I'll say this in a nice way because you're a nice guy and I don't want to be horrible. Sure. But it seems to me that you're fudging the maths to match the evidence, because that's
absolutely. I can 100% agree with you that where you would see, like, you know, oh, flat Earth math. I mean, he's just throwing in wiggle room. Okay, yeah. So you know what I'm going to say to that? Let's throw it out the window. Let's throw, you know, looking at things on the horizon, just throw it out the window, and well, let's look elsewhere. Is there any other place that we could look so that we could determine the shape of the Earth? And then here's
with regards to, is there any other place that we can look to denote curvature or not?
Well, when we say curvature, there's many ways of detecting curvature other than looking at things on the horizon. And what I mean by that is you can look up. You can look up. And I was at my school the other day, and there's this really far. And so I was in somebody's classroom, and I was looking out, and there's like a football field where there's the uprights on the football field, and then there's this far water tower. And I was just, looking out the window, and I just noticed that the one football field upright lined up with the water tower that was like 2 miles away. And then I'm in somebody else's classroom, same side of the building. And then I look out the window, and I still see that same far water tower, but the uprights are no longer lined up. And it's like, that's interesting, because like when I shifted my position, the angles changed. Okay. Yeah, and so the metaphor is you could do the same with the earth. I'm sorry, I missed what you said.
But you obviously realize that all you're illustrating there is the parallax of the football field post and the tower in the background.
Absolutely. But the metaphor is that if I turn the corner and I look out a third set of windows, such that I'm now looking through a window that is 90 degrees from the first window, I'm now looking at a completely different angle. It's no longer just parallax. I am looking, like, let's say I'm facing the window and I look left to see the far water tower. Whereas when I was looking out of that woman's classroom, I had to look right to see the water tower. So it's like, the angle then shifted 90 degrees. I'm now looking at the same water tower, but I now have to look 90 degrees differently. So it's no longer parallax. It was parallax with the first two examples I gave, but it's now no longer parallax. It's now a change of viewing angle. And that is the key to the whole ball of wax.
I don't see how it's not parallax in the third instance. It's still, you're looking at the same things, but from a different angle. The window orientation is irrelevant.
So about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes ago, somebody mentioned about 69 miles per degree. I think it was Tim was talking about that. And you said, well, you get the same thing on the flat plane. And yeah. I totally appreciate that argument, but the numbers don't.
I'm glad, because Tim didn't.
Yeah, no. The thing is that the whole thing about Eratosthenes, the light going down the well, and then versus the light at Syene or wherever he was, Alexandria, and it was at an angle. And you're like, well, that could work on a flat plane. Absolutely, it could work on a flat plane with exactly two observers. But then you add other observers, and all of a sudden, the geometry breaks down.
Yeah, so but wouldn't you agree that that's based on the assumption that we're looking directly at the sun? In other words, the atmosphere doesn't interfere with what we see.
So now here's where I'm going to accuse you of fudging the numbers. I'm teasing.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But no, you're exactly right. But the thing is, that is an idea that can be tested as well by when you look up, do you see a funhouse mirror distortion? Like when you look up at the sun and you say, well, what if the sun is really someplace else? Well, so maybe there's like a giant lens. Well, does the sun appear to be a perfect circle no matter where it is, anywhere in the sky, except right on the horizon? And if the answer is yes, well, then there doesn't appear to be any funhouse mirror distortion. Not that it has to be a funhouse mirror, but like the distortion that we're talking about, that would shift the position of something from one area of the sky to another area in the sky.
My honest answer to that would be I don't know is the honest answer, because we see the horizon that is weird. That's the only word to describe it, is weird.
Right. Some
people can articulate what they think they're seeing. Other people would disagree with it. But when we're generally looking pretty much up, then we tend to see, I would argue, what we probably think is directly at the sun. But at the horizon, I don't think we are looking directly at the sun.
Okay, but let's look up, right? Let's look up. I don't know if it's today. Does anybody know when the summer solstice is? It's either today or tomorrow. I should know these things. But that's when the sun's going to be highest in the sky for everybody in the northern hemisphere. And you can actually measure the height of the sun, find your latitude, subtract it from 90, and then add 23.4 degrees. I know I just said that really fast, but basically the height of the sun in the sky is going to be 90 minus your latitude on the equinox and solar noon. So, March 23rd, whatever. What's the height of the sun in the sky on the equinox, solar noon? It's 90 minus your latitude. So I'm at 40 degrees latitude. The sun's going to be 50 degrees in this high in the sky. But then at the solstices, it's going to be either 23.4 degrees higher or 23.4 degrees lower. So the solstice is either today or tomorrow. It's going to be 50 plus 23. So it's going to be 73.4 degrees from my location near Philadelphia. And that's a math problem that'll work everywhere on the Earth. And it can only work. You can only add and subtract angles from a sphere. You can't add and subtract angles from a flat plane because the angles don't line up.
Well, I would disagree with that. I mean, I was challenged by Kara from Earth Discussions 2.0 to explain the equinox on a flat plane, and I'll be honest, I didn't know the answer. So I went to somebody that did, and then we did a hangout based on his answer, and he explained it perfectly. I asked her to debunk it in terms of show me why it's wrong, and she didn't even address it. She just basically regurgitated her own model and said that I didn't debunk her. And I wasn't meant to be debunking. I was meant to be explaining how it worked on a flat Earth model, which I did, and then asked her to criticize, and she didn't critique it at all. So I asked Sly Sparkane, would he do it? And he came back with, well, you didn't do it yourself. You got somebody else to do it. So I'm not going to do it. And I was like, no. The answer is,
well,
yes,
I'm not familiar with that conversation. So I'd be interested in the actual details of that. Because
I'll give you the link now. Bear with me.
Oh, okay. Because I'm a geometry teacher. And angles and segments and that stuff's my bread and butter, and it's just one of the phenomenon in geometry is that angles don't translate to segments. The only time angles translate to segments is if those segments are in an arc. Like if you had a 20-sided polygon. Each of those sides of the polygon is along an arc. So the segments will line up with angles. But if you had, say, a straight ruler, and you had a thumbtack in the desk and you draw the lines from all the markings on the ruler to that thumbtack, well, all those angles are not going to be the same. That's the key. Angles just don't line up when you have a flat, like a straight line segment. I don't know if I'm making any sense.
Yeah, you are. I've left a link in the side chat for you there.
Oh, okay.
It's basically the first 35 minutes. If you could do the job that Sly Sparkane refused to do because I didn't address it, I would really appreciate it. Because if it is wrong and you can show me why it's wrong, hey, man, that's cool. I want to learn. I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm wearing a T-shirt right now that says the Earth's flat. I don't necessarily agree that the Earth is flat because I haven't traversed the whole Earth. Where I'm at, it does appear to be flat, and the sky appears to be blue where I'm at. And I know the sky goes all the way around the Earth, whether it be flat or round. I can make a logical assumption that the Earth might be flat all the way around, even though I can't prove it, but I certainly believe it where I live. But equally, Sly said that he wasn't prepared to deal with my response video to Kara because I didn't explain it myself. But if I've done something wrong, or if the guy that's explained it's done something wrong, please tell me where it's gone wrong and let me reconsider my position, because I want to know. I want to know why it's wrong, because it's what I believe is the perfect explanation on the flat plane for what we see at the equinoxes. If I've got it wrong, tell me, because I do want to know. Sly wouldn't do it, and he's the biggest protagonist against me these days.
Yeah, I there seems to be a grudge match between a couple of you guys. I think Sean Hufford's in there somewhere, and
no, he's gone.
I'm not a big fan of like the whole videos where it's like, hey, here's a flat Earth video, and I'm just going to attack a person. And it's like, well, no, it should be a flat Earth video that's like talking about a flat Earth concept, or a globe Earth video that's talking about a globe Earth concept.
I totally agree. Listen, that's why I think that if I'm wrong in any way, or the guy that's explained it's wrong in any way, come back and tell me, because that's the only thing that. Otherwise, I'm going to go on believing it to be true because nobody else has proved it otherwise. Yeah. But I'm all about the evidence. If there's evidence that proves I'm wrong, someone produce it, and then I'll reconsider my position. And it may be that I go away and rethink about it and come back with an alternative and say, do you know what? I've thought about what you said, and there's the answer. Or I'll come back and say, do you know what? I haven't got an answer for that, and I'll jump, because I will jump if I feel that there's evidence there to persuade me. But I've not come across evidence that's there to persuade me at the moment, and that's why I've wanted to run into you for a while, because you're actually able to discuss things in a way that's better than almost everybody else I've come across.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'm sorry, my kids are making noise upstairs. It always seems like when I'm on the hangout, the kids they're drawn to, they see me talking at the computer, and so they're just drawn, and then so they're gonna sit right next to me and shake a rattle or something. It's like, are you kidding me? You weren't shaking that rattle when I wasn't on the hangout. Anyway, I really appreciate this conversation, Anthony. But
when I get into hangout myself, I get all the trolls on as well. It's the same kind of thing. But go on, carry on.
But what I was going to say to you is that what I see my role is not trying to convert people, because I believe really, really strongly that well, I live in the United States. I say it's a free country, but it's a free planet. I'm assuming, are you in the UK?
Sure.
The UK is a free society. People are free. They should be free to believe, whatever they want. What I see my role as is trying to clear up misconceptions about, say, the heliocentric model. So if somebody genuinely doesn't understand an aspect of it, I want to try to clear that up. And go ahead and keep believing what you want to believe, but let me just clear up this aspect if you misunderstand. Does that make sense?
Sure, but if that's the case, then can I ask you a question that I've not found an answer to?
Oh, sure.
Mercury or Venus, the two planets closest to the sun.
Yes.
How can we see them at nighttime if when we're at nighttime we're facing Pluto, Neptune, Saturn, Uranus?
The key is when do we see them? If somebody were to say I was at midnight, I'm going to say it's not possible to see Venus at midnight. Same thing with Mercury. If you're seeing these planets at midnight, then there's something wrong with my model. Okay, but if you're seeing them right after sunset, then I would say that's definitely possible. And the key is that the sun is just below the horizon, so you're still literally facing the sun. Like, let's say you're facing west. Okay, the sun has just set. You are still facing west. Now, where's the sun? The sun is just a hand's width below the horizon. So you are literally facing the sun. Yeah, but it's now pitch black. It's pitch black. Does that make sense?
Would you agree, though, that Venus or Mercury should be on the horizon one side, and the other side would be Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto coming round to you, because you're looking across the other side of the solar system?
This is true, but it is possible that Saturn is also facing west. Saturn could be on the far side of its orbit.
Agreed. Okay,
so it is possible for me to look, and there's photographs of this, that trip people up, where somebody says, well, there's Venus and then there's Mars in the same photograph, and they're right next to each other. And like, how's that possible? How could Venus be next to Mars?
Because you'll have Venus in the foreground, then the sun, and then Mars behind it.
Absolutely, but it's not just the sun, but the sun is just below the horizon. So it's pitch black for you, even though you are facing the sun's direction. The sun just has to be about 18 degrees or so below the horizon, and then you have pitch black skies. But that's an excellent question. And the thing is, that only happens in certain times of the year. They call it elongation. So you have maximum western elongation, where the sun is setting in the west, and then you still see Mercury or Venus when they are as far west as they're going to go. And then there's maximum eastern elongation, where you see them before sunrise.
So is it fair to say then that Mercury and Venus, an hour after sunset, we should never see them?
No, not. Longer, and it's not an hour. You shouldn't see Mercury, say, longer than an hour after sunset. Okay. So if the sun sets at 6, I'm pretty sure you're not going to see Mercury at like 7:30. But don't quote me on those numbers. Venus, however, you should be able to see that for maybe 3 hours. Venus is a good distance away from the sun. And it's just it's literally a geometry problem, Anthony. If you just draw a series of concentric circles and you make them proportional, I think if the Earth orbit is, say, 1 AU, I think Venus is something like 0.72 or something AU. So it's like, if you just draw these concentric circles to scale, then you could easily find where you could place a dot. Again, maximum western elongation. So it's almost like at right angles to the sun from your vantage point. And then you can actually calculate how many degrees away from the sun it is, right? That's a math problem. And then if you can calculate how many degrees away from the sun it is, you can actually time to the minute how long you'll be able to see it in the sky after the sun sets. And it all works beautifully.
I mean, I've not looked into the Mercury-Venus thing because I didn't understand that there even could be a possible explanation for it on the heliocentric model, but I accept that it could be maybe an hour or so after sunset. But if it's like an hour, if it goes beyond an hour, I'm going to struggle accepting that, because geometrically that doesn't make sense if we're looking at the other side of the solar system.
So, but you got to run the numbers. So an hour, that's 1/24th, 1/24th of a day. So that's 15 degrees of, say, sun behind the horizon. I mean, it's not exactly 15 degrees because it depends on what season it is. On the equinox, say, the sun is going to move through the sky at 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah.
So 1 hour would be the sun is 15 degrees below the horizon. 2 hours, the sun is 30 degrees below the horizon. And then so you literally can run the numbers. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it turns out that it's a very nice geometry problem. And there's a website that's actually, I think it's for astrologers, I was born in Aquarius with a rising sign of Mars or something, and the thing is they map out all the planets. I think it's called the Solar System Today or something, or it's called the Pay. And they map it out with the Earth at the center, even though they don't say the Earth is at the center, but they map out the Earth is at the center, and they have 12 signs of the zodiac around the Earth, and that you can see where all the planets are. It's kind of interesting, but the thing is, it's a geometry problem. You can see where the planets are.
What I'll do then is I'll go away and reconsider the Mercury and Venus situation. If you'd consider the Kara situation, and let me know why it's wrong.
Yes. So do you see in the side chat, and then anybody is always free to email me. I'm flatearthmath@gmail.com. So if you could just shoot me just a quick email, just say hello. Because the thing is, I want to be able to get back to you. I want to take my time, watch that video that you sent me the link to, and then I want to be able to get back to you.
All right, I've sent you the email. I've sent it from work because I'm technically working from home at the minute, so I've just done it from work.
Are you hard at work?
Yeah, really hard. Obviously, don't pass that email address around because it's private between me and you.
No,
it's just very convenient.
No, I'm not one of those people.
All right, so I've sent you the email. Just let me know that you've got it, and then let's do a chat. Let's arrange a hookup sometime, and we'll do it maybe on a hangout.
Yeah. My summer is largely open. I'm going to be running summer school. The thing is, I didn't know who they were going to have to teach summer school, so I had some ideas. So I typed an email saying, hey, whoever's running summer school, here's a bunch of ideas and how it could be run really well. And then I get this message back from the principal: you've been selected to run summer school. So that's going to start next week, but that's only going to be like half days. But largely, I've got a lot of flexibility with my time.
All right, cool. Listen, Issa, if you want to stop sharing me because I'm on the screen share still, I'll step off now microphone wise, and you can chat to anybody else, or if you have to shoot.
Hey, I see Nick. Nick has got a question. All right, but Anthony, it was a real pleasure speaking with you, sir.
I hope you're sticking around for a sec. You're gonna have to put up with you being stuck on the screen and just hold down the chat for a little bit. If that's cool. Forgive me for keeping it locked on you. I'm running an errand.
Yeah, that's okay. You do your stuff, and then we'll catch up in a bit. Nick, it's over to you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're still. Well, no, check it. You're on live.
All right, man.
Okay.
Charles, yeah.
Yes, and before we get started, Nick, I want to thank you very, very much for the way you conduct yourself online, the way you respond to people's questions, and then you engage in the debate and very, very respectful. You can engage it with Globe folks, toe to toe, but there's never any animosity. I just want to say, shout out, props to you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thanks. And likewise, really, and I totally understand where everyone's coming from, and we were all at that. I totally understand people's reasons for whatever, the whole idea of the debate. Personally, okay, I'll just go straight down to my question. If you have 2 points of reference, say it's a set of goalposts like the American football or rugby, yeah, you've got these 2 posts, and we see a light going between those 2 posts, and that light takes a certain amount of time to go, from between the posts, from one post to the other.
Yes.
Do you picture what I'm saying now?
Yeah. Yes. So if I can just repeat it back. So basically we have 2 uprights, and then maybe there's a string and there's literally a flashlight that's traveling on a string between those lights, or maybe the light is someplace else, but we see the light going between the posts.
Exactly. Yeah. It's in the sky. The light's in the sky. We see it going between the posts, and it takes a certain amount of time to go from the left post to the right post. How?
Yes.
From that, if we do not know how far away that light is, or how big it is, or what it is, how do we know just from the timing that what the distance is?
Yeah, and I think we did come up with this. I guess it was a conversation in the message boards about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And the answer to your question is there's no way of determining the distance from just that set of information. We just see a light traveling from point A to point B in the sky. We have a certain angular speed. Yes, you are absolutely 100% correct. We cannot determine the distance. And so I hope you remember what my response on top of that is that when we look at these luminaries or lights in the sky, and they've measured very, very carefully the speed, which is different for like the planets throughout the course of they've determined, and again, this was over hundreds and hundreds of years, but they've determined that there is a shape to the solar system, and that you have, say, Mercury and Venus orbiting the sun inside of our orbit, and then Mars is outside of our orbit. But all these things are measurable and visible just in terms of angular distance. So again, no mileage, right? So I want to say you are correct. You can't find the miles, but you can determine the geometry of proportionality of Mercury's orbit, the proportionality of Venus's orbit. In other words, if we say Earth's orbit has a radius of 1, right, then you can, by very, very careful measurements, you could say, well, Venus's orbit is 0.72. Does that make sense? Just by looking at the geometry, not knowing distance, not knowing a single mile. But that's okay. And then and then they did that over like hundreds of years. They actually figured out these proportions. Right. So they figured out the how big Mercury's orbit was, how big Venus's orbit was in comparison to Earth's orbit, not in miles, just as a fraction. And then that's when the Venus transit of, I don't know, 18 something or other came into play. That's when they actually got the actual mileage.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, the Venus transit, again, I mean, it really does depend on how big, how far away those objects are, and how fast they're actually going in order to, it's just, okay, it is arbitrary, right? So I'd just like to explain, as you're the kind of guy that seems to be the kind of guy that listens, I understand, and I think most flat earthers do understand, it isn't ignorance about how the heliocentric model is supposed to work, but it is an understanding that we can assume things from the passage of time, and time being cyclical, and create a model out of that, So the way I see that distances and sizes of planets has been determined or calculated rather than actually measured is based on, you have to have some kind of assumption to start with, like, for example, the idea that the sun is a certain distance or size, or the Earth is a certain, and if you're going to base the whole model on being based on mass, then you have to assume that the Earth has a certain amount of mass. I know you can do calculations which... Right.
I'm pretty sure, and I see Charlie's in the chat, I'm pretty sure that they didn't estimate the mass of the sun before they estimated the distance of the Earth to the sun. I'm pretty sure the mass came much, much later. And you're absolutely right. You can't, there's no scale you can sit the sun on and say, it weighs so many stone. You're absolutely right. And there are a huge number of assumptions. But here's the thing that I think a lot of people miss, is that these assumptions get tested all the time, not perfectly tested, but scientists are very creative people. They're always coming up with experiments and ways to analyze things. And sometimes it's really neat when somebody comes in like through the back door and they're like, well, let me analyze this from a completely different angle, testing these assumptions. And again, it's not all done perfectly. And when we're talking about the solar system, you can't stretch a ruler, from the Earth to the sun. But you can test these assumptions using multiple means of discovery and exploration. And that's really where the whole body of astronomy knowledge has been, building and building and building, standing on the shoulders of giants over a span of many, many, many years, many centuries, actually.
Yeah. And this is understood as well. And of course, we all had this same reaction that, no, surely you're not taking on hundreds of years of established science. And we've all been through this kind of aghastness that the very few people that were coming out with flat Earth stuff a few years ago and reminding us of the fact that flat Earth has been a topic of hot debate for a long time anyway. I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought there.
Well, the thing is, and I'm not trying to have an appeal to authority, so I want to be very clear about that. I'm not trying to say, all these astronomers figured all this stuff out, so we should just take their word for it and stop asking so many questions. And I know sometimes people come off sounding like that, I think appeal to authority is a horrible, horrible fallacy. But I say, ask the questions. But the thing is, ask people who could, can kind of engage you in conversation. Not that you're just appealing to them and if they're going to feed you with more lies, but just, so that you can understand it better. Like, for example, Charlie in the chat, his level of knowledge of astronomy, he's forgotten more about astronomy than I've ever learned. And so it's like, I've got a lot to learn, I've got a huge amount to learn. But so what I say is throw all that out the window. And I really hope you guys appreciate this, and those folks in the chat. Throw NASA under the bus, throw Apollo under the bus, throw out all of astronomy and just start off with square zero, where you've got a protractor, you've got a P900 and you've got a tripod and you can make some measurements. And then if you do these things, if you do make your own measurements, not appealing to anyone's authority, you can actually determine the shape of the Earth yourself.
Well, the thing is, there's a couple of things there which come up. Of course, perspective is that whole thing we often go on about, and it appears to me that this curvature we're told to, frankly, imagine is something that replaces perspective, because none of the arguments take perspective into account. The very, very simple fact that, something high in the sky is close and something far away is closer to the horizon. That's completely ignored as, that is a reality that we can see and experience every day, but we're told to ignore that when it comes to, and replace it with curvature.
Yeah, well, could I argue that I don't think you're actually told to ignore that? I genuinely don't. And if you have been told to ignore that by anybody, then please, ignore that person. Science is about inquiry. It really, really is genuine science, not scientism, not the religion of science. No, genuine science is about inquiry. And if you have areas of exploration that you want to tackle, absolutely, you should be asking those questions. So I'm sorry if somebody tried to steer you away.
Well, no, it's just one of those. It's just never. Every single time I try to ask people to admit to this, that this is a fact of our observational reality, then I never get a straight answer. Sorry, before I forget, again, the thing with the moon, for example, we're told that the moon kind of slowly makes its way around the globe Earth, et cetera, et cetera. Again, it is understood what the moon is supposed to be doing in the heliocentric model. But then, when I looked at what we were told the moon is, what is shown, the moon and the sun are shown to be doing in the I don't adhere to any particular model, but you know, the concept that the Earth is stationary and the sun and the moon are doing, you know, they're doing laps like race cars on a racetrack, you know, and the sun is going faster, wider, slower, whatever, and the moon is going at a steady pace. And from personal observations, watching the sun come up and then watching the moon come up, you know, after it, I can really see that, you know, the Earth as being stationary, the sun and the moon doing these things. So right from the bat, right from the get-go, it's anyone can, if they make the observations, they can see that, there's the heliocentric idea, and that kind of works, but the flat Earth idea works too. So right from the start, to adhere to one specific model when you can actually see that both work is narrow-minded.
Yeah, and the thing is, if I could jump in and say that the flat Earth model, and again, not necessarily any particular map, but just the model in general, where the Earth is essentially the shape of a dinner plate, and then the sun and the moon essentially are doing laps around a racetrack. You know, just speaking in general terms.
Gotcha.
Then what we see, especially what you see, you're only a few degrees from the equator. You know, you see the sun and the moon the way I've never ever seen them. You know, you see the sun and the moon rise almost 90 degrees off the horizon. I have never in my life witnessed that. And that is, I mean, that really takes a stretch of the imagination to picture how that works on any kind of flat map where the sun and the moon are supposed to be doing a horizontal circular racetrack, and you're seeing the moon and sun rise nearly 90 degrees off the horizon. So I would argue that the observation just, you know, it's kind of tough there.
But yes, again, you know, but any one of us only ever sees a really small section of sky anyway. And, you know, allowing oneself to perceive that the sun and moon are very, very close without worrying about measurements. Yeah.
Can I throw something out? I don't know who is the antipode. I believe it or not, I don't have my globe with me. Okay, I've got the little plastic globe. So what's antipodal to you is approximately Ecuador. Okay, very approximately Ecuador. So the northern countries of South America is antipodal to you approximately. And so what I would say is on the equinox, where we have 12 hours of sunshine, you know, pretty much every location around the Earth. I'm sorry, my kids are coming downstairs. So you know, then you see the 12 hours of sun on the equinox. So the sun is going to rise 90 degrees off your horizon. You've got approximately 12 hours of sunshine. It sets 90 degrees in your western horizon. Well, what's it doing for the guy in Ecuador? It's rising. It's rising at the exact moment that it's setting for you. You know, setting at the exact moment it's rising for you. So in other words, you're seeing half the sun. The guy at Ecuador is seeing the other half of the sun. So it's like the two of you observers combined, if you were like on the phone with each other, you'd have a complete 24 hours of sun coverage. So when you're saying that you only see a small portion of the sky, I can, you know, I appreciate that sentiment, but literally you see half the sky. You see literally 50% of the sky, exactly 50% of the sky. That's what I would argue. And then you could back that up with your friend in Ecuador. You know, you could literally Skype.
Understood. And again, you don't, you know, not knowing, not being able to really measure the actual distance to the sun and its size, what it even is, where it came from, how it came to be. We have no idea. No one can tell us that.
Right.
It's obviously a requirement for life. So, you know, leads one to believe that it just has to be here, you know. But, you know, I can see that. I'm sure anyone else can, that
And the thing is, those are valid questions. You know, what is the sun? What's it made of? Where did it come from? How far away is it? These are absolutely valid questions. But what I like to argue to folks is that those aren't prerequisites, right? Those are not prerequisites to determining the actual shape of the Earth where we live.
Would you agree that curve is a prerequisite?
Curve is part of it, but the analogy that I give, and I'm just like Mr. Analogy. The analogy I give is like, let's say somebody says, I want to weigh a human hair, and the only requirement is that you have to weigh one human hair. And so it's like, so I'm gonna search for a scale that is sensitive enough to weigh the human hair. Well, you know that like you could get a $5,000 scale, and it still won't be sensitive enough to weigh a single human hair. A human hair is just too light. So what would you say? Well, why don't you weigh, you know, a whole head of hair? You know, why don't you go to the barbershop and get a bag of hair, weigh that, and then, you know, using some statistics, kind of figure out what one hair weighs. And so searching for curvature is kind of like that. Curvature is really, really, really a tough subject. I'm not trying to blow it off because, yes, there should be curvature, but it's really hard to see because we are so small compared to the size of our planet. Yeah, so focusing only on curvature is what sticks a lot of people.
I'd still cite Mick West's illustration of what we're supposed to see and then my own evidence to show that we don't see it. But let me ask just one quick question, Charles.
Yes.
And I don't mean this in a patronizing way at all. I mean it sincerely. Why would you bother with flatties in terms of coming into a Flat Earth hang and chatting with us? Why would you bother doing that?
I learn more science from this conversation, and I've learned more science literally in the past 10 years, and I've been, you know, really heavy into it the last, say, you know, 15, 16 months. But I got started in 2008. That's when I started, with the debate. But I learned more science engaging with you folks than I have, you know, in like the previous 2 decades. I enjoy trying to analyze things and maybe even, you know, come up with explanations. But the thing is, there's a lot of stuff where I don't understand it myself, so I have to do the research, and then so I do understand it. So it's a fun activity for me, and that's why I really, really hope that nobody thinks, oh, Charles, he's just a troll. You know,
no, I don't think you're a troll, but I do wonder why you'd bother, because most people that are on the Ball Earth camp, when they've got any authority in terms of they know it for themselves, why would they really give a shit? And
yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well, you know, there's a bunch of Globe folks, and I don't want to name names because I'm not in this for a personality attack, but there are a bunch of Globe folks, and you know exactly who they are. They're in this debate for sport. Right? They're in it for sport. It's almost like, you know, shooting fish in a barrel to them. You know, it's great fun, you know, making fun of these retarded flat earthers and calling them names. And it's very unpleasant because you folks are as genuine as anybody, and you folks are as intelligent as anybody. And that's where I think a lot of these Globers go very, very wrong. They just assume you guys are retarded, you know, and that's just so wrong on many different levels. And so it's sport for them. I mean, it's genuine sport, and it's sport because of meanness. You know, some of these folks, there's got to be something to somebody who's just going to go into a room and then insult everybody in the room. You know, So that's why I don't do that. No. I am friends with some of these guys, you know, but that's not how I conduct myself. So
no, it's actually nice to have somebody that can actually talk in a. I mean, you're not even patronizing or condescending, but if you were patronizing or condescending, you're at least polite and nice about it. And that's just so rare.
So I appreciate that. But sometimes I come off as patronizing, and like Jibby Jedi, was on the receiving end of some of my patronizing comments when and not to call it Jibby Jedi. He and I are we go way back. But when sometimes when those that they don't understand, and then they'll critique them, like from a place of not knowing, you know, what it is they're looking at, and then so I will jump in and, you know, I'll sound a little shilly, or I'll sound a little trollish, because
I've never seen a bad account of you ever. Every time I've seen you, I've always thought he actually sounds like a teacher, and I now just realized you are actually a teacher.
Yeah, I try to express myself, but the thing is, sometimes that does get to me when, and you know the videos I'm talking about, where somebody is like, "Hey, let's watch some old NASA footage," and it's like, "What's that? What's that plastic cover? Why are they just, why is it flapping back and forth like that? I mean, what's this guy doing playing with Velcro? Like there was that one spacewalk. I'm sorry.
I have no idea who you're on about there. None at all.
Well, no, there was this one spacewalk.
No, I'm joking. I know exactly who you're on about.
Okay. So, but basically the purpose of the spacewalk, and that's why I always tell people, read the captions, the purpose of the spacewalk was to inspect the ammonia plumbing on the outside of the ISS, because the ammonia is how they do their coolant. Very, very tough to manage coolant on a space station, because you've got no air to, run through your coolant system. I mean, like a radiator on a car, it's got air running through the radiator. So they're inspecting the ammonia plumbing. And so the ammonia plumbing on the outside of the ISS is covered with these wraps, these insulating wraps that are all attached with Velcro. So the guy literally was spending this spacewalk, playing with Velcro, because that was what he was supposed to do. He was inspecting the plumbing. And so it's like, so the guy was criticizing it, which, we're not going to say the guy's name, but he was just like, how come he's playing with Velcro? He's spending 20 minutes playing with Velcro. And that's a question that comes from a place of ignorance, but it's like, it's a mocking ignorance. It's like, I don't know what he's doing, so therefore he's not doing anything important, and that's why I always tell people, ask really good questions. There are no bad questions.
Well, let me just conclude my point by saying, I know Ranty's gone, but I'm sure Nick's going to have another question. I'm down to have a chat with you online on a hangout on your channel or mine, whichever, because I'd like to talk to you about stuff. I'd like to show you stuff, and let's talk, because I actually like listening to you. Even if I don't agree with you, I like listening to you, because I think you're a good example of how it should be done. Well,
I appreciate that. And I've never hosted, my channel is all about telling people how to do their own experiments. So I've never hosted a hangout, and I do have to go very, very soon. But I would be definitely up for for a hangout on your channel, and even if we just wanted to rap and just no agenda, just kind of talk.
Just respond to my email that I've sent you through work.
Yes.
Have you seen it?
Yes. It's in another screen. So yeah.
Okay. Well, so long as you know it's there and you know it's from me, so then you know who it is.
It says, hold on a second, inbox, and it says, "I'm here, man."
Yeah. That's the one. So now you know that that's me. Okay. Send me one back, but I'll pass to Nick, and then you can shoot off. But it's been a real pleasure speaking to you. Thank you for coming in and spending a bit of time.
Thank you, Anthony, and Nick. I do have to go fairly soon, but this was a real pleasurable conversation.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, mate. Just if I can just leave you with this thought, and just understanding that I have is that here we have our eyes, and there is geometry within the eyes. Am I sharing my screen?
Yes, I see the diagram of the eye.
So we all know this diagram. Whether we get a mirror reflection on the retina or not, or an upside down thing, I honestly wouldn't know. It seems to be, again, one of these things that's never really clear. But the whole thing is that we have light coming in through these convex lenses and forming this tapering effect towards the retina.
Yes.
And so when you think about it, this is how we see the outside. This is how this is how the surface and the sky appear to meet. And so we when we talk about I don't deny the maths that's involved, but of course if we take the real science of the fact that everything we see, unless we are looking at a direct light source, everything we see is reflected light. So when we look across the surface, what we are seeing is the light reflected off of that surface and going into our eyes.
Yes.
And so, reflected light has angles of incidence, and obviously the lower you go, the closer, or the I'm suppose I'm trying to explain how I see horizons working within our eyes.
So can I give you a challenge?
Sure.
What if you were to be lying in bed, lying in bed, looking at the horizon? The horizon is now going 90 degrees up. It's no longer horizontal. The horizon looks vertical because you're literally lying on your side. Would that change the optics? So you still have the same human eye, the same lenses, but now the horizon looks vertical because of your orientation. Or if you stand on your head, do you see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to. Just trying to challenge you on that.
Yeah, it's a very good challenge. Well, that's what happens when you do that with a camera. But if you do it with your eyes, they don't do the same thing as a camera.
Well, so if you took a camera, and I used to be a 35 millimeter photographer, black and white darkroom photographer, and so the 50 millimeter lens on a 35 millimeter camera is quote unquote standard. That really closely matches your eye in terms of field of view. And so, you could take a picture and then hold the camera up to your eye and take another picture. I'm sorry, look out at a scene and then hold the camera up to your eye. And so I wouldn't think that lying on your side and then taking a picture, versus what you see, I don't think that you'd get a big difference there. But it's a worthy topic of study. The thing is, my wife wants to get the kids out of the house. I'm really sorry to cut you off, Nick. So much love to everybody. I was looking at the chat. People were very, very, very kind with the comments. I just want to say, thank you to everybody, except for Jibby Jetta. He's a rat bastard. But everybody else has been very kind. Thank you, Issa, for hosting. I don't know if Issa had to run someplace, but
yeah, he stepped out. Generally, we let everyone come in. Generally, just to chat because we don't generally censor, and we always have a decent level of respect. I always get abuse, but I always respond politely with it. I'm sure you've seen it in chat.
Yeah, no, this is probably the best hangout and chat I've seen in a long time. But yeah, the thing is, Issa runs his house in a very civil, very civil manner. There's not a whole lot of shouting going on. So much props for that. So thank you to everybody. I do need to hang up. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Issa. Okay. Much respect to everybody. All right, take care.
Have a good day. We'll see you soon.
Okay. All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, first shout. Is Isa still away?
I think he's on an errand. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
That might be code for something. It might be like he's got a girl on the go or something.
Do you mind if I just quickly share my screen one more time? And I was going to show this to.
Share your screen, but I'll have to mute because if I speak whilst you're doing it, it'll go off.
Okay.
In other words,
you're going to mute, yeah.
Yeah, I'll mute. You've just got the open mic, so you speak as much as you want, and when you're done, I'll interrupt and then it'll go off.
Cool. I just wanted to. This is what I was going to show Matt as well as the reason. One of the early experiments I did, really. I found a flat-ish road, but of course there's the understanding that in nature nothing is completely flat, so it's very different to looking down some corridor or across a flat surface. But over a very short distance, the ruggedness of the road creates this cutoff that we see with boats at the horizon. What was happening at that time was I was arguing with someone, who was convinced, I was just investigating flat Earth, seeing if it had any validity. And, someone close to me was adamant that the horizon is curvature. There is no other explanation for the horizon. So I went out and I found flat roads and stuff and put it, knowing that the lower you get to the ground, the closer the horizon comes. And so when you put the camera on the ground like this, we can see these runners down the road are cut off. There is a band of convergence at, where we see the surface, and then we see a band of convergence. We also see this again, just like those pylons in this in that guy, what's his name, Soundly, in his apparent evidence of curvature with pylons across the lake. Here we see exactly the same thing happening with this fence or a wall on the side of the road, and we can see the surface and the wall. There's mirroring going on, and there's convergence, and we can see this apparent what seems to be a curvature, what appears to be curvature. So to me, this was, wow. When we look across a relatively flat surface and we look at a low level, we can see all this stuff going on at the horizon that has nothing whatsoever to do with any curvature, but is exactly the same phenomenon we see when we look at ships going over, beyond the horizon. So that was it for me. It's like, there we have all these people arguing that the horizon is definitely curvature, nothing else, but we can recreate the exact same effect putting a camera on the ground.
Yeah, but
go on.
I've seen people criticize this video for the road's clearly not flat.
Well, yeah, but nothing in nature is flat, is it?
Well,
ripples you've got, yeah, and hence the light reflecting off it is distorted.
It's got to the point where you just never know. With Charles, then he was like a gent, and that's the way that people.
Sorry.
Charles just then, flat Earth math.
Mm-hmm.
He was a gent. That's the way to talk to people. That's the way
Absolutely,
that we all should speak to each other. We don't have to be horrible. And essentially, if we speak properly and we don't raise our voice, yes, Jem, I'm talking to you. We never have to have anything more than a discussion. It can just be a normal discussion, and we don't have to agree. Because the reality is, we all accept different evidence for what we consider to be the truth. And I pride myself on the evidence that we all discuss, because it is the evidence that tells the truth. It's not the interpretation of the evidence; it's the evidence. And that's the bit where I think that we all need to focus our attentions.
You've hit the nail, man, because it's down to the interpretation, isn't it? And that's what blows flat earthers' heads off and makes us have hope that there is a way of sorting out all the other shit going on in this world.
Well, that's where I get into the discussion about law, is that, once we start looking into all these subjects, we are the center and the source and the most powerful thing on creation.
Yeah.
I really look at it like that. And I think Earth is like something that it's kind of brings it home in the sense that, well, what if you are the center of the universe, dude?
Yeah.
It's like,
scary, isn't it? That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but we'll think of it like this, though. How scary is it, though? Because I think of it like, I have only ever perceived life from my perspective.
Sure.
No other, like, when someone says, well, where do you live? Well, how the fuck could I live anywhere but in my body?
Yeah.
Seriously, like, if you can make the distinction, like the philosophical idea, the distinction between if when you die, is it you that goes in the ground or is it your body? That distinction, then how could you even be your body?
Mm-hmm.
What are you?
Well, isn't that the whole thing with the law? Is you, right from birth, you sign over your.
Well, hold on now. See, this is what I've been saying, Phuket. I've been like this. I was like, okay, we like to give lip service to the notion that our creator understands every leaf that falls, right? That the creator doesn't know about. And so the idea is that if that's the case, and that's the way the grandeur of our philosophy, which is mine, then I dare say that your social security account number was given to you by the fucking God Almighty.
You've broken up there, man.
I'm not sure he's still there. I think he might have
lost him.
Yeah, he's come up for air. I think maybe
about money. Well, what if you're the excuse me, was it? Like I was saying, like, what if you're the creditor in the whole situation of the government that you live maybe would think to be under, but in reality you're the individual on top? I don't know, man. I really, and I've seen it, and I've had the good pleasure of meeting judges that, in unfortunate circumstances where they understand what I'm talking about too. And get that are the lawyers that are savvy with the protocol. It's like these guys that are you know, these guys that come out here and talk the ball earth model, they're like attorneys for the thing. They were not the constructors of it.
Yes.
Attorneys of it, and they do not understand those of us that can bend it at our will. It comes to law, or it comes to the perception of fucking Polaris. I can see it.
Yeah, he's
lost it.
Company. All we had to do was turn around to all this.
Isa. Isa. Isa.
We can't hear you, man.
Am I breaking up?
Yeah, terrible.
I'm on the road. I'm headed back home. I'm gonna finally get Riley's face off the fucking call.
Fuck off.
Because you won't. Well, no, but did you go back out and in?
Yeah.
Oh, you did. All right, cool.
So yeah, you can retract that comment, bitch.
All right, cool.
How long before you're back?
I'll just coming for you. Like 10 minutes. I'll mute until then. I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, bless it.
Trust the legend. I'm now a follower of yours on G+. Follow me on YouTube. It's the same name on my channel's the same name. Let's see. Oh, do you have Google Plus? I do have it, but I don't use it, and I don't understand why it's there. But yeah, I do technically have it. I never use it. I don't understand where it works. Drunken Gem is not Gem Panda. Is that right? Why would you have his symbol and have the word Gem in your name if it's not Gem Panda? Anyway. Let's have a look at some more comments. I'm not Gem. We have never spoken.
Yeah, you gotta be careful too. Oh, it's probably Gem. What do you call it? But like, they make sock accounts that'll be identical to yours and shit, and identical to.
Yeah, I know. So Drunken Gem with Gem Panda's icon is probably Gem.
I don't know. I'm busting balls, really, but I have no idea. There's no way to fucking know.
Yeah, no, that's the cool thing. That's it, isn't it? When you look into the laws that we've created. Yeah.
You'll be back in 10 minutes anyway.
Well, that's for me. I feel like fascinating that like I think if we understood, like I can break it down, but most people cannot sit through it because it sounds so fucking mundane until I'm like, well, yeah, what if you could pay a mortgage like this? You could settle all of your debt. What if all of that money of the national debt is actually owed to you, but they've tricked you into operating in the capacity as the mule? And if you are willing to stand up and that under their interpretation of the law, then you get nothing, dude. I've had the judges give me the charging instrument for set-off, settlement, and closure pursuant to UCC 3603. Now, granted, I was stumbling in the woods when I came across that problem. Really folded because I didn't understand it, but I've been there and had the judges watch them give me exactly what I asked them for. And the only people that I'm convinced understand it are the judges. You know, and they're like, you're dealing with the attorneys when you're talking to the people out here that talk and profess the ball. That's why, in the same way, guy calls me up, or I gave me a hangout link because he was here in the hangout yesterday, and he was yelling at me in the comment section of the video yesterday, calling me a pussy, and tell him to come and talk to him. So he put a hangout link, and I joined, and so we talked for about a half hour this morning, and he the first thing he did was yelled for 5 minutes about how much I'm a liar and I'm dishonest and show my face. And I was like, look, dude, because here's the thing, right, is that it's my property, right, my face and my name. So, it's just $10,000 if you want to see my face and $100,000 for my name. So if you don't want to provide that money, I am within my rights to contract for anything that I have. And that is something that I think, haven't given ourselves enough importance to do that with.
Yeah.
We don't think of it. We think we are a name. When I say like, this is like, how could you be a name? A name is a word sound or a letter on a piece of paper. Are you really, haven't you ever had a psychedelic experience? Like, are you really just a fucking word? Like, really? You know what I mean? Like, that's why it's like, it trips me out. And that's why I don't mind that there's a certain section of people out there that don't understand this, because it's not for them. There's different types of people. There's only two types of people: creditors and debtors. And creditors create and they can't lose, and debtors can't create and they never win. And that's it, man. And they can't see it, and it's okay. It's like, I've explained it like this too. It's like, imagine you went over to a chick's house and, like, 12 o'clock at night, and she's like, you want to come up for a cup of coffee? Like, the ballers are the type of people that are like, oh no, I don't drink coffee after 9. And, that's what their head's at. Whereas those of us out here who understood the veiled message behind, would you like to come and get a cup of coffee, and went up and had it, and slept over at the girl's house, and then fucking winded up becoming, long-term relationship. You know what I mean? They've never had that drama in their lives. So they're convinced it doesn't exist.
Yes.
When they were offered the turn to get the cup of coffee, they refused it. Therefore, they don't understand the life of, and pardon the pun, a baller. Like, they don't understand, like, they can't talk. They have no game. They have no ability to create. And it's all good, man. It's all good too. It's like they're within their rights to have their tantrums. But I'm not your dad or your mom, so don't do it around me.
Right.
I'll tell you. Yeah. Well, I'm within my right to tell someone what I think too. We're entitled to our opinions.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's really well put, man. Yeah. It's interesting, obviously, like you say, life experience in general, or tripping up and messing up is often the only way you can learn something, like your court experiences or whatever, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I've been through similar things where the first time round I was all green. The second time round I, got what I wanted, or even got what I wanted before it ever went to court. Because you're just that much more clued up. Yep. So yeah, if all we've ever been taught, and we've never tried or been forced into a situation that puts us out of that, those scenarios, then of course we are going to find it very, very difficult to even perceive that something different to what we experience actually exists. And this is something that maybe, when you learn a language or whatever, you start to realize that, like you just said just now, you don't, the word, your name isn't you. That's an agreement that you have that it, represents something. And this happens, like with language. So for example, Thai language has, it's totally different. Everything appears backwards. It appears stupid. It appears ridiculous. It's like, because when we come in with all our grammar and all this stuff, and past and perfect, present tenses, etc., and then a Thai says something in their language which is perfectly clear once you understand it. But if you don't know, if you're not familiar with it, then of course it makes no sense whatsoever. And you can't even if you understand the words, you can't necessarily make sense of the thought patterns, or the behind it. What created that word? What does it really mean? So yeah, just that's that I suppose that is part of the path that any of us have taken, is being chucked in at the deep end in certain situations, and realizing that, like you say, everyone's got opinions, everyone's got their own reasons for their different opinions, and sometimes we realize that
well, it's about that interpretation to me, because that's the thing. Like, imagine like you're in that, you're in Thailand and you don't really speak the language, but you smile, or you're cordial, or you're honorable, or your eyes are forgiving. You have merciful eyes. They sense this spirit, the soul, something that's been sucked out of Western culture. And really, it's like, I it's weird because like we over here, like I'm still in it, but I can appreciate, and I know that there are people that are cultured. I've had the good fortune to travel and see that there's people outside of this, like,
this kind of like like everyone in America or the Western world is kind of like, you could pinpoint a TV character that they're kind of molded after. You know what I mean? Like, you know, because like they've molded their whatever it is to whatever it is. They brought in somebody's haircut to get that haircut to look like this guy because someone told them once they look like fucking whoever. It's like, you know, this is what we're dealing with, and they have no sense of like just. That's the problem with that's why I think all the soul is in with people that are close to the earth, and like, you know, haven't really got that far away from the earth. And there's just like this urgency of like water, food, shelter, all these other things that just keep you're too raw for this psychodrama of fucking Western bullshit. So like, if you wind up in that conversation, your attitude, how you treat that foreign, if you're like some Western douchebag who like looks at a Thai guy like he's funny, what, you don't think they're gonna come and rob your ass? You don't think you're fucking not welcome? You don't think Muay Thai was invented in Thailand? Like, do you not understand? Like, the men that will break your leg with one fucking stroke of their fucking hip. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, come on, dude, you don't even know. And then you talk to that dude, and he's the most gentle, wouldn't kill a fly, but he can chop down a banana tree with his fucking leg. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And those are the gentlemen that I respect, and that's why, you know, I got big respect for Thailand and the people out there.
Cool, man. Yeah. But you're right, man. It takes a long time to understand it. But yeah, I think you're right about manners and you know, you can read a soul. The language goes out the window. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I find that Muslims are often misunderstood as well. You know, I got some great Muslim friends, and the Buddhists, the Muslims, the Christians, whatever, they all live fine together side by side. There's no animosity. There's, you know, a person can sit and eat pork next to a Muslim, but and whatever. It's just they've got their thing, and everyone else has got their thing. And
yeah, it's respected.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not going to get in the case. Yeah,
I'm sure you know, it's like anywhere though. People are people anywhere. But it's like, you're right. It's that, like, I've often found it interesting. A lot of people don't understand about Islam. Islam was the first religion to give women rights. The very first one to give women fucking rights, like vote. Like, even I was talking to a lovely Muslim lady, and I would love to get her on here. I had the good fortune talking to her one time on Hank's call. And in marriage dowries, women in Islam can write their own contract. Like, it's the old, and that's ancient, and this is the first religion that gave women rights, and yet the Western media portrays it as some, like, you know, oh well, it didn't give them all the right, or, you know, or whatever the fuck they're gonna say. But like, at the same point, it is historically the first religion to give women rights, but yet everyone knows that it's like, oh, they're so mean to their women. It's like, no, historically that's an inaccurate statement. You know, and even I could go on, but. Yeah.
Well, you know, the whole thing about the covering up, you know, I mean, of women, it really does make a lot of sense, apart from the practical applications in places like deserts and things like that. I mean, it's like, we all know that if a man sees a woman that's got revealing clothing on, then that increases the chances of some kind of
well, here's the
problem.
thing too. People look at it like, yo, nature, motherfucker. It's like, men are supposed to go up and talk to women. Like, I don't get it, man. Like, this is what happens when women dress up. Like, if I see me and my friend would joke around, and we're in New York City, and like, if you see a girl walking by herself, all dressed the fuck up, it's like, go say hi.
Yeah.
Because if she's dressed up to the nines with the fucking whole shit, like, you know, forgive me, but so, you know, it's what it fucking is. We're men. You know, and it's like, that's the nature of that relationship, I guess, conservatively anyway. Nowadays, it's like, God knows, but yeah, I mean, that's where it's like, you know, hey, if be merciful on us, beautiful ladies. That's how I look at it. Like, you know, hey, man, could you just excuse me? But like, you gotta understand, like, I can't stop myself from saying hi and fumbling in front of you, like, you know what I mean? Because please respect the fact that God made you so beautiful. That, like, you know, I can't help myself. And like, not that like that it says that there's like any kind of way that anyone could violate the rights of a woman, but it's like, you know, on the next level of like between women and men, like, hey, we find you desirable, you know. And historically we've been taught as men
to say hi to, you know, it's like, why do women wear high heels? Because the fucking ankles get fucking stretched, you know, get muscular, and it reminds us, this is really why you wear high heels, sweetheart, is that the muscle, why they gave you high heels is so that the muscle looks like you're running away from us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why you have that extended, like, you know, so that it makes us want to chase you. Like, you know, what the fuck? Like, can we not at least, like, if you're gonna ask for it on one side of like Western civilization, then you have to respect the fact that where that idea came from, which is you're running away from us.
Listen, guys, I'm gonna step out for a bit. She wants me downstairs. I'll be back shortly.
What's that? The
Has
cat?
she got high heels?
The cat's mother? What's that?
Yes, something like that. I'll be back shortly. Okay.
All right, cool.
Bye for now.
Chaser.
Peace, brother. Yeah, it's true though, man.
You're right, isn't it? It's just understanding those basic instincts that we have, and that comes back to flat Earth. It's understanding how we can be led to believe certain things without necessarily having much proof, apart from being constantly told, and that becomes our reality. And I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, I think it's what happens is I think that whatever age that you were actually convinced yourself that you thought you were on a spinning ball is the age you turn into when you hear about flat Earth. So, like, you know, whenever you're talking to someone and you're like, oh yeah, you know, have you ever flipped? They turn into whatever age, like they'll turn into like the 7-year-old that they were in astronomy class, or like, you know, they'll turn into the baby and they'll just wow. They literally psychologically regress into the age bracket that they accepted. The age that they accepted the ball is what the age that they go to. So when you meet these, yeah, bro, I'm like, that's for real deal for me. Because
it makes sense, man.
They go right into, like, you know, maybe if you get a 9-year-old, maybe he's like a little more creative of a dick. You know what I mean? But like, you know, like if it's like you get like a straight, like, you know, 3-4-year-old, you know what I mean? It's this game's just like, you're mean. They got nothing. Like, you know, they don't know anything about corpuscular rays, anti-corpuscular rays, don't know anything about perspective convergence, looming, atmospheric conditions. They usually don't know the circumference of the fucking Earth, and then they just act like a fucking 3-year-old or whatever it was. That's why maybe even you think about those babies that got the symphonies and everything when they were young by their dad who looked at their stars and shit. Like, you know, back in the day, like, you know, they used to play the symphony music. So when they're really young, like 3, they swear they're spinning on a ball because all the shit they was on their fucking in their bed, like NASA rockets and shit. So like they turn into fucking 3-year-olds, and that's why those are the most hard to convince, because they're so psychologically, like they never developed beyond 3 years old without having that shit traumatize them. I pity them.
Yeah.
You know,
I have those rockets on my wallpaper.
All right, well, look what happened to you.
I broke the mold, mate.
How was it for you, Granty? Did you was it like a real mind-blowing head?
Yeah, you know? I wanted the Star Trek. I wanted to know that in 200 or 300 years' time we could be going off to distant galaxies and making friends with the Romulans or something like that. You know, I mean, it was a nice idea. Yeah. You know, it tapped into your subconscious and gave you something else to think about. But reality is a bit less, you know, it's not quite as exciting as that, and is a lot less boring, you know. But still, I think there's probably adventure to be had. You know, if we do live on a flat plane, then clearly there must be the moorland out there. But it's who's in control of those lands. You know, was it people in the past that got to our level of technology way back? You know, the Egyptians and all that. And did they colonize those islands? And are we not allowed to go anywhere near there now? You know, we've been warned off. You know, I mean, who knows what's on those islands? Anything could be there. You know, if it doesn't, just because it's a flat plane and there might be another 40 continents out there, doesn't mean that we've got access to go and just jump over there and have a look. And just it's going to be all free, just nature. You know, there's probably going to be civilizations there that just want nothing to do with us. I mean, I wouldn't want anything to do with us, would you? We're evil. I mean, let's face it. We just got you know, if we find a place that's got resources and stuff like that, we go and, you know, we go after it. You know.
Well, yeah, that's why I think they have us locked down in the government system that they have. Because like I don't know if I'm sure everyone's heard me say it a million times, and I always feel the need to just fucking say it again. Is like, okay, like, so from 1215, right? The Vatican acquired an interest in all the minerals of the soil that the crown would ever possess or ever did possess. Okay. So the Vatican has this hidden interest, it's priority interest, okay? And then so the Vatican, or the crown, then goes on, extends its kingdom, right? Now, during that course of events, for instance, with the U.S. is where I got hit to this, is that the U.S. was considered, or the United States lost the Revolutionary War, right? And the Magna Carta, right, which was also done in 1215, was also nullified in 1215 or 1216 by the Pope at the time. So the Magna Carta is legally null and void. Now, how many fucking people do you know that think the Magna Carta grants them rights? A lot of people. A lot of people also think the Magna Carta somehow was the inspiration behind the Constitution. And I guess in a way it is, because just as the Magna Carta is not legally fucking relevant, neither is the Constitution in a lot of ways that people think that it's relevant. So the United States lost the Revolutionary War. Everyone thinks that they won the Revolutionary War. People think the Magna Carta is valid, but the Magna Carta was legally nullified by the real creditor behind the scenes of the show. So they kept a charade on for the people. So the notion is that at any second they can pull the rug of what you think are your rights out from under you if you address them in the capacity as that citizen or as that subject. If you're in the capacity, instead of understanding that you may be what's called in the UCC a priority interest holder, which is in a position of commerce that creates a position where you're allowed anonymity. You're speaking truly, because, you know, let's say, I mean, it's law recognition. Look at it like this in the court in the United States. In every courtroom in the United States, on the walls, it says, "In God we trust," and there's a Bible right there. Why? And so, like, when you start looking at it, well, now since 1215, the Pope sent out all the missionaries to serve the people with the Bible, serve the Lord, serve them like legal papers. We've served you, motherfucker. You've been put on notice by all the missionaries that went out. They served the Lord. They served them legally. So now there's also a maxim in law: no ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you've been served. There's no excuse for you. And so because there's no excuse, this is why they can pull out the fucking rug from people. And we, as the children of Adam and Eve, as I like to say it, you know, we have the right to say to anyone who would say otherwise, "Excuse me, am I not the son of Adam, having a, you know, was my father not given dominion over the earth? And as a priority security interest holder, am I not here to set off, settle, and close the matter? Is there any genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection for set off, settlement, and closure? Or would you just be, or do you always deny the equal protection due process of law? You know, would you be depriving my rights under the color of law by failing to give me any genuine accusatory charging instrument under the Uniform Commercial Code, you know, 9210? Could I not discharge it pursuant to UCC 3603? Because UCC 3603 says that when the one, the one entitled to enforce the instrument, when one author, man, I haven't quoted it in so long. When tender of payment has been made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument, and the tender of payment has been either accepted or refused, there is discharge. It's written in the code that whether or not they accept the napkin that we said is worth 10 million or not is good or bad. It says in the UCC that if they accept it or refuse it, it's considered discharge for the face value of the amount of the note. And we're afraid of the one place, in my opinion, that we can get victory, which is the court. We're terrified of it. We're terrified of the one place that's got the Bible in there. And I'm saying like this, is like, yo, if you're on church on Sunday, all right, when do you stop believing the Bible when it says that all your sins are forgiven and all your debts are paid? In a courtroom that says, "In God we trust," with the Bible on it. It says all your debts are paid. Why? That's the, and so what it is that the Bible is the offer And if you refuse the offer because you're refusing it because you're pissed off about something, then you're not going to get it, because there's only 4 doors in every commercial presentment, which is acceptance, conditional acceptance, argument, and silence, and they all mean yes. But the only one that's really any good is the conditional acceptance, because like I said, if I say to you, hey, what's your name, and if you don't give me your name in 5 seconds, I'm going to smack you in the mouth. Right? You got 4 doors to go through, and it's either you're going to tell me your name. If you tell me your name, that just means that you did not have equal consideration. It means I got something from you for free, using a threat. Now, the second one would be conditional acceptance. I'll come back to it, but I want to stress these points. Is that the door 3 is the argument. If I say I don't know you, is that going to stop me from, if you say I don't know you, is that going to stop me from counting? I'm still counting, and I'm still going to smack you in the fucking mouth. Just because you said I don't know doesn't mean shit. So fucking, if you stay silent, you're going to get smacked in the mouth too. But the alternative might be I would love to tell you my name, like the Bible says, agree with thine adversary, quickly. So I'd love to tell you my name, so long as you could tell me your name first, and if you don't tell me in 2 seconds, I'm going to punch. So now you got a counter offer, because you got to have teeth on the back end of it. And then when you're dealing with a real official court case, you could say, hey, or we could just dismiss it. We ain't got to know each other's names. You know what I mean? And that's where it's like, or we could dismiss it. And that's where I think we could really work for the dismissal, which allows for the discharge, possibly even really establish a way to pay off the national debt, because we're the ones that are owed the principal and interest, but no one ever taught us how to operate the system. So motherfuckers are thinking China's got a fucking lien right on the U.S., when in reality it's the people that keep being born every day, handing over their birth certificates that allows them to print money through the DTTC and the SEC, and they make those bonds. And check this out. The prisons, all U.S. citizens, and I'm sure it states wherever the fuck you're at, anything under the IMF, it's like this, is that the U.S. citizen in the States is considered an enemy of the state. So when the state catches a U.S. citizen, they get to put a lien on the bond that's being traded in the fucking, on the SEC. And that's why the private prison thing is taken off, because they get to lien the citizen and get the funds coming in off of that market.
You try and bring this to court, and
I would never explain. How about this? I've been to court with this, Ranty. The thing is that I've won with this, is the thing. And I keep winning with this notion of the idea that, I got 25 grand or 20 grand out of a very big bureaucratic institution, which one of my friends was trying to get money out of for 5 years. It took me 15 days to get the check.
Wow.
So it's like, this is no joke. The lawyers know what it is. Judges are the smartest people on the planet. And I think we got a big victory if we can wrap our heads around this. But this is the biggest cookie in the jar, man. As far as I'm concerned, flat Earth to me is almost secondary, but it confirms this cookie.
We've got to survive the next five months.
Survive what? Fucking what? Air conditioning? You know what I mean? Like, like fucking, it's like there ain't much.
You've seen what's going off in Syria?
What about Syria? I'm not in Syria. This is the problem, is they keep wanting me to fucking think I give a shit about Syria. They keep wanting me to think I gave a shit for too long about Palestine and realized that was a shit show. When I saw the fact that fucking what they're really doing is staging fucking, it's all just ops, man.
I don't know if it's staged in this case, because there's so many countries in there. It's not just, you're talking there's at least a dozen.
Do you not, how about this? Are you not aware that Israel wants fucking from sea to sea? Do you not see the big global agenda?
Of course I do. I know.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So what? It's like that's where I'm at with these guys. Like, it's for some reason Grim thinks I don't fucking know about this shit. Like, I know about all this shit. My thing is that I'm interested in flat Earth. This shit's fucking fascinating to me. But law is something where I'm like, yo, motherfuckers. Hey, if you could just prove to me that the U.S. won the Revolutionary War and that the King of England didn't call himself the King of the United States in the treaty that ended that war, I'd love to give you some fucking credibility. Otherwise, I've met no fucking man that can tell me how the money operates outside of this system that I'm talking about right now. No one. And like, we have so much victory. What they want to do is they want to get us distracted.
and they want us
I
thinking
could
about
talk
Syria.
I could talk about how the money started, but the last time I started talking
How about this,
that,
Ranty?
I
Let me
got
guess
caught-
that. No, Ranty, let me guess this. You think that there's fractional reserve banking, don't you? Am I wrong?
Oh,
Am I wrong? I know already I'm right because I've had this conversation 10,000 fucking times with every
With me?
level of person that fucking has any vague
With
interest
me?
in this conversation. No, most people. Are you
man,
gonna,
that's a tough call.
right? But do you believe in fractional reserve banking?
I believe there are places where that happens.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to say is that is a myth, and that's what I'm saying is that we've been led down another rabbit hole with this whole freaking fractional reserve banking business and this idea that we're all going to be in debt and we're all fucking. That's just another scare tactic to me. I look at it like, yo, this system is run by all its interests go back to the Vatican. So if the Vatican or somebody there too could just show me that I'm not the son of Adam that was given dominion over the earth, I'd love to entertain the idea that I'm not. However,
Yeah, the last time I spoke about money, though, I got called anti-Semitic. You know, and it was like the whole chat went.
Well, check it. Hold on, Ranty, but you're going to go down the standard line of the Jews run it all. And
No. I'm going to say that there was elements in the past where the Jews had a massive say. I wouldn't say that all the Jews now, though.
Well, how about this? I would retort that with, I would suggest go look up the Shitar, because you're right. There is Jewish law in banking today, but a lot of people don't understand where it emanates from and that how it's not anti-Semitic. And it's just a matter of law that we deal with this. There's a document
Which is kind of weird. Every time you say
the Shitar,
there was a Jewish influence in anything, automatically you're called anti-Semitic. And it's
welcome to the show.
Yeah, no. We're programmed
you know
to believe in that shit.
I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Yeah. It's like, you can't talk about. Yeah, you can't talk about. We've got the migrant crisis, but you can't talk about it because you might be offending people. You can't talk about the Muslims because you might be offending them in some way. You know, it's like everybody's being offended, and if you speak about a certain race, religion, or culture, and you're just talking in broad or general terms about the minority that you know what you're speaking about, and everyone knows what you're talking about, you'll get some people jumping in there and saying you're anti this, you're anti that.
The problem is that a lot of people a lot of people come at it from a perspective of they've watched a lot of the same videos on YouTube, as opposed to let's say this is where some people get into it with the whole shape of the earth thing. It's like, oh, would you watch a couple of YouTube videos? Pardon me. And some of us have, and some of us has done a lot more than that. We've or even made videos or made our cases. But when you get stuck into the mainline argument of how this system is working, which I've seen, it becomes an argumentative conversation. For me anyway, because I walk in the middle of between. I think that government's fucking great. I think they do it exactly 100% correctly. I think we're just doing it wrong. And and that's where a lot of come into conflict with a lot of these people that come into this, who talk fractional reserve banking and, oh, NASA is lying to the people. Well, if you're not familiar, the government is allowed to do propaganda to its citizens. You know what I mean? Since whatever, and however long. And a lot of people don't understand U.S. citizens, and I'd imagine any national citizen of any country is not protected under what we term in the U.S. as the first 8 amendments to the federal Constitution. That's evidenced in the U.S. by Maxwell v. Dow. U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments, dude. No freedom of speech, none of it. Those things are all fucking privileges that they can pull out from under us at any moment. But unless we understand that we're not getting our rights from them, we're getting our rights from our inherent creator, and then law steps in with some reason and understands the thinking man. That's why, one of the philosophical founding fathers was Descartes. And Descartes said, I think, therefore I am. And that to me implies that he who does not think is nothing.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back into the past, though, every tyrant or belief system in the past has tried to conquer their known world, so to speak, If you go back to, let's say, Alexander the Great, or Genghis Khan, or the Romans, or anything like that, you know, they've all tried to conquer the earth, and they've held good portions of the known world, what we now know as the known world. They've owned great portions of this, but they haven't been able to conquer the entirety of it. And slowly, you know, these tribes and what have you from different places have fought the way back and nibbled bits back and nibbled bits back, and then they lost all the territories that they gained.
Right, but imagine if they actually have other land out there that they're like, you know what, fuck these clowns. We're not letting them anywhere near it because they suck, and because they think everything. No, they're like, yo, these stupid fucks think they blame everything on everyone else. They never accept their own freaking responsibility. It's my opinion that until I used to have the theory before I came to Flat Earth about this legal shit. I was like, well, the fucking aliens just aren't going to fuck with us until we get this. Because how the fuck can we have international relationships without understanding this shit? Because if we, I mean, never mind intergalactic ones, right? So it's like, you know, imagine like, you know, some fucking dipshit like Math Powerland fucking riding a boat over to the Antarctic and he finds a bunch of people over there. You want him to represent us? You know what I mean? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think, like, I understand why they're like, yo, no, not you, asshole. Not you and your fucking riddling fucking brain. No. You're fucking fried. Like, you know what I mean? We're going to have real diplomacy here. So they're going to learn diplomacy, and you're going to learn diplomacy whether you fucking like it or not. Because otherwise, the government's going to fucking just come down and put a boot on your face. And everyone who's out there and been in this movement for more than 5 minutes fucking knows it. I mean, I don't know about anyone else here, but I've stood in front of walls of cops and just sit there and be like, you're going to, you know, and you sit there and my line was, I used to go, so which one of you goes to church on Sunday? I used to go like that. I'd be like, so who goes to church? I'd be like, because I'd be like, look, and you know, see one of them look at me. I'd be like, you go to church. And I'd be like, don't go to church this Sunday. Because if you run down on these fucking people and beat their ass, then you're the Roman soldiers that killed Jesus. You got no business going to church. I used to rock with this shit, like on the front lines with them all with their batons and shit, and fucking, and then like, I would also, or the other one I do is go, like, be real serious, you know, after that one, and be like, all right, which one of you smokes weed? And then like, you know, one of them would crack a smile, and I'd be like, yo, you smoke weed, and I'd fucking blow them up. Because they're all waiting for the orders to get ready to go kick everyone's ass. So what you got to do is you got to lighten the load. Like I remember one time I was in the back of a paddy wagon getting taken to the fucking bus station because they had we shut down New York City in 2004 at the Republican National Convention. And I was in a paddy wagon on the way back, and I'm in the thing with these hippies who want to sing Kumbaya, right? And I'm over here talking shit with the cops. Because, like, you know, I'm like, give me a cigarette, you know? I'm like, you know, fuck this. Right? We're like, you know, I'm hanging out. I'm friends with them already because I was like, you guys didn't get your raise from Bloomberg. I knew that they didn't get their raise. So I was like savvy with them, and they were like, word. And this bitch is like mad at me because I'm talking to the fucking cops. And they literally sang Kumbaya. I'm not even fucking joking. Like, I was like, I wanted to smack the shit out of this, bro. I was like, oh my God. But like, you know, so long story short, they hate me because I'm rapping with the cops. They're smoking butts in the front. I'm like, yo, give me a cigarette. The guy shoots me a cigarette in the back. Our hands are zip tied behind our back. And he's like, sorry about the zip ties. I'm like, yo, it's all good. I played a piano. I was like, I'm used to it. So we was like, you know, it was just, you know, I was making friends with these people. Another cool instance, and I don't know, I'm on a roll right now with you because I'm so happy to talk to you, man. Really, you're a shining prince of the flat earth, man. And but like, you know, so I'm in this. They put us in the bus depots, right? And I snuck I got a phone through. This is long. I could tell so many fucking stories about doing this shit. So like, you know, I somehow got a phone into the fucking cell area, and like, I'm letting everyone call. We're calling the fucking newspapers, the fucking this, that, the other thing. Cop. Long story short, I get my phone to this girl to call her mom. Cop takes the phone, and I walk up to the phone. It was like some Star Wars shit. I was like, please. I was like, let me get that phone back. I was like, let me get that phone. I just was like, I don't know what I said. 5 minutes, he walks off with the phone. 5 minutes later, he comes back and gives me the phone back. And fucking, we called more newspapers, Daily News, fucking, you name it. We were calling from fucking inside that thing, and we were calling all the newspapers, WBAI, all the fuck, and they let it ride. He probably put a chip in it to fucking see who we were calling, but who knows? But yo,
brilliant, man.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah, that's it. You know, when you know your position, you can capitalize on it, can't you? You know, that's Interesting though. I got a question for, like, you know, tying in the idea that there are other places, there's more land. If for example, you could establish a new land and new laws of the land or for the people, would you do it any differently? What would be your way of what would be the foundations of a civilized society?
It's all about negotiation right now, because if you see what happened to Admiral Byrd when he took an armada down there to try and explore Antarctica in brackets, after he'd already been down there and realized that there was a ton of valuable land that had never been explored before. So he took his armada down there, and when they arrived, they were met by some hostile forces. Even he said that there was UFOs that were incredibly fast, and they attacked his armada, and you know, they did some heavy damage to that, and they had to scarp her and run away. Basically, if you look into this, you can find this. It sounds a bit out there, but it's actually documented. So he got. Is anyone there?
Yeah. I just muted.
So he went down there. He expected it to be a walk in the park. Him and his armada would go and find this new territory and claim it for America, instead of which he had to run away. And then very shortly after then, pretty much every country in the world met up and signed an agreement never to hold any military bases there. No wars were to be fought over there. Nobody could claim Antarctica as their own. Nobody was, you know, able to have wars over there or anything. You know, I mean, Antarctica was out of bounds completely. So that tells me that whatever is out of our known world, you know, whatever islands or continents may be out of, you know, our perceived world as we know it, aren't uninhabited. I think they are habited, and I think they are actually habited by people that have been able to progress further than we have. You know, we had the Dark Ages that set us back 300-400 years, perhaps. You know, it's a big difference. If you had a different culture that was in a different location at that time, 300 or 400 years of progression is a long way to make up. And I think they are far more advanced than us, and we wouldn't be able to even think about going over there without negotiations. We would have to negotiate some kind of peace agreement or something to explore over there, or even inhabit over there, because I just don't think they'd want us there.
Ah, interesting.
You know, I mean, all this is documented. I mean, you can check all this up. I mean, you know, this isn't fallacy. This is reality. You know, I mean, if Antarctica is as big as it is, and it's full of resources, and then apparently there's a land past there that's ready for the taking, why is no country going to lay claim to that? Why was this policy? Why was this agreement signed that nobody could claim Antarctica as their own, or even establish a military base there?
Yeah.
You know, we were warned off, basically. That's what I believe. I believe we were warned off.
Because of the way we went down there armed to the teeth, basically.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'd just used a nuke, don't forget. We'd only just used a nuke a couple of years ago. I mean, we're dangerous people. You know, we have nuclear bombs. You know, and then you look at it, not long after then, hey, guess what happened? There was the nuclear arms race. We had America and Russia rushing so fast to get as many nuclear bombs as they could possibly get. I mean, the amount of bombs they had was enough to destroy what we know as the ball Earth 50 times over or 100 times over. Why would we need so many nuclear bombs?
Well, how do we know that any of that is legit, or were they not just trying to, again, instill fear? I mean, what's something about that is like you take Russia and the U.S. working together down there to do Operation Fishbowl or something.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, I'm putting it out there. If the bombs were real, I mean, we've seen the effects of what we thought we saw the effects in Japan of Nagasaki and Hiroshima. If that is true and there is nuclear, but I mean, I don't doubt for a minute that we do have bombs as big as that can do that sort of shit.
Why do you think that, though?
I mean, the 1950s when they did those experiments, if we had the footage of that, I mean, that would be
no. Think about it like this. Think
extremely
about
hard
Ranty.
to-
How can a camera film a nuclear explosion like that?
What do you mean? Well, they set it
Well,
up.
like, I mean, there's a lot of things. I guess, you could be zoomed in from far away,
yeah.
etc. I mean, I guess, but at the same time, I think a lot of it just seems, I don't know. It's hard for me to know what to trust, man. Like, nuclear weapons seems like a great fear tactic.
No, I think
everyone's got their finger on the button. Oh my God, we're all gonna die.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think for 1 minute that we don't have.
It's like you know what it is? It's like
nuclear
it's a manifestation of like the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, except it's in our possession. So it's like, even worse. It's like, it's a psychological operation, a nightmare, and I think.
Well, if you follow the trail of where I'm going here, with the timeline from the 1940s right through to the present, well, let's say right through to the 1980s, right? If you follow my timeline and you just assume that nuclear bombs are real, then if we know what happened with Admiral Byrd, and we know what happened with the treaties, and we know the fact that we had this massive nuclear arms race that almost bankrupted both countries just to produce enough bombs to destroy the world 100 times over.
Yeah, but my thing is, like, did it really bankrupt both ones? Was that what it was, or was it not 1933, or was it 1856, or was it 1873, or was it 1215? Because my thing is, that's all bullshit to me.
You're just not getting my point, though, are you?
I understand your point.
My point is, whatever they found in Antarctica when they went with Admiral Byrd, whatever they found was fearful enough for the elites to say, right, okay, we better get some defenses made here because they know where we are, we know where they are, and I don't want our asses handed to us like that again. Get some nukes built. I don't care how many you have to build. Just keep building them and building them and building them. And I think things that have happened in the past, during this time, has basically been some kind of negotiation where we have been able to say, look, we can throw 1 million nukes at you, right? And at least half of them are going to hit, right? So you better negotiate terms. It's as simple as that. I know it sounds a bit out there, but if you follow the timeline of what happened in those 40 years and you see how things went, it kind of makes sense. If the American Navy went over there and they got their asses handed to them, and they were supposed to be the best naval fleet of the time at that time, and they got destroyed, then immediately after them we had the arms race, didn't we? And we threw all this money at NASA.
Yeah, but that's this is where I step in with the whole notion. This is where every time I tune out when I listen to other people and I'm not around to fucking correct this, is the idea that it's like, that NASA like needed the money. They needed the money because they just did. I don't know. It's like, to me now, looking into the whole money scenario, it's like all this constant pumping of a storyline and a plot. It seems seems much more reasonable to me that it would be like a storyline of the arms race, so that you can further fractionalize all of the other social movements that were going on at the time, because you had people trying to rise up and get power for themselves, and so it was a way to kind of stamp a military boot on that thing. And I think if we look to 1913, 1933, we start realizing that U.S. citizens were considered enemies of the state, and that they needed this debt-based economy. It's like right now, did you see the asteroid that, like, I've been saying this, look, in order for their system to keep rocking, they need to monetize space. Flat Earth takes away their ability to monetize space. And what it is right now, I don't know if you're familiar, they found a fucking asteroid that's worth 10,000 quadrillion dollars. I'm calling them light bucks.
Yeah, I read that too.
Yeah, I call them light bucks, because they got light years, light bucks, fucking, it's like 10,000 quadrillion fucking dollars. Really, that's a fucking light buck. So these bastards, they're just like, what Flat Earth does is it takes away all of their ability to monetize these asteroids that they're gonna fucking pretend they got. But in reality, all that's happening is they're printing the money off of the people that are born every day that hand over a bond.
It is an illusion
that allows for them to create currency. And that creation of currency is then they get more access to currency if they have
meaningless programs that need more money. It's ridiculous how the systems work. If you have more debt, you can get more money, right? It's like, it's like the whole notion is that what I believe is happening is that you're going in and just like what you did was you gave in the birth certificate, that allows for them to create a certain amount of money for you to then go, for your citizen to go work out for in the physical world and collect. So there's always enough money in the economy so that everyone's got enough money to live. It's a charade. And what you've done is you've handed them in this system of bankruptcy, the only gold that you've got, think about it, you're born and you get this like piece of paper that's actually an indented deed with a state seal on it. Well, deeds are pursuant to land or wealth. And then you hand over that thing because you're good natured. You want to take care of your brothers and sisters. So you hand over that instrument that then allows for the entity to create so that babies can get fed and mothers can get to work or whatever the fuck it is. And so that's why we do. That's out of the good nature of our heart. That's why I don't say it's a fraud, because I see it like it's a necessity for our community and we care about our brothers and sisters. Those of us who that's why I can tell the difference between flat earthers and other people, because it's like, really you should have that corrected where you give a shit about other people. And that's a part of this awakening to me.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to remember that, look, we live in a system full of subjects, and subjects could never tell the king how to be the king. And we have never seen or I guess we've never bared witness to a king. So we're forced now to develop it ourselves. And this is the mannerisms of kings, in my opinion. That's why it's so foreign to so many people, because they're used to being subjects.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. That's what, but like that whole charade of the money show and NASA, like every time I hear Jeranism, like, and they're stealing our money. No, they're not. In my opinion, I don't think they are. They're just, they don't owe U.S. citizens, their audience, their demographic, right? They don't owe them the truth, because U.S. citizens are not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. What are we not getting about? Like, and I'll go back into history to explain it, because Phuket, I'd love you to, I want you to be armed with this information. Is like, there's this notion that, like, okay, so U.S. lost the Revolutionary War. There was a line of credit. 70 years goes by. Up comes the Civil War, because the U.S. defaulted on the line of credit, and the states were the collateral on the debt.
And then they did it again.
Well, let's hold on now.
Every
so like,
17.
Hold on now. So like in the time of the Civil War, what they did was they said to the South, they said, hey, look, give us, you're going to owe this much money because we defaulted on the debt. And they said, no, And so the U.S. said, okay, black people, would you like to be free? And they said, yeah. Well, they said, okay, you could become a U.S. citizen. Well, U.S. citizens had 3/5 the rights of a state citizen, the same way that black people had 3/5 the rights of a white person. So they created the United States citizen, which has 3/5 the rights of a fucking state citizen. And now in 1933, and they gave the people the option. They took the option, and then they said to the South, they said, hey, are you going to pay this money? They said no. And they said, okay, give us our property, our United States citizen. Give it to us. Give us this thing that you want to keep as a slave. And they were like, no. And they were like, okay, breach a contract. Go in, destroy the South, because they refused to give us our property. And they were the breach of contract on the obligation that the state was the collateral. So what they did was they, in 1933, created the U.S. citizen, and now all U.S. citizens are in the same boat. And that's why when people say, oh, they made us all into slaves. Well, yeah, but only those of us who choose that paradigm. And this is the difference, is that we have the right to choose. That's what we've never had before. We almost can't see it because we're so drowned out in the usual muck of complaining.
Yeah.
Like even take Brian Mullins, right? If somebody approached him and said to him and threatened him about his job, and his job reacted or something like that, well, then Brian Mullins should have turned around and said, well, then I conditionally accept that on proof of claim that you don't owe me some fucking money. You telling me you're going to fire me on the grounds of something I do in my private life? Excuse me. But, most people are just like, well, okay, I got to get the job because I just signed the mortgage. Well, no, fucking go after and sue the shit out of the fucking company that's going to say they're going to fire you because you had an idea. And and you wanted to talk about it on your own time. Show the authority that they have the right to deprive you your income because you think something. And if you want to, that's fine. You can take away my job. You just owe me $10 million fucking dollars, asshole. That's fine. That's totally cool. You can take me, fire me, do what you want, but you just owe me fucking $10 million. You agree that I can file a UCC1 in the county, that I can hire the marshals to come and collect from you, Jim Baggins, whatever your name is, CFO with the fucking company. And show cause why you don't owe me the money plus treble damages should you like to seek formal fucking resolution. I got to go to a judge, you know, or go on, brother.
Well, man, I just I just wanted to know, like, if you could, you know, click the reset button, what would you go with the same foundations?
I'm savvy. I tell you what, I like my America, man. I like my America. I like my flag. I like my nation. I like, you know, under these circumstances as I see them now, I don't know that they're collectively. I'll put it like this: I see it as for what it is, and so with that, I'm looking for what's the perfection in it. You know, if God, if God made he knows every leaf that fell, well then surely he knows your fucking social security account number because he gave it to you. He gave that to you too. So it's like, you know, if instead of us being like babies and be like, no, he wouldn't have done that. It's like, no, actually, maybe, you know, do you have one? Well, yes. Did God create everything? Okay. Well, then he fucking created that too, asshole. I don't know why you're, you know, maybe you want to learn about it. You know, and that's just how I've seen it because that's the relevant problem of the day. But if I had my way or anything, I mean, shit, I don't know. Look at people, dude. People suck. That's why I love law. Human. This is why we should refrain from using the term human. Human is a like, is a prefix. It means like unto, but not the same. So they want us to have human rights. They want us to think that we're humans. But if you look up Black's Law Dictionary, what the definition of a human is, it says monster. It says something that has no rights. So if you're a human being with a citizenship, well, you're double fucked. You know what I mean? Because, like, you know, if you're over there philosophizing about human fucking rights, well, forgive me if I want the rights of man. And that's something that I think the system does account for by the nature, like I said, Descartes and those guys. Like, I think, therefore I am. And if you don't think, you're nothing. And it's just like the 13th Amendment to the Constitution. It says there shall be no involuntary servitude, which means that there is for sure shit voluntary servitude. You could sign up all fucking day for your servitude.
Buyer beware. Yeah.
Amen. Yeah. And there's rules. You know, it's not my rules. It's not anything. It's just a matter of, but I don't know how else you could do it, bro. Looking at it, the way I've looked at it nowadays, I really almost like, you know, I don't know, especially in light of the idea of what if we could discharge everything? What if you could get a credit card bill and have a relationship with your banker that you just need to sign the back of that instrument and hand it to him for set-off settlement and closure as the priority security interest on the fucking thing? You know, I went into a credit card company one time. Check this one out. So I went into the credit card company. All I did was name, social, right? And I think I may have put an address. Nothing else. Turned it over, signed the back of the instrument, or, you know, signed the front, turned it over, signed the back, which was called an endorsement, I-N-D-O-R. It's with an I. If you look it up in Black's Law Dictionary, it's a banker's acceptance, right? So, and you have a right as a equal protection to be a banker. All U.S. citizens are considered employees of the United States and are bankers. So what you have the right to do maybe is so I went in and I signed the back of this instrument. I handed it to her. Okay, next day, she calls me from the bank. Whoever gets called by the bank for a credit card application, right? This is what I thought anyway. And so she calls, and I'm like, hi, you know, and I go into debtor mode, and I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I'm going to pay it like this, that, the other thing. And she goes, oh, well, we can't give it to you. And she hangs up. I was like, fuck. I was like, what happened? What I realized that I answered it like a debtor. So what I should have done really was answer it like, excuse me, are we talking about the instrument that you're the holder in due course of? Because what I think happened is that she had legal on board because I signed the back of that instrument, which means that the CFO doesn't have to, which means that I'm authorizing the line of credit, not the bank. So if
Okay.
I'm authorizing the line of credit, I have the right to do it. The CFO, if he authorizes it, then they have the right to come back to me to pay. But if I've authorized the line of credit, I can establish the line and I can also discharge it because I did it. And this is the thing is that we're taking the power away from them, and they've got no room. They literally, because all you can say to them is, excuse me, are you licensed by the state to be a banker? Do you not understand what it means to be a banker? Are you qualified for the fucking position? Should I sue you for pretending to be a banker? Because if you don't know the rules, or I know the rules better than you, much like flat earth, we know the game, heliocentrism, better than most globers. And so when we come into contact with them, that's why I look at them like attorneys. They come in and they're just knowing it all. They know it all. They can tell you about how stupid you are. Same shit with attorneys. But they can't win. They can't prove curvature, axial rotation, the rest of it. Same shit with any of the rest of it. And same thing in a court of law. They come in and they're like, you can't do that. I conditionally accept that. I'll prove the claim there isn't a motion before the court to dismiss the matter. And the judge is going to look at the other party like, damn, you're retarded. And they're going to give you your victory if you know how to handle yourself and conduct yourself. You know, Galatians 5:25. The Bible is a law book, right? So Galatians 5:25. Against gentleness and self-control, there is no law.
How do you explain the tides then, Isa?
I mean, is it my business to explain God's creation? That's how I look at it. Like, you know, how the fuck do I know? You know what I mean? How long's a piece of string? You know, it's like, that's how I feel about that shit. It's like, you know, I look at it like I've been interested in this concept. If you want to get me in an eccentric kick, is Hilbert space. The idea that there's this, like, the sun is creating a wave out of the earth, and we're experiencing that lip when we try to zoom in far away. So the sun is like almost affecting it's like creating it either lowers or draws up. It's not the tides per se, but I think it's part of our perception. Is this thing I've been looking into called Hilbert space. But you know, that's whatever. But I don't know how the fucking tides work. I like to think that the earth is breathing.
Yeah. I think it has something to do with, as the sun and the moon go through the atmosphere, somehow it just changes the density of the atmosphere, allowing.
Well, how about that? Even if that's the case, it's still the earth breathing to me.
Well, yeah,
you know, it's like, you know, that's how I look at it.
I don't think it's not gravity, but I believe that as it moves through, it kind of changes the density of the air, which allows the, you know, in certain places for the pressure to be forced downwards, which is causing the tides, basically. Because if there's a tide, as the sun and the moon go over, or the moon goes over, it pushes down on the ocean, causing the tide. It's not gravity though, and I feel that it's just a change in density.
Well, you know what though? I wonder if we haven't been primed for the notion that the moon somehow affects it. You know, because really that's their model back to their gravitational.
It cannot be coincidence that every time we have a high tide, it's the moon that's having.
Well, what about this? How about this? When planets align, there's like majority. I guess I've heard that there are more earthquakes, and coming up in September, there's going to be a 7-planet alignment. So I don't know if you're into any of that kind of stuff, but the idea that it's the way I've talked about the idea that when 2 planets are aligned, there tends to be more earthquakes. And we are looking up in September, I believe, there will be an alignment of 7 planets.
Do you believe in the planets?
You know, I mean, do I believe in them? I mean, yeah, I fucking believe in them. Yeah, I mean, I see them. I've seen them through telescopes and stuff. Yeah.
Are they planets, or are they just?
They're things. They're lights in the sky, like, you know, like Phuket said. It's like that's really all we can determine. But I see it as like, you know, again, it's like snooker balls on the table to me, and it gets back to Albert Pike with Freemasonry and stuff, because Albert Pike says in his book Morals and Dogma, which is in the 1800s, so it's obviously a flat Earth didn't go anywhere for a long time, and it's still here. Is he said that the ancients measure the Earth with the square, and use regular trigonometry, and then you have the compass, which is for the stars. So we might be dealing with a duality. There may be that what we call is the celestial sphere
around us. I mean, I have my theory about the full magnetic spectrum and us living in the dielectric plane and then experiencing the stars and everything is the magnetic flux or the lines that are going on around magnetic flux. Shout out to Timmy. The what do you call it? Like, but that idea that I have my own perspective of the way that I look at this, which is the full magnetic spectrum, and we live in this dielectric plane, and we maybe experience that. I don't know. I'll pull it up even.
I am convinced that the moon does have an effect on the tides, though. I just don't believe that it's gravity.
Right. Well, I could. I mean, yeah. I'm not going to sit here and be like, "You're wrong."
No. But I mean, I'm not saying that we have to be right or wrong. I mean, we're all trying to find the truth.
This is what I see. I don't know if can you see this?
Oh yeah.
So like, what I see is like, imagine this is the azimuthal projection, let's say, for lack of a better, like maybe even with the pockets of land on the outside, like the Japanese style. And this, what I think of it almost like is like we live in the middle of this dielectric plane, and the firmament would be the top of it, and the Earth would be the bottom of it. Now we're so small that it would appear minuscule to this, but imagine if like these movements here are like the ecliptic, and and all these other movements of the stars. Like I have this idea of the tree of life in the center that accepts it accepts all light, so we can't see it, and emanates and it like this. I believe the sun and the moon are projections. I don't think they're real like that. I think they're projections from some source emanating here. That's my eccentric out there theory of, but this is it's the full magnetic field spectrum. So there is precedence for this. It's not just like, like our friend Grimm out there, he's convinced that we live on top of the ball because he just can't let go of the ball. But whatever, I disagree. I think we're on the inside of this dielectric plane, possibly experiencing what we think. Like imagine if all this is the celestial sphere. And then you've got your random comments and all that crap. Who knows?
And this is something that is scalable and repeatable and
right. And that's what Phuket. Check this one out too. The idea being this is that the stars are the leaves of the tree of life, and so the meteorites, when the showers are when the leaves are falling.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be in the Van Allen belt?
What's the Van Allen belt? You know what I mean? Though it's like seriously, like they could call it. Maybe that is what they refer to as. Jem thinks you can go around it, which I think is adorable. Yeah, I think it's a little more complicated than that, personally. Hey,
but it kind of explains what you'd expect to see from a Van. If you change the plane over for a ball, you'd have the Van Allen belt going around. So what they're trying to say is that we just can't really get through that shit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys get caught up on imagery like this and like this. In my opinion, like if I'm not mistaken here, and it's like I just tend to see it as, and they try to say like, oh yeah, this is the Earth right here, or whatever, and I just don't see it that way. I see it like this, dielectric plane. Yeah. That would be your Big Bang, because like Ken Wheeler has shown that like the quicker that acceleration happens, the more stuff will stay down. So imagine God making the fastest movement you could in the world and creating the biggest dielectric plane possible. And boof, all of a sudden it's like, we got giraffes.
So we're the North Pole being in the center then?
Well, yeah, I think of it like the tree of life. You can't get close enough to it. And that's where I think all the tides go too. I think it breathes through that. Like it's almost like the blood of the earth, and it breathes somehow, like the lungs, man. It's microcosm and macrocosm.
So would you be saying that it has planes then? Planes upon planes, like a hollow earth?
No, I don't think of it like that. I think of it like we're literally on the inside of this dielectric plane. We're on the inside of this. We're so minute, and God knows how much really land there is or any of it. But I just don't know. I like the way the Masons look at it. They said the Earth is flat and it's a celestial sphere. It's like it's this conundrum. We're both right.
Well, we know the Masons pretty much still, have a big say in what goes on in the world. So why would they be telling us it's a ball then, if that's their belief that it was a flat?
Well, I think of it like it's part of the game in the sense that, for one, there's this idea of like,
it's the externalization of the philosophy, which is like they have to create. They're the builders, in my opinion. So they're creating the story, the apocalypse of the Bible. They're manifesting it, and in the same respect, if they have crafted it and you want to go break it down to that extent, to me, I get more philosophical, and I feel like I said, God knows every leaf that falls and your social security number. It's like that's just how I feel about the creation. But like, I also think that you know, if man did make it, then it's also set up for this. You have this offer in the court. That's where, for me, I'm like, okay, well, if they're building this apocalypse and all this like that, well, doesn't it say all my debts are all my sins are forgiven and my debts are paid in your book? You know, but it's like, you know, if we lose our philosophy as we walk out of the church, then what good is it? If your philosophy is not in your heart on Monday morning, if you're not, you know what I mean? Like, what good is it? Why do we think on Monday that I don't know. For me, that's just like.
I think P-Mars wants to come in. He's after a link.
Oh, P-Mars, let me see. I'll add him to the call if he wants. Have you talked to P-Mars, Phuket? I feel like you're going to. And in this room, I got all the fucking, you know, I let everyone in to come and have their piece.
P-Mars, I think he had a bash at me the other day.
Most likely.
But, you know, this is it. I mean, whatever. I mean, to be honest, it's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning for me, so I can't hang around.
No kidding.
No. Yeah, remember, I'm on the other side of the globe.
Yeah, I know it, right? Yeah, brother. How does this?
Yeah, man. It's very, 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 very satiating to hear what both of you guys have kind of thought about and yeah, that's basically it, isn't it? Isn't that what we're striving for? An open-minded approach to more discovery, you know, with the understanding that we are easily duped. Like you say, with the legal system, most of us don't understand our inherent rights. And in the same vein, we don't understand, unless we actually do a lot of research and soul searching, we don't understand. Well, we then realize that we don't know. We don't know where we are, what we are, who we are, how we came to be,
or even where we live, man. It's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, where it's like, anytime someone asks me, well, where do you live? It's like, really, technically, well, how could I live anywhere else but in my fucking body, man? I have a hard time, like, you know, entertaining any notion that I could live at like 122 B Street. You know what I mean? It's like, I just don't think that correlates philosophically. I mean, I understand when it's necessary, et cetera, but yeah, brother, you've honestly, man, your videos and a lot of what you've done in the past has like affected me profoundly. So, like I said, man, you're a shining prince on the flat earth to me, bro.
Yeah. So it's really, thanks, man. It's really just a case of desperately trying to get the ball earthers to just, you know, detach and understand, and yeah,
it's amusing. Yeah, try not to get you know, I know a lot of people get all on both sides of this, they get all freaking beat up about it. I know you're so, I mean, shit, you're in Thailand, I don't know what the fuck, you got warm weather all year round. Fuck it.
It's nice.
You know, I don't know what you could get upset about over there. That's awesome. And you know, it's something I say too is like, yo, our life is our victory, bro.
Our life, what?
Our lives are our victory. Like, you know, it's that having gone up and gotten the cup of coffee.
Yeah.
You know, that's our victory, man. So, you know, like, big up, man.
It's good. Okay, man. So listen, you please feel free to go ahead, and I really appreciate you letting me in and sharing these ideas and concepts, man. Thanks very much.
Well, I'm honored by you coming over here, dude. Seriously, I'm a fan. So it's like, I love your videos. I love all the stuff you're doing over there, and really very inspirational. Yeah, seriously, very inspirational, man. One of your first vids, like a couple of your vids have just hit me at times in my life where I needed to hear those words and all the beautiful things that you've said. So I really thank you, man.
Well, thank you, and that is just that's all it's all about. So yeah,
Fuck yeah,
Sweet.
dude.
Sweet.
I love your drives too. I love when you rant. I love all of it, dude. So please keep it rocking and rolling, man. Forget the
All right.
haters. There's so many people out here that need those words. So keep them coming, man.
Oh, sweet, man. Nice
Yes,
one.
sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Salam
Yo.
alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bless, brother. Yes, sir.
All right.
Peace, Lane. That's what's up. Yeah, big up to Phuket Word. Thank you so much for coming, man. What's up, Ranty? Yeah.
Yes.
PMAR still want to get in here?
Yeah. P Mars wants to get in. I don't know what he wants to talk about. He'll have something, I'm sure.
Links in the chat. Allahu Akbar. Yeah. Adam Weishaupt over there.
What's happened to Anthony? Where's he gone?
I don't know. He said he had to step off for a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah. For tea or something.
Yep. Yeah, that's real cool, man. Phuket Word is awesome.
Yeah, I had a chat with him on Skype a couple of days ago. It's nice to meet people that just talk to you respectfully. You know, I'll speak to anybody respectfully if they talk to me respectfully. You know.
Yeah, of
because
course.
we're at the end of the day, you know, I mean, we were all fed the same stuff as children, and it's just how we've gone in our different ways and different belief systems, and it's whether or not we can find any kind of common ground, because it just seems like this argument is so, it's either one or the other, and people are so vehemently against each other.
Oh yeah,
You know,
well, it's interesting. Like I said before, I think what we're witnessing is when we tell someone the Earth is flat and then they have a fucking breakdown, or whenever they do come along with their breakdown, is they're going through they resort back to whatever age they thought the ball. You know, they've become fascinated with the spinning ball, and that's what we witness. I think they turn into, like, you know, they're argumentative and they become very childlike about it. You know, that's why I can appreciate, like, and it's a shame that Tim gets such a bad rap, because he's actually one of the most knowledgeable, like, people that I've seen on the subject for Ball Earth, as well as like Gem Panda, and like those are two people that don't get the opportunity. I think when I came out, I see where I get it is that when I first came out here, I went right for the fight of this. I went right into Earth discussions, the Fed, whatever the fuck it was called back in the day, with Andrea Sensi, who I have nothing but respect for because he was nice to me, and Atheist Rex even was doing the one-on-one debates back in the day, and I met Rhetoric Discourse, who's awesome, you know, and I got vapid platitudes from that exchange, which I love, because these guys aren't stupid. They just don't. I just don't think that they see it to a certain extent. But also for myself, I'm a dick. Like, I'm not nice necessarily. I never said I was nice. I was always a dick ever since I came out here. So it's like, you know, I kind of warmed up over the last however long and was nice to people because I can talk to people. But at the same time, if I sense it in someone's voice that they're bullshitting me, I'm also very acutely aware of it. On either side of this equation or conversation, depending on the topic, I can't help it because I'm adamant about what I believe, and I'm also like not going to put up with.
I mean, you started this journey a year ago, am I right?
I mean, the YouTube part of it, yeah.
I started the journey. I think I watched my first video about a year ago, and then I watched my next video about 7 months ago, and then my next video about 5 months ago, and then I thought, you know what, I need to get a P900 and go out and do it. So I haven't got the experiences a lot of people have got.
Well, I see. My thing was, I went and did all, like, I got a P900. I was like all about it, and like I've been a flat earther since, like, I guess late 2015, and when that happened, I was like, you know, I guess I wasn't really confirmed or really bought into the idea of flat Earth. I was researching it, but I really didn't come to almost a point of conviction about it until like 2016. You know, like early 2016, and then when I came across this idea of the sun tracking with Antonio and the mechanics of the fourth wall, I got involved, and I felt as though the people out here might be able to understand the legal side of what I was talking about. I've always kind of felt like, okay, flat earthers are ahead of the curve, if you will. Maybe they can understand some of what I'm putting down. And it's taken me a year to get the ear of certain people that I would have wanted to get the ear of initially. but I'm happy for every step along the way. Like Nathan Oakley, it was the first show I was on, and and I've visited Patricia Steer's show, and I've been around and Free Chan, and but I went right for the fight. You know what I mean? So it was like, I don't understand when people don't. I guess
I just don't understand why. If there's any ballers out there that are listening, you cannot look at the evidence of 9/11, for instance, and know that the government are telling us the truth, because the evidence is overwhelming that it wasn't exactly in any way, shape, or form how they said it happened.
It's like, we could go into 9/11, but also this is the thing, and I like what Morgile said a little while back. He said the thing about flat Earth, if it wasn't Jeranism, it was Morgile, and if we haven't said it before, is it the thing about flat Earth is that you can go out and verify it for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest thing to me.
There are people out there, the ballers that are out there. There cannot be 5 people out of 10. It can't be 50-50. There cannot be 5 people out of 10 that have viewed the evidence of 9/11 and come to the conclusion that the government told us the truth. Because everybody that researches that information must know, well, 10 out of 10, if you've got a quarter of a brain, would agree that we were lied to completely. And if they would lie to us over that, then they would lie to us over anything.
As gentlemen like Tim would say, that would be a false equivalency.
It's a non sequitur logical fallacy, actually, because you could apply that with everything, because the government has hands in all kinds of stuff. So it's a silly argument to have, and I've heard Morgile say that before.
What I'm saying is that it would open up the recipient's mind to exploring different avenues from what it was taught.
Ranty, dude, hey, look, the Globers are waiting for evidence of a flat Earth. Okay, if you give them evidence of a flat Earth, not a bigger ball, not a bigger ball, but actual evidence of a flat Earth, okay? And maybe throw in there that you'll have some predictive capability on Earth, because that is the reality that we all share. So that would be excellent. Because the model that the Globers have, the idiots, actually works, okay? And you can't dispute that. You can't.
Okay. Well, I've just put a video up now, today, actually. So, you're perhaps welcome to go along and have a look at that.
What's the video, and how does it prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, I looked from south to north across the entire coast, filmed it, took pictures, did a composite image, and proved that everything was flat. All the sea was flat. There was no curve at all.
So you're expecting to see curve because you're traveling on a flat plane that's a giant ball, basically? I mean, how?
No, I was proving that there was no curve. When you look out to, I was seeing, apparently to the horizon from my eye level was at least 8 miles. And I was able to look from as far away as Liverpool to as far away as to Barrow-in-Furness. So I was covering about 170 degree span of the ocean, looking out to the Irish Sea. I took 24 images and I composited them together. I matched them up. You can watch the video, it's fine, and you'll see there is no curve. Or it's just an illusion.
Okay, let me get this straight. So you're making an observation at several points.
Well, you can watch the video because it's probably
I'm going to ask you about the video since I'm here right now. I'm going to try to actually logically go through this with you and actually think, would we see curvature with this method? What are you expecting to see on a sphere?
If you're looking, let's suppose I'm looking out to the horizon, as you would say, and after the horizon,
do you not call it the horizon?
So,
as Mai would say, you wouldn't call it a horizon. Why would you say that?
Right. So I'm looking south to north.
God.
Go on, Ranty.
So I'm looking south to north. So I'm looking at the horizon, which is, let's say, 8 miles away. And you say after the 8 miles there is a curve. Yeah? So if I look from east to west from my same location, I am going to see curve to the far east and far west if I put a straight line across the two. If I put a line from east to west over a 30-mile distance, I'm going to have a bulge in the middle, and I'm going to have it slanting off to the east, and I'm going to have it slanting off to the west, because that's what the ball model would say would happen. It doesn't just happen from north to south as you're looking at it, and as the boat goes over the horizon. It also works from east to west as you're looking at it.
So I'm just trying to figure out. So you're making different observations and you composite them together, correct?
That's true.
Okay. So at what point are you making an observation over the full length of the distance described?
With the composite.
Oh, with the composite. So the composite is actually showing how many miles per
I think it's actually impossible to do a 170-degree image from that location to capture the sea. It would be almost impossible. In fact, it would be impossible. There'd be just no. It's just impossible.
Okay, so at each point of the composite where you're taking these images.
Well, you could watch the video and you could see it, and then if you've watched the video, you could.
No, you're describing something that I would expect to see on a sphere. Okay.
Why? Because
and it's just your misconception of it that you think that from point A to point B, because you're doing a composite, that you should see curvature, even though the observations at each point are only a few miles, right?
The observations from each image, how much distance did I capture in each image at the horizon line? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah.
I would say probably 3 miles in each image.
So why would you expect to see curvature over a composite image where you're seeing 3 miles per image? And that, I mean, I really like, dude, well, I don't even know what to say, man. I don't. This is really sad.
You could use a wide angle lens and fudge it, like Mick West wanted you to do.
No, look, Mick West doesn't need to be brought up, and that's the problem with Anthony. He wants to bring up everybody else into the arguments that he's talking with, say, Charles. He'll bring up Kara and Mick West, but he's talking to Charles, and Charles has never made any of those observations or comments or assertions. So we don't need to bring anyone else into this if we're just talking about your composite image, right?
But this is what I'm saying. So you're saying to me that even though I've been down there and actually done experimentation, composited the image together and found that it was flat, that you're now
you're never making an observation from point A to point B. That's the point, dude. You not get that?
Do you ever go down to the sea? Have you ever seen the sea?
Yeah, I was in San Diego last year. I was there almost every day.
It was flat, or were you going to say it's curved?
Well, I'm not expecting it to be curved on a 25,000 mile in circumference sphere like some flat earthers are.
Because
why not? Because it's a 25,000 mile in circumference sphere, like I just said.
Yeah, but if it's going to be curving from north to south, let's say you're at south and you're looking north. So if it's going to be curving out to sea as you're looking out and the boat goes over the horizon, it's also when the boat goes over the horizon, if you take that for a marker, it's also going to be curving from that boat. It's going to be curving from east to west. So if you take that boat as a marker and you do a straight line from east to west as far as your horizon can go, and you scan left and right, if you were on a ball, you'd see curve, because from his perspective, it would be curving away.
So do you know the difference between obstruction and seeing the Earth's curvature yet?
Right. Imagine you're on a beach ball.
Can you answer that question? I understand your east to west argument, but you know what? If you
understand it, why are you changing? Why aren't you just answering the question? Because I asked you a question.
Because it's based on your misconceptions.
No,
you're talking about a composite. You're talking about a composite.
No. We're talking about. I asked you about the east to west, and you said you understood the east to west. And I said, so if the boat is the top of the world, because that boat is in the center of that boat has just gone beyond the horizon. So that boat, from its perspective, is on top of the ball, right? So from its perspective, the ball is falling away from the east, the west, the south, and the north, right? So if you focus onto that boat, it won't just be curving behind the curve from your perspective. It'll also be curving behind the ball from the east and the west, which means that from wherever that boat is, everything around it will be curving away from it because it's on a ball. So if you're looking at it and you can see 10 miles left and 10 miles right, it's going to have 10 miles of curvature to the east and 10 miles of curvature to the right. And you just told me.
What do you mean? Hold on. 10 miles of curvature to the east.
San Diego, and you
what are you
looked out
talking
onto
about?
the ocean and you never saw any curve. Hey, what can I say?
Well, I'm talking about the horizon. I did see obstruction on giant fucking cruise liners that came in. Yeah.
I'm just asking you to think about it from the boat's perspective. The boat is on the horizon. So if you're looking at the boat and the boat is on the top of the beach ball, from where the boat is, everything is going to curve away from that. Everything is going to curve east, west, north, south, southeast, southwest, south.
So you have proof that it doesn't do this, right?
No. What I am saying is, from the boat's perspective, as you look at it, right? If you look at that boat, everything is falling away from it. From the first foot away from that boat, the world is curving.
No. Look. You're making it look.
No. Listen.
We don't live on a beach ball, bro. It's much bigger, dude. Come on.
When it gets to 10 miles away from where that boat is, as you're looking at the boat as a focal point, everything around that from east to west has also been curving just the same. So you should be able to draw a straight line across the horizon and see if there's any drop from the east and drop from the west, because that boat is your focal point. And you know that if you can see 10 miles east and 10 miles west from that boat, and that boat is on the top of the world, because from its perspective it will be, and as you're looking at it, you will be able to see whether or not there is any curve. And if I did a composite and I took the composite around and filmed it, saw no curve, you went down to San Diego, said you saw no curve, 10 miles of curve, how much is 10 mile curve from 0 feet? Because that's what it would be from the perspective from the boat.
How would that be?
It would be at least 130 feet of curve.
Hold on. So we're making. Listen. Hold on. First of all, this is a hypothetical.
From the right, from the west.
Is this a hypothetical?
No. This is on the ball. This is your ball. This is not my math.
Okay, but I'm just saying. So we have an observer at 0 foot on a boat. I mean, what are you talking about?
Huh? Say again.
You just said that the boat would have a 0 foot observer.
Yes, if you're observing the boat, as you're taking the reference from the boat, you are looking at the boat as it sits on the horizon. You can then look east and west, and you can use the boat, what you can see of the boat on the horizon, as a zero, from a zero above sea level, because whatever you can see at the boat's lowest part is the lowest part of the boat. That is on sea level. So you look east, you look west. So at 10 miles, there should be a 130 foot curve to the east and a 130 foot curve to the west. So you should see that from the boat's perspective as you film it.
Okay, so how is this not a hypothetical if you don't have anything to back that up?
I've just put a video up. What can I say?
Was it a 0 foot
I don't have anything
advisor?
to back it up. Sorry?
Was it a 0 foot observer?
No. I was at about 40 foot. So I was actually seeing around about 15 miles.
Okay. So let's go with the video really quickly. Can we concede or can we understand that at no point are you making a point A to point B observation?
Of course I do.
Can you understand that?
The first image that I take is looking south towards Liverpool. And the last image I take is looking north towards Barrow-in-Furness. And in between, there are a series of pictures that link them all together. And I've knitted them together, and I've individually, on each and every single frame, shown that what the ocean was showing was flat. And then I matched them together. And then it showed flat the entire length.
You know, I guess we have different nomenclature here because you're saying that it was flat. So you're looking at different places all over the place and it's all flat. Is that what you were claiming?
No, I was looking at the ocean. I was looking at the ocean. I wasn't looking at the land. I was looking at the ocean. From my
Didn't you say that you were
location
looking towards Liverpool the first when you were looking south or
towards,
whatever?
I was filming to, well, I took images towards, from where I was, it would have been looking towards Liverpool. Past Blackpool, towards Liverpool.
So you have a composite? I was thinking you did a composite over like a distance. Okay, so you have a composite of just
course I
looking
did
in
a
different
distance.
Directions?
Different direction? What are you on about? Different directions.
Hey, real quick.
You just said you looked north and south and okay, and you have more pictures in between.
Over the period of 30 seconds, I took a series of 24 images that captured the entire coastline of the Irish Sea.
So were you looking in different directions each time you took a shot?
Yes.
Okay, well, very good. That's what I was just saying when you said, "What are you talking about? Different directions."
Oh, right.
Okay, very good. Now we're on the same page. So how does this disprove the ball?
How does it disprove it? Because each and every image on my video I analysed and proved that the sea was absolutely flat. And then to ram home the point, once I'd done each and every image, I then knitted every single image together so that even to the nearest pixel, they were identical, so that I had a complete composite. And then I lowered the flat onto it and found that everything matched up. There was not a single bit of curve on the entire ocean.
You went into Photoshop and obviously put like a
Photoshop. Why would I go into Photoshop?
Well, I was actually about to explain that.
All the images are on my video.
Talk over me.
Sorry, I'm just saying when you say you did
Photoshop. Well, well, because Photoshop, you could take that image that you have and draw a perfect straight line straight across per pixel, right? And say, because sometimes people think that some things look flat, like the whole air balloon fucking footage and shit. Every time I take any of those pictures into Photoshop, it's not flat. It's not flat, period. Okay. So maybe it looked flat to you with your little
at what
stand.
height though? At what height?
I was at about 40 foot up.
No. I mean for Tim, like when you see it, like like when you take him into Photoshop, at what height are you catching curve?
Truthfully, I usually do it at near the highest, but
like the 120.
Yeah, around 100-ish.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's where like I gotta fucking go there. It's just like if we're seeing a little bit of curve at 120.
No, don't even say it. Don't say it, because literally I lose respect every time you keep rambling on with stupid shit.
Hold on, no. Why do you think that it's so far fetched to think that if we're not?
Because I've explained it to you 5 times now.
Right, but explaining to me it doesn't but obviously maybe it isn't good enough. For some
well, for you maybe, but I know that it actually does make sense, because there's a difference between obstruction due to the Earth's curvature and actually seeing the Earth's curvature from above. Okay, you said it's as simple as that, and there's different equations for it. And 8 inches per mile, I'm pretty sure, is not even for obstruction.
I don't argue that. I mean, I'm arguing that 69 miles of arc, but my point is that like I don't see the sky arc, but that's a sky, it's a degree in relationship to Polaris. No. So I mean, no. Isn't that what latitude is in the degrees? Each degree is 69 miles, and there's like.
Well, I'm pretty sure you were talking about something else at the beginning of that sentence.
Forgive me, maybe. Forgive me. I'm just looking at it like this though. If we're talking about that measurement of the curve, let's say, because you guys are saying that the reason that Polaris is lowering in the horizon is because we're dipping around the curve and it's going below the Earth, like we're moving far enough away and the curve of the Earth is such that at 69 miles, each being 1 degree being away from the why Polaris would drop. So like, in the sky. And so where we're proposing that it's due to perspective. And, and that's really the dilemma here, and then we come into the 69 miles though as 1 degree. Well, if there's, let's say 90 degrees and 1 degree is 69 miles, then there's not much, you know what I mean? Like then we could agree again that there is no boat going over the curve at 69 miles per 1 degree. Like the gradient doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? In that sense, due to the perspective of it, I could agree maybe if you guys were saying like, oh, okay, no. Like 69 miles away is where you would perceive some curvature.
but that's not what we're being told. That's where I could, if you guys updated that argument, that'd be one thing. But the point is that like if it's 69 miles, it's 1 degree an arc, or what someone would call the arc of the Earth, right? Then because of what we're measuring from the stars, we're determining the shape of the Earth. And so to do that, then you have still the problem of 69 miles not being a big enough distance, in my opinion, to create any notion or semblance of curvature. Like, you know, because within that 69-mile range, that's what allows for you to have Kansas be flat for 400 miles.
It's not flat for 400 miles.
Don't they say it's as flat as a pancake? Oh, well, as flat as how much feet is it? 20 feet?
No, you got to go read that article and actually read the full
it's
article.
Like 20 feet, though. It's like 20 feet from the differential. It's like the amount of 20 feet over 400 miles. That doesn't make sense. And you have tectonic plates.
Yeah,
Look, do you understand that you completely just parrot things that you really don't know? Like I actually lived in Kansas, and there are hills and all kinds of stuff, dude. Like, I mean, mostly in Kansas City, it's not flat, dude. It's more hilly than even Denver. So, you know, I mean, it's just really intellectually dishonest for you to just cherry pick all of the stuff that goes with your bias.
Isn't there a particular stretch of road that goes across that is allegedly as flat, and the only degree of change is like 20 feet, if that?
But flat in relative to the sphere Earth means that it's proportionally distant to the radius of the Earth. I know that's really hard to believe, but that's basically flat on a sphere means.
No, I can respect I can respect the idea. Okay, like I grew up with the idea. I understand it. My thing is,
no, you didn't grow up with this idea, and I heard this earlier. I'm sorry, but I have to say this. We didn't know any of this shit, guys. Before 2 years ago, unless you went to higher college and studied this kind of stuff, we didn't know any of this. So for this argument to be, oh, we all learned it in 4th grade, and these ballers just need to open up, and
you would give us this though, Tim.
You guys just gish gallop for hours, man.
We've envisioned this idea in our heads, being that it's the model that was given to us for so long. You'd give us that, right?
Like, yeah, but the model is empirically correct with reality, Issa. Well, can we get with that?
Well,
even Cathexis went with that.
Hey, I like what Cass says. There's enough evidence that would lead one to believe that you live on a ball. However, we experience the Earth as flat with the sun and moon moving over our heads. I can agree with that.
Yeah, and that doesn't give any credence to the argument of flat Earth. It's just basic observations. That's all it is.
Well, right, but there's also it does give a credence to the idea that our subjective experience is all that we have for us. I mean, I know you get into the subjective, objective. I love it, but I think like it's recognized even in the writings of the learned men of our system today. They understand that there's a dual system, possibly. That's what it seems.
I'm just wondering, Ranty.
Yeah.
If you're not going to see curve looking north or south or east or west, why would you think?
I want the world to be a ball because I want to believe in Star Trek.
Well, then start being open to evidence then, okay? Research latitude and the celestial sphere.
I believed in the ball till
it doesn't matter how long you believed in it. You have misconceptions about it. Doesn't matter, dude. Doesn't. All right? I make videos and you can come by and try to debunk them, or you can come and look and corroborate the fucking information.
I've got 140 videos.
Yeah, but you're wrong. If you're under the flat Earth inclination, you're absolutely objectively wrong. Okay, do you understand that? You don't right now, but you will in a few years when you figure this out and you say, "Wow, I wasted years of my life going around with stupid ass arguments thinking that the Earth was flat because of my own ignorance." That's what you'll say to yourself, and I'm here to try to fucking stop that.
All I need to do is get my camera out and have a look at things that I shouldn't be able to see behind the ball. And when I see that, all I get from the ballers is that it's this law, and then when that law isn't enough, it's another law, and when that law.
So is it flat? Do you have any videos from afar that's flat?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh, it's completely flat, and you can see all of these buildings not being obstructed. Is that what you're saying?
I found obstruction of about 100 feet or so, maybe 90 feet.
So why would it be flat?
From 30 miles away.
And how high were you?
27 foot.
Well, wow. Off the sea level?
Off the sea level, yeah. In fact, I actually In fact, I actually went out to about 3 foot. Actually walked out into the quicksand. Actually, the video is quite funny, and I actually filmed the same building from again 30 miles away, and I caught probably, I would say, 2/3 of the building.
So why do you, just real quick, why do you do observations if you actually get some curvature and you're looking for curvature?
No.
And you just deny it and you continue to be a flat earther? Why do you even do fucking observations, dude? Like, what's the point?
So you think because I met with some obstruction that it was curvature? I disagree, because I have a theory on what's happening.
Oh, great. Well, your theory. Oh, very good. Well, you know what? Maybe you'll be a Nobel Peace Prize winner because you figured it all out.
Oh, great.
Well, listen, I've been good enough to listen to what you had to say, so perhaps you could be good enough to listen to my argument.
I've heard you, Ranty. Truthfully, you literally do rant with Gish Gallop for hours, bro. And it's like, it's just bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all misconception. It's all arguments from incredulity. And it's are you really out for truth, or do you feel good because it's a flat earth sophism psyop Trojan horse meme?
You see, I'm really not going to go down the argumentative way tonight.
Of course not. Because when you get pushed into the wall, you're gonna go cower away and pretend that the Earth is flat.
No, I don't cower away from anything.
I live in reality. I can look at all the empirical evidence and weigh it out.
We're here to try and find out whether the Earth's a ball or a curve. So if I have an argument with you, we're not really debating anything. So when I respond to that, it's going to set us back 10 minutes. So I could either set us back 10 minutes, or I could just ask.
Now you're setting us back 5 minutes by explaining how you would set us back 10 minutes. Give me a break, dude.
The next time that I meet you and talk to you again, you'll realize that I'm not going to have an argument with you. We're going to discuss facts.
Well, you have no facts to provide. You have just arguments from incredulity.
No.
Just like your composite image.
All theories in proof. How's that?
Well, very good. So, maybe you'll detect curvature like Matrix Decode did. Maybe you'll find it.
Have you ever seen a tsunami on video, or know of how a tsunami works?
A hurricane, yeah.
A tsunami.
A tsunami?
Yes.
But is it really that much different than a hurricane?
Well, I suppose you get the tidal push with the hurricane. So we can use that. Let's say that. Okay. So you've got the ocean pushing its way in, and what happens when it meets the shallows? What happens to the water when the water comes towards the shallows?
I don't know. You tell me. Let's not ask rhetorical questions back and forth.
Okay. Well, it's obviously something that you've never looked into. So obviously the water rises up, and it can rise up 10, 20, 30, 40 foot in height. In fact, in the past, I believe it's risen to hundreds of feet high. So on a smaller scale, what you've got with the oceans, when the tides come in and they go out, you've got the tides pushing in. So you have a body of water pushing its way in towards the shallows. So you have the deep ocean, and you have all that metric tons of water pushing in towards a very small metric tons of water that is trying to push its way up the beach. So as it's coming up the beach, what happens is you get a small bulging that happens because you've got the force of the water pushing its way up, meeting resistance, which is the sand. Yeah? Do you see where I'm coming from? If you was to put your hand in a bath and move your hand left to right, the water would rise up at one end and would go down the other, because you've got the body of water pushing against the shallows. Yeah? Do you see where I'm going from? So when
I just hear you talking, and it's like, where are you going with this?
So when you're taking in it, from your response there, I'll kind of get the fact that you actually do understand what I'm saying. So when you're taking an image from 30 miles away, and you're looking at probably 2 or 3 pixels in the distance, any kind of tidal disturbance that affects your vision before the camera is going to have an effect on what you can see in the distance. So that tidal bulge that you get, it's not the curve of the Earth, you have the mass of the water pushing the smaller mass of the other water up up. Because in the shallows, it has nowhere else to go. It has to bulge. It has to rise up.
So I guess I kind of get the feeling that we just do hypotheticals and your theories on reality here, right?
Why is it hypotheticals on reality? I go down to the beach.
What does it have to do with anything?
I've lived on the coast my entire life, and I've been down to the beach probably every single week of my entire life. And in the last 7 months, I've been down to the beach pretty much every damn day. So I know with my own observations what I am actually seeing. And it's just common sense. If you have shallows and you have deep ocean and you have water trying to push the shallower water up the beach, it's going to meet resistance because the water wants to flow back towards the ocean, because that's what happens. It doesn't want to go up, it wants to go down because the weight of the water is pushing against the water that's coming behind it. So you get a little bulge that happens. And that little bulge is the distortion that affects what you can see at extremely long distances, because it affects the very lowest pixels that you're trying to capture from 30, 35 miles away.
And so the point of this,
if that just goes over your head and you just cannot even just agree that that might just be a little, you know, a little nugget that answers a question for you, then there's no point in us even discussing it any further.
what are tsunamis? What are tsunamis made from?
An earthquake.
Well, you got that right. That's great. Well, volcanic shit and other stuff, but great. Well, I just don't know how that proves anything at all. You just waffled on about water, how tide comes in and bulges, and like, what does that prove, dude? Does that just sound good in your own head, so you say it, or what? I really don't know.
I absolutely cannot believe you just didn't understand that. I just walked you through it like I would walk through a
What was
simpleton.
the point?
The point was, if you have flat ocean and then you get a very small bulge as the tide is trying to be pushed up into the shallows, and the tide that's being pushed up is wanting to resist and falling back. So you get a very small bulge. That little bulge is the distortion that you see at the very lowest distance when you're looking 30 miles away, is what affects what you can see.
What the fuck? So tsunamis happen every time we make observations?
No, tsunamis are just an example of what happens with the tides, but to a much smaller scale. The tides have probably a thousandth or something of the effect of a tsunami.
So you're saying tides can cover basically a whole boat, a giant boat. They can cover it, just the waves, the tides?
I'm not talking about a wave. I'm talking about the bulge.
Okay, the bulge of water, you know, okay.
The bulge of water. So if you have, if you have the shallows, can you imagine the shallows?
Actually, you know what? This whole subject is
honestly, it's like it's so hard trying to talk to somebody that just either is just being obtuse for a
obtuse. Actually, it's obtuse, not obtruse. But hey, buddy, maybe next time have more than hypotheticals and theoreticals and your theories, okay?
Because what do you have?
I come with actual information.
What do you have? What do you have?
I come with actual information, okay?
From where? Are they your research? Or
yeah.
do you rely on other people's?
No, it's my research. Which how would I research? Dude, you're fucking full of shit, man. Seriously.
What did you invent? What did you bring to the?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, tell me, because all you're relying on is other people's work. You're not actually going out there and proving the fucking ball. I'm going out there.
Yeah, I did actually. How do you know what the fuck I did?
Of course.
How do you know what I did?
How do you know what I did? Tell me. What do you prove?
How do you know what I did? You just told me that you knew what I did. So how do you know?
This is what you wanted to do. You wanted to drag.
No, how about you just answer that question?
Down.
You keep asserting things. Why don't you fucking justify one thing that you say?
Which thing would you want me to justify?
What I just said. Are we in a conversation, or do you forget 3 seconds into the conversation?
Well, because you talk so fast.
Well, I don't talk like a retard, dude. So I talk a little bit faster than you.
You don't talk like a retard. Well, you act like a retard because you cannot understand simple instruction.
I understand what you're saying, but what the fuck does it have to do with anything?
If you understand what I'm saying, you will understand the concept. If you can't
Okay,
even understand the concept,
because of a bulge,
then I'm done with
because of a
speaking to you
bulge
because
and
you are
waves.
just one of
Hey,
these
Bubba, because of
idiots.
waves that are
It's
way
not
under
a
you.
wave. Are you incompetent? Are you not listening? It's not a wave.
Bulge. Okay, it's a fucking good lord. It's a parabolic fucking something, dude. Good lord, water. Okay, I get it.
Right.
But look,
So
what does it have to do with a boat being obstructed?
When you have a bigger
Just keep talking.
body
Man.
of water
Go ahead.
pushing against a smaller body of water and trying to push it up an incline, what happens? If you try to push a big body of water up a smaller body of water up an incline, what happens? It bulges.
It's like a test.
Will you at least give me that? Will you at least give me that?
How did I score with all the tests and rhetorical questions you've asked me so far? Probably pretty bad.
Well,
since I don't agree with you.
Yeah, because you don't answer anything, and all you do is just talk.
There's no
shit.
question. There's no question, okay? Because it's just rhetorical. I don't answer rhetorical questions that you already know, and you're trying to test me on.
So you know it's
rhetorical,
understand? So you know that the answer's correct then?
No, your conclusion's completely false.
Oh, right, okay. So what happens then?
So obstruction is due to bulges and waves? Is that basically what you're saying?
Obstruction is, is to the tides.
Which one, yes or no?
To the tides, not to waves.
Obstruction is from tides, really? Okay.
Yes.
So how come you can make observations from high points that are way above any of those waves or tides or bulges, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? And you're above that, but there's a boat way off in the distance that has a large portion of it being obstructed. So that is what you're saying, right? That's your explanation for yourself? Is that good enough for you?
No. I won't accept that. I won't accept that. Because at the end of the day, I mean, you cannot see half an ocean's distance, no matter which way you look at it. So you've got the incoming tide and you've got the outgoing tide. So if it's incoming, and you're looking across the Irish Sea, you have to be able to see at least 100 miles. And there's no camera in the world that can do that. Not one that's available to the public anyway. So anything that's 30 miles out or 40 miles out, like you say, if you went up to an elevation of, let's say, 100 meters, and you looked out and you saw a boat that was 45 miles away, and that was sitting on the horizon, and you was able to film it, as the tide's coming in, it would still have that effect.
So what is a bigger body pushing against a little body of water? What does that actually mean?
You have the deep ocean pushing against the shallow ocean. So you have the deep ocean.
With your
as the tides change. If you know how oceans are.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
Right. If you imagine a basin, right? You have the deep ocean, and then you have the shallows on each side. So you've got the Atlantic, let's say. So you've got Ireland and you've got New York. Right, and you've got.
My God! You know what? No! I'm not going to do any more. I'm not going to be dragged down with your hypotheticals anymore. Do you have any information about the flat Earth?
Well, if you don't want to,
can you prove the flat Earth in any way? Because you do believe it. I'm just wondering why it's justified in your head.
I see with my own eyes, my friend.
Okay, would you see something different if you were on a sphere that was 25,000 miles in circumference?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because your math, which tells me it's a ball, tells me what I should be seeing, and I see different.
Are you using 8 inches per mile squared?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Well, that's where you lose, buddy. Okay.
Why is that?
Yeah, elaborate that point for him.
Yeah, why is that?
Well,
no.
You know,
you said no,
I didn't know I was talking to a first grade flat earther, dude. I'm sorry, but because the observer height has a lot to do with why you can see more. That's why from afar.
You don't think I don't know about the observer height? You never asked me that. You said, "Am I using the 8 inch?"
I just said 8 inches per mile square, and you said yes. Okay. Well,
then you
am I being trolled?
No. Then you jumped down my throat and said that you're not including the observer height.
I think
all
I'm being
my
trolled.
Fucking videos have the observer height included.
Come on, seriously, dude.
There it is.
No, dude, I'm done with you, Randy. Sorry, buddy.
This guy's a fucking troll. Get him off of here.
No, no, no.
No,
you
I
can-
actually
yeah.
will. I will leave. I will
No,
leave
no, no,
because
no, man. Like, yo, Tim, it's like this shit's funny to me, Ranty. I can't
Fuck
explain it.
me.
It's funny.
it's not to him though, and I understand why because I am aggressive.
He
But
asked
you know
me.
what?
He asked me what my observer height was from Hoy Lake, and I said 27 feet. And he went, "Oh, right, you knew what it was then." Yeah, so he knew damn well that I know what my observer height is, and he knew damn well that
Wait. Let's clarify this really quickly. When I asked you about the 8 inches per mile squared, you said yes. You before said that you were 27 feet high up on a whatever. Okay, you can't conclude anything from that. All right, it didn't. I was asking if you used that formula, 8 inches per mile squared, and you said yes.
Oh,
Okay,
don't
you
tell
didn't
me
say
you're
anything about you put the
mixed
observer height into effect. Okay,
Did you ask that though?
you get that?
Did you ask that? You
I
didn't.
asked if you used 8 inches per mile squared, and you said yes.
Yes, which is true. And then I also factor
Okay.
in, once I've factored that in, what my observer height was.
So how does that equation go? Do you happen to know?
Yeah, I use the fucking data on fucking Google. And I also use the Metabunk one as well. With the standard
that's fine.
refraction
I mean, that's
shit.
better. Yeah, well, you know what? Metabunk isn't the end all be all for the globe. And we all know that there are atmospheric conditions and swells and waves and tsunamis and hurricanes and all kinds of shit, right? But the thing is there's plenty of evidence going out of the realm of doing little observations as a little ant on a fucking giant sphere that you can make. And fucking the sun setting and not changing in angular diameter still has no explanation. The sky, the celestial sphere with 2 celestial points does not have an explanation through flat Earth, okay? But we can look at the sphere and say, hey, this actually works. This works so well that it works with the ground, as in our latitude. And so, like, I just don't understand why people do not concede to that point, because that is something that you guys should test. It's called corroborating the model that we were prescribed. And I did do that. I traveled quite a bit and did go to the southern hemisphere and near the equator, actually. So I did corroborate this shit, and I did make observations. Okay? And that's what a lot of people don't do. When they look into astronomy 101 and it says there's 2 celestial points, well, that is never going to work on a flat Earth. So we're just going to deny it. We're going to stick our heads in the sand and pretend like it doesn't exist. Okay? Because that right there corroborates what they're saying completely. Doesn't matter about the distances or if it's geocentric or heliocentric, really, when we're talking about the shape of the Earth. But as far as it being flat, we have no way of making any kind of map or model with any kind of predictive capability. Not only plane flights or the stars or the sun and the moon, but everything, okay? And so if you really want to do this, I think that you're over in the UK-ish area. You can, Jamie Fake Spaceman in Space said that you can rent a geodetic surveying equipment for like $40 for a week. So this is part of the cooperation. It's not going to prove the globe to you, but if you start corroborating all these things and start putting check marks in the globe model compared to the flat model, you'll see that it outweighs it 100% basically. Okay, so that's what you do with logic. You don't use inductive logic and reasoning and say, oh, water's flat, or oh, I don't find any curve, or whatever, and base your whole worldview around that. You take in all of the information, and that includes what the ancients thought and why they thought it. And I mean, dude, it's settled in stone. And to think that all of these people are so stupid that they're on a flat Earth and it's really it looks like a sphere to them. I mean, it's dumb, dude. Like, do you understand that there's 2 celestial points and the celestial sphere works in conjunction with our Earth? Cosmogony meeting up with cosmology. I mean, does that not mean anything to a flat earther at all?
Did Randy leave?
Probably.
No, sorry, I'm still here. Still here.
I mean, if you guys are going in, I could have I've had my talks with Tim, but Randy, it's good for you to have these talks with Tim. So talk.
Yeah, sure, yeah. I'm just disappointed that when I make a valid point of what actually happens when you get resistance against a force pushing against it, you're going to get some kind of bulging that they can't comprehend that is what's affecting your view.
Well, first of all, you said little body and a big body. Then you said a deep ocean with small ocean. And then, you're colloquially false to
say
begin
then?
with.
What did I just say then?
Well, how about you address what I said about the two celestial points that
How
are star
about the
trails
fact
at your
that,
zenith at the
I'd
equator that
explained
we
to
can
you,
all go and observe?
how
How
about
does
the
that work
fact
on a flat Earth?
that I'd explained to you up until 8 months ago, I was all for the ball. In fact, I didn't even
It doesn't
know
matter.
there was a
I just
flat.
asked a very direct question.
No,
You
yeah,
know,
but you're asking a question about something that I do not know about because I haven't
you know what,
researched.
Ranty, I'm glad that you don't, because I'll send you fucking information. Practical
No,
astronomy
no,
101,
genuinely,
dude.
I haven't researced it.
That's
If I'd
fine. Hey,
researched
you're
it, so
fucking admitting about it.
cannot debate you about this because I do not know this.
Well, thank you for saying that. I mean, it's like I really want to get the information out. And the thing is I've talked to all the top flat earthers and all these flat earthers where these arguments that I do have that are empirical might sound like I'm a broken record, but they need to be addressed, because the main point is that they corroborate the sphere that they told us that we're on. Okay. And then from going from 100% predictive capability to 0 is silly. And just because I think that it's flat on my local area and whatever, the water doesn't curve, and I think that I'm going to redefine science, it's like, dude, what are you doing, man? You need to do the research into this and go really deep into it. And that's the thing about me, is that you might think I'm just a globe head, I'm an idiot or whatever. Dude, I'm a fucking conspiracy theorist. I've been here for 6 years, like, and I've been tackling this subject for 2, and I've been trying to get people straight that this might be a psyop against the people that we're supposedly against. And I believe that to be true, because it's had a great effect on the quote unquote truther community, because instead of going out and doing something productive, we go out and try to prove something that with faulty premises to begin with. When it's settled, guys, it's time to grow up. It's time to realize that there is evidence for the sphere, and if you guys can describe it better, I promise you that all of the globers will look at your evidence. They will. Curved Water and Charlie, all these guys, we're open to it, okay? But what our position is that this thing that we have that they've given us since 4th grade or kindergarten matches up with everything that we can possibly do. And you know, with these observations, dude, it's a double-edged sword, because atmospheric conditions can fuck up all kinds of shit. So, you know, when Anthony Riley takes one video at night and uses that with Mick West and just, you know, I mean, it's like, dude, that's not scientific at all. Like, that's all his argument's going to be based on. One argument about how he can see too much of a tower or whatever, when really you should go and do that about 5 times before you wear a flat earth t-shirt live in front of the community. Because it's absolutely intellectually dishonest to throw out astronomy. You have to research astronomy because it fits, and it fits on the latitude system.
Right, but
and that's huge killer.
Isn't the celestial sphere actually built, like, isn't what it is a plane? It's an astral plane of, you know what I mean, which appears to us to look like a celestial sphere. Is that not wrong? Or is that not right?
No, it's a literal celestial sphere. You can make a die-cast Earth with a celestial sphere around it, like a glass or whatever, and actually rotate it, and it would do the same exact fucking thing.
Right, but isn't
that
that only due to our perspective of these stars?
Either way, we're bringing in.
Check it out. They even say that a celestial sphere is an imaginary sphere.
Who says that?
That's on here. Look it up. It's
Wiki says it's an abstract sphere.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on.
it's a virtual. I would call it a virtual sphere.
It says an imaginary sphere of which the observer is the center on which all celestial objects are considered to lie. Hello, Brenda. Seemingly, I would say the word lie, and then Brenda appears.
Randy, I'm going to pass you some information. I do kind of come off quite vitriolic, but the thing is sometimes the tact for me is to go in and actually push people against the wall and say, hey, why do you really believe this? Okay. And then just completely gorilla the microphone with information. And, you know, the thing is there's tons of information that you might not be abreast to. And when you are, it'll be just more check marks for the sphere model. And trust me, the latitude and the stars are just absolutely killer, mostly in the southern hemisphere. And the thing is like, oh, we don't have a flat Earth model or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's the conception of the flat Earth model, because we can do plane flights and we understand the distances therein. And when people can look due south in all the fucking Southern Hemisphere countries and basically see the same thing, when they would be looking at Admiral Byrd's 2-mile crack smoking ice wall, something's wrong, Ranty. So look,
if you
I
want to
apologize,
share,
my friend.
if you want to share, I'm happy
will.
to look at the information that you have. Like I said, I mean, I've never ever looked into it before. I'm new to this journey. I've been doing it for about 8 months, and I actually started my own stuff about 3 months ago. So, you know, I am a novice, like you said, grade 2 novice or whatever it was.
It's okay, man, and we
So
all
that's
that's the problem is that I
don't think
am.
I'm stupid in any way.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm kind of clever enough to work this stuff out one way or the other, and I'm not saying 100% I know what's going on, but what I'm saying is my observations tell me that the world is flat. This is my observations. You know, I mean, if I got on a plane and went to, I don't know, New Zealand or something, and perhaps saw the stars like you said, you know, maybe I might change my mind. Until I do that, from my position where I am right now, from what I see with my own observations, my point is the world is most likely flat.
It's a philosophical stance, and I actually have. I was really not a fan of it at the beginning because people like Cathexis would come out with it, but really, on a philosophical level, it can be argued. It totally can be. But the thing is if you really are after the truth, you want to get the preponderance of evidence of the whole subject, and so. You know, I'll actually link my latest video. I have a bunch of links that you can go through in the description because I'm trying to compile basically a lot of the videos that show obstruction due to curvature and all kinds of stuff. So I'll link you to that, and you can go and check out some of those videos. I also have two excellent websites that you can go to, and they talk about curvature. One of them is very mathematical heavy. Then one of them is kind of like somebody like a scientist story or whatever. But excellent stuff to review. And really, it's like I was never biased either way. Like I didn't care. I almost went down the flat Earth path like 2 years ago, and it took me 2 weeks of doing just astronomy basically to figure out that this conception falls flat. Pardon the pun. Just with astronomy and how the sun sets and how it doesn't change in angular diameter and how it works, the equinoxes, that the 12 hours a day, 12 hours a night, and how everybody sees it from east to west. People like Anthony Riley can say, oh, I watched a video. And I mean, it's just like a regular flat earther. Oh, I watched a video and it's proven to me that it could work on a flat earth. Well, you know, you're easily misled, and he will continue to be. And my advice is, you know, try to be unbiased about it. And do some deep research because we need more people to come out.
The tides, the moon.
Actually, gravity, the sun, the moon. Yeah.
So the moon's interaction and its gravitational force or gravitational pull has an effect on the tides.
Yeah, that's what they say, and there's no way I could approve that. But you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and go. I'll post that in the link. I want to be able to
because I've just done some maths on that. I literally am halfway through a video doing working out the gravitational force that the moon impacts on the Earth compared to the Earth at sea level.
Interesting. That you know what? If you want to go to the channel Earth Discussions and you know maybe they're not the most pleasant people at times, but you can run by your math to them, and they'll help you. They'll help you out with it.
Up on the math.
I know, but it's like sometimes we can do the correct math, but the concept is completely wrong. For example, Morgile saying the precession of the equinox is bullshit because the stars should move 1 degree or half a degree every 18 years. But what he's thinking is these constellations that it's actually doing the 26,000 year cycle is actually 360 degrees in our sky. That's the math that he's doing. So he's doing the correct math on one hand, but then conceptually failing. So, I mean, I'm just saying, like, dude, these guys are fucking way smarter than me about this stuff. They're really pretty dry. But the thing is you can at least go and corroborate what you've done with them, and they'll help you out with it, is all I'm saying. So,
Right, yeah. Okay. Well, I was just using Newton's theory of general relativity in
Oh, wow.
respect of gravity.
Really, Newton didn't have a theory of general relativity.
Well, he had it with gravity, and
No. He had a theory of gravity.
he had a theory of gravity. Newton's
Yeah,
law of universal gravity.
general relativity is Einstein. We got to know these things. You
Yeah,
got to be 100% all over.
I'm doing another video on that too. So it's
Oh, yeah,
kind of
peace,
like
Tim.
I'm doing like 3 videos at once. This is kind of screwing my brain up at the minute. But yeah, Newton's law of universal gravity. So I'm doing it on that, and it's at least the moon has only if the Earth has 1 unit of gravitational pull at sea level, then the moon has 1/300,000th of the same.
I've heard. How about this? I've heard it said like this, and I like looking at it in this light. It's the situation we find ourselves in seems to be a rational, irrational situation, where the land and water is telling us we live on a level plane, yet the sky is giving us indication that we may be on a sphere. But let's examine one tiny aspect real quick that I think gets overlooked in all of this, and where I believe the root of the deception can exist. There are 2 terms in astronomy that I think would behoove you to really look into and contemplate as I am digging into more myself over the past couple weeks. The first one is local sky, and the second one is celestial sphere. These are terms used in astronomy to map the coordinate system we use for what we see above our head to the observer making the observations. The individual experiences a sphere of perception around ourselves in all directions to variable distances depending on the medium. Atmosphere blocks what we see laterally as we look out and up through that atmosphere. We can see further and further, and the lights in the sky become our map, but it's still being perceived as a sphere around you, the observer. This here is where I firmly believe a deception may be placed. Just Google those 2 astronomy terms and look into the images associated with them that show up in astronomy textbooks. Astronomy is just mapping those lights in the sphere around us, as you can either have the curvature as above or so below, depending on which Jesuit is making the map. Also, look at the history of latitude and longitude. Look at whose hands have been firmly on the field of astronomy, and look at the institutions who managed all these measurements and official decrees of what the shape of our world, Royal Society in Rome. Also remember, it was Copernicus, servant of Pope Paul III, who put the earth in motion and flung us around the sun.
None of that is relevant.
Not to you, Brenda, but to other people it is.
It's completely irrelevant.
Brenda, I don't expect you to understand it. It's not for your ears, is it?
It's completely irrelevant, who came up with longitude and latitude.
Well, how do you did they not make longitude and latitude based on Polaris?
Yeah, I don't know I don't know the history of.
Well, then why would you think you could comment on it?
It's just longitude and latitude are just ways of
right, but why if you don't
the sphere.
Right, but if you don't know the history, if you don't know the history of it, then why could you feel like you could comment on it?
Because it's irrelevant.
Well, what do you mean irrelevant to you? Because maybe you've never looked into the subject.
It's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth as it is now.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you sure they didn't dictate the shape of the Earth based on the altitude of Polaris?
Yes.
Really? Prove it.
Well, because the Earth exists independent of whatever they dictate.
And you don't think they use the stars to calculate the sphere?
So people cannot dictate.
Did you not just hear what Tim said?
People cannot dictate reality.
I think you did a good job versus Tim, Ranty.
Brenda, that's what we're saying.
You did an excellent job.
How dare they for putting the astronaut, like the celestial sphere, and materializing it? It's interesting because the Masons looked at the celestial sphere as the soul, and the Earth as the body, and the Earth was measured as a plane, and it was deemed. And what they've done, but Brenda, you could agree that maybe those evil corporations that you don't like so much, what they've done is they've materialized.
Those are just mystical beliefs.
Let me finish. Leo, they've materialized this soul, this idea of our perception of the stars into the Earth realm, and to where we have become materialist rationalists that think our physical nature is the end all be all of it. Where in reality,
Yeah,
there's this mystical, beyond ourselves kind of sphere of celestial sphere of perception. But really, they all measured, including the Masons, the Earth to be a level plane.
Yeah, they were wrong then, if that's what they actually
But you
measured.
don't. No. But you just said you don't know anything about that, right, Brenda?
Yeah, I know that the Earth is round.
No. But you don't know anything about the history of how they came to that. So why the
Yeah,
hell
it
would you
doesn't
believe the
matter.
Earth
It
is
doesn't
round?
matter how they came to it. If they came
Why?
to
Just
the wrong
because somebody told
conclusion,
you and
they're
that was good
wrong.
enough for you? Somebody told you and that was good enough for you, right, Brenda? Well, Brenda, guess what? I'm an American. You might not be. And the thing is, I don't take things for face value like that because I think about it. I'm not like someone else that might live nearby, but I'm an American. And so I don't take that as on face value as having credit, right?
Yeah,
What are you?
I'm an American.
Are you sure? Because you sound like a
Pretty
freaking bootleg.
sure.
Yeah, well, Americans
Pretty
aren't
sure.
bootlickers. You sound like someone who told you that you live on the ball,
No,
but
I'm
you
just
didn't.
a perfect.
But you never looked into it, right, Brenda?
Yeah, most people in America believe the Earth is round.
And
Yeah.
are you sure? How about right now? There's a billboard that just went up in Tulsa, Oklahoma, saying "Research Flat Earth." What about the people in Oklahoma that put that billboard up?
Yeah, a few people. Yes.
Yeah, so I guess
There's
not every American thinks that way, right?
No, I didn't say every American does.
Right. And how you doing, Brenda? Forgive me, I'm jumping down.
And you know, the fact that the Jesuits or the Catholics or the some other order, some other secret society says this or that. It doesn't matter what they say. You can't dictate reality because reality is not dictated to. The Earth is round, whether those institutions, regardless of what whatever
But
they
you don't.
claim.
But even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, what do you call it? That you can't perceive curvature. There's no way to perceive it. So why do you think you can perceive it, Brenda?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the quote is. He says probably you can't perceive curvature.
Right. So
On the
why would
Earth.
you think there's a curvature other than you were told
because-
when you were a kid,
because-
right?
Because we can see it.
Because you were told when you were a kid. No, Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't perceive the curvature, right, Brenda? Are
Not
you
in
going
all
against Neil
situations.
deGrasse Tyson?
Not in all. You're lying. Not in all situations.
I'm
He doesn't
lying
mean that.
now. What,
Yes.
didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson say that? He said you were too small, too minuscule. I think it was right before he dropped the microphone. He said
Right,
you're
we're
too
too
minuscule
small,
to experience. Right. So what the
Standing
fuck
on
are
the
you
Earth
talking about?
to see, you know, the vast curvature of the Earth that you would see from, say, 117 feet up in the air. You can't see it. In comparison to the size of the Earth, you're standing on the beach. You're not going to see the side-to-side curvature because we're too small. That's what he said.
Okay, so then why the heck? Well, then how could it be going away from me either? Especially if 69 miles per arc, right, Brenda?
Well, we can.
But that's off of Polaris,
detect,
and that's how they
we
figured
can-
out how
we
to
can
fucking figure
detect
out the shape
that.
of the Earth. But you don't fucking ever study history, right?
We can detect that by
So don't call
taking
people stupid and
photographs.
stuff because you sound ridiculous.
I never said it. You're stupid,
Okay,
or
thank you.
anybody was stupid. I
Forgive
said
me.
that they were wrong if they came to a wrong conclusion because the Earth is round, whether or not anybody agrees with that or not. Right? There's an objective world that exists, and it doesn't. It is not subject to the dictates of the Jesuits.
Right, but the celestial sphere
to-
is
or
imaginary,
to-
right? The celestial sphere it's imaginary, right?
It's an abstract idea. Yes.
Yeah. So why are you dictating what you perceive to be the shape of the Earth, even though you experience it as flat to be a
It's-
sphere? On an imaginary idea. It's an imaginary idea, Brenda, right?
It's not an imaginary idea.
Isn't
It's
it?
an
No, the celestial
abstraction.
sphere is an imaginary idea, Brenda.
It's an abstraction.
Right, based on your perception of it, right? So how are you? Why are you
Abstractions
equating
are
that?
not imaginary.
Isn't the celestial sphere imaginary? But that's how you got the shape of the Earth, Brenda. But you don't look into history much, right?
That's not how I got the shape of the Earth.
No, you got it from your classroom and whatever fucking, when you were under a desk, scared of nuclear weapons or something. I don't know.
Mhm.
Right? But the point is that, like, that's maybe why it hits home so hard for you, because you were maybe under a desk, scared of nuclear weapons when you learned about the globe too. That's a traumatizing experience, Brenda, and I love you for it. However, the point is that if you're going to look into the stars and the celestial sphere, you'd have to agree that, much like fucking every other scientist would agree, that the celestial sphere is a projection. It's not a reality. So to base the shape of the Earth on something that is considered imaginary would be rather, I don't know, gullible. To take it, it's imaginary.
No, it's not imaginary.
It says it in the definition, Brenda.
You're using imaginary to equal unreal, and I'm using it in the sense that it is an abstraction that is useful for navigation.
Useful. Right, but it doesn't mean the shape of the earth, right, Brenda?
It's useful for navigation.
Right, but it doesn't mean the shape of the earth, though, right?
The shape of the earth is true independent of the celestial sphere.
Right, and it means that it might, and we perceive it as flat. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson says that. And for some reason,
we perceive it as flat because we are very small in proportion to the size of the earth.
Right, that's what I think in a dielectrical plane. You know, a flat plane across the center. Like, you know what I mean? I agree, we're small, but it's a flat plane that we live on potentially, right, Brenda?
Well, you haven't shown that that's true.
Well, I've shown an example of the full magnetic spectrum. I show it often enough.
Well, what does that have to do with the shape of the earth?
Well, no, it's a provable, you know, thing of nature that we can show. Whereas we can't show gravity fucking forming a ball because you can't do anti-gravity without being in a fucking plane somewhere, right? Because we can't really experience anti-gravity, you know, no gravity or anything.
There's no such thing as anti-gravity. Gravity is
forgive me.
Force.
Forgive me. My poor vocabulary. I meant like zero gravity. Like, so they have to do it in the you know, those what are they, parabolic flights or whatever they believe they're called.
Yeah, the parabolic flights.
Right.
The vomit comet.
Yeah. So like colloquially referred to as the vomit comet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like it's kind of like if, you know, we can't really demonstrate that, but we can demonstrate the full magnetic field spectrum, then it seems more plausible that it's that to me than something, because, you know, but Brenda, see what I'm saying is you didn't look into the history of that way that they found they determined the shape of the globe off of the altitude of Polaris.
Isa?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna go. I've had a busy day today.
Ah.
I saw my physical therapist, and I'm kind of tired. I saw her earlier today, and I'm sort of physically and mentally tired.
Oh, love, and forgive me for being so brutal.
No, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's actually good news because she dismissed me, because the issue that we were working on is primarily resolved. So
awesome.
All is good. But I am tired.
Have a good night, Brenda.
Yeah.
Well, it's not nighttime. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon here.
Good afternoon.
In the glorious Socialist Republic of Minnesota.
Oh, that's right. We're neighbors.
Apparently. Okay, I am tired though.
Brenda, get some rest. I hope everything is okay. I hope you feel better.
It is okay. That's good. I'm feeling better, and everything is going well. Yep.
Lovely. Cool. Hey, what's up, Nick?
Hey, I'm here to take over. Now's the set time.
Oh shit! Here he comes. It's lunchtime's over, boys. Nick's in full effect.
Brenda's off the clock.
He's picking his teeth. He's got his baby button, so he can hit the button when he needs a baby cry. What's going on, Nick?
I don't know what to say,
you
man.
You got your J-Trink soundboard
I don't know what
running?
to say. Like, listen to that string of just nonsense for the past, I don't know how long. Like, it's just,
Nag, you love it. You tune in so much for it.
It's just like one.
You tune in so hard for it.
Confusion after the other. It's amazing, and I don't understand.
I think
why would you quote Tyson as?
What's wrong with Tyson?
Proof of anything.
What's wrong with Tyson? What, do you don't trust Neil?
Well, there's more to it, and I'll show you here in a second. But I want to know how deep you think it goes. Like, what do you think that means if he says that? So you're saying that he thinks there's no curvature at all. Is that what you're saying?
Well, didn't he say that?
So no. What do you think?
Well, the way he said it was, he said like that you couldn't experience, like, you know, you're too small, you're too minuscule to experience curvature.
So what do you think that means exactly? Because it sounded like you're telling Brenda it meant that nobody can ever experience curvature at all.
Well, here's the thing: is that if you're saying that the idea is that what we were talking about with Brenda was, and good night, Brenda, is the idea that the altitude of Polaris is how they kind of distinguish the shape of the Earth from that, right?
Well,
and so what I'm saying is that, like, if that's the case, and we can decipher, okay, within, you know, that frame of reference, then, like, you know, that shape of the Earth has got to be equated to a certain mathematics, and people have equated that into different ways. And one of them is, if we're going to use 69 miles as 1 degree in the arc, then we have to know that, like,
you know, then it would appear to me that there is not enough gradient of a curve for boats to be going over a curve at the beach.
Okay, so like, man, you get this habit of
what, bringing that good shit. I got that good flat.
No,
Earth
I'm gonna show. No,
I got that good flat Earth argument. You like? I feel like you're like. What do you go to a dominatrix too when you come around here? You come around here to get your ass
it's
whooped.
terrible. Like it's really, it's all of it's really dishonest.
Ned comes around to get talked down to.
So first of all, right?
You see a dominatrix, don't you, Ned? He's just like, give it to me, lay it on me. Pull my nipples.
So first of all, right?
Go on, Ned.
Tyson. I'm still, I got all your other stuff, right? But I'm still struggling to understand. What do you think you're approving? Do you think that because Tyson said it that it's impossible? Is that it?
No, I'm just saying that he's one of your guys, right?
So what does that mean, though?
I'm saying he's one of your
What was
dudes.
the context of the statement? Was his statement, did it include all optics and equipment, or was it naked eye? Was there an elevation in the context of that statement?
I don't know. I was kind of a little
do you?
I was a little more taken back by the fact that he dropped the mic and called B.O.B. stupid after making a lame rap after some pathetic fucking.
Right.
You know, the argument for what he's doing is like, I look at it like it's like he fucked up by saying the Earth is a pear, okay, and saying that it flattens out.
No, he didn't fuck up at all.
And
Again, it's your misunderstanding context to fit your bias.
And they send him out here to like pick up the mess that he made, and he can't do it because he's already the cat's out of the bag.
No, that's all like you're full of shit.
Well, how about this, Neg? How come I can, if there's an equatorial bulge, right? How come from 25 degrees north I could see the southern crux? Now, granted, Timmy gave me some paperwork. I'll look it over, but the problem is that I got a hard time with those excuses.
Okay, that's not an excuse. You don't understand.
How can you see over the equatorial bulge to see
not seeing
the
over
southern
anything.
crux?
It's supposed to be there. Okay, so let's start at the top. So first of all, Tyson didn't say you can never see curvature. And he didn't say you can never see curvature ever using anything. That's not what he said, but that's what you implied. He did say the Earth looks flat because, one, you're not far enough away at your size. Not far enough away. Clearly indicating that if you were to change your altitude, you could see curvature. Now, what he also didn't specify was how, right? Or are we talking linear directly away? Are we talking left or right? Are we using equipment? He didn't specify any of that. But you just, pulled and plugged whatever context you wanted into that statement, right? Which is that's pretty shady, dude. Like, you can't do that. Second,
how's it shady when he says that we can't experience curvature?
The shape of the Earth was not determined because of how where we can see Polaris. Now,
are you sure?
You can extrapolate the shape of the Earth from viewing the stars.
And isn't that what they did with the celestial sphere?
You can only see Polaris from half of the Earth, right? Which means you cannot. No. You cannot determine the entire shape of the Earth.
Extrapolate the shape of the Earth off of the stars.
That's exactly what I just said. Now look, you cannot see Polaris from half of the Earth. You cannot, which means they cannot have decided the Earth was round because of Polaris, because the whole half of the Earth doesn't see it. All right. So you just made that shit up, like you pulled it out of your ass.
What are you talking about? You guys rounded.
You just lied.
Hold on.
You made this shit up, dude. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Your ball Earth is a lie.
Right?
You made.
So why did you lie about determining the shape of the Earth based on Polaris? Why did you do that?
The flat Earth has been something that people have known about for a long
time. No. Back it up. Why did you make that statement?
What's that? What statement?
Why did you make that statement that we know the shape of the Earth because of Polaris?
Isn't that hasn't that how they mapped it out? Because the altitude of Polaris figures out your latitude.
You can't see Polaris from the southern hemisphere.
Derpa, man. Have you ever do not know about this?
You cannot see Polaris.
How about this? Here's the thing, Neg.
You can't see it, which means you can't map it. You fucking moron.
Dude, that's why they're extrapolating from beyond the equator to create some bullshit fucking ball, and then they got to say it's a pear and potato and the rest of it, right?
Do you have a link for this?
What?
The citation that we know the shape of the Earth. We decided on the shape because of the location. How about this,
Neg? Can you give me one decent model of the shape of the Earth? Can you give me one? What do you got for a model of the Earth as you see it today? No, Neg. Give me one model that doesn't have a problem with the projection.
With what projection?
Yeah, give me one. I want a model from you that is exact right.
Again, I want to see the citation that says that we decided to
see the globe Earth.
All right, so you made it up. I got it. We'll move on, but you made it up.
No. Let's see the globe Earth, bro. I want a map of the globe Earth. Show me.
I got it, but I want to make sure you made that up. You do this sort of thing willingly all the time. You just
made what up, dude?
Pull it out of your ass.
What? No, Neg. Just because you got beat on the idea game, don't come in here thrashing names around because you got beat like a kid.
Bro,
look,
you lied to her. right?
No, lied about what, dude? Neil deGrasse Tyson says you can't experience curvature. If I can't see
No,
curvature
from
at
altitude,
120,000
right?
feet,
You can, and we talked about it.
hey,
right?
yeah. How about
So
this?
why can't we
Neg,
see curvature at
Neg,
120,000?
Neg, check it out.
No, there's no check it out, bro. You're lying again.
If there's a little bit of curve, and how about Neg?
Got no integrity
Neg,
whatsoever.
you're acting like a child.
All right.
Acting like a child, dude. Yeah, watch.
So why
if
can't we
there's a
see
little bit
curvature
of
at
curve,
120,000
hold on,
feet?
at 120,000 feet, if there's a little bit of curvature on the end,
Is it a little or is it none?
Oh,
What
it's
is it?
a tiny little
A
bit,
minute ago
bro.
you said none. Now it's a little.
No, I'm giving it to you. It's a tiny little bit, and that means that I'll give you that so long as you make sure to give me that boats aren't going over the curve.
This dumbass argument again, dude.
Oh
dude,
no, that's just what it is.
You need to get some new material, man.
This is
really pathetic,
for your
dude.
curvature. No, you're pathetic by making the argument that you're making.
So I'm still looking online to find out how we decided the Earth was round because of Polaris. I can't seem to find.
That's how you figure the latitude.
It's almost as if
dude,
it doesn't exist and
no,
you made it up.
Just because it's the top of it's what do you call it?
So
It's
where do
the
I
top
type
of
in
the
Google?
atmosphere, right?
How
Polaris is where it is, right?
No, the shape. Wait. Did we determine? So who determined the shape based on Polaris?
Sailors, Neg. You
Which
might want to do some
sailors?
reading. Go read some books, Neg. History. I've got a great book that I'm reading right
decided
now.
the Earth was round. Is that
you know what I'm
you're
reading right
claiming?
now? It's called The American Practical Navigator by Nathaniel
So
Bowditch.
sailors, right? Not astronomers, but sailors decided the Earth was round. That's what you're telling me.
I would imagine that those were the people that knew it best, right? They were the ones mapping the stars, sailors and philosophers and all that.
So
kind
how
of
did
stuff, right?
sailors? So these are the people that we have to owe the ball Earth to. These are the Haysuit priests. That,
No, because I don't think they thought it was a ball. They just knew that it was a celestial sphere above them.
Now, a second ago, you said
the Earth was
sailors proved
a
the shape
level
of the
plane,
Earth based
much
on
like
Polaris.
Albert Pike writes about in his Morals and Dogma from the late, 9th or 18th century.
Right. Nobody cares about Albert. It's another out of
What do you mean
context.
nobody cares? I
nonsense, dude.
cared, Neg. What do you mean?
I know.
From
So
18, late 1800s.
sailors
Go on, bro.
decided the shape of the Earth.
Sailors figured, it's the latitude that you would find from Polaris that gave people the notion that you could extrapolate the imaginary globe. And that's why they imaginarily said that after 0 degrees at the equator, that it magically went around and did the same thing it did on the top part. But they still only use. Hey, Neg, how come they only use?
Can I see this? Like, can you cite? I want to read about this. Do you have something I can read?
Well, how about this? Look at compasses, right? Compasses.
No, dude. I want to know. I want to know where you get this information.
About what?
About how sailors, we just extrapolated that. Well, half of the Earth is spherical. The other half must also be spherical.
Well,
that was the.
That would be your model, Neg. That would be your model. I'm just saying, that's what.
So you have no backup. So again, this is strike 2, right?
A strike 2, how?
Of you making things up.
No, Neg. This is strike 2 of you fucking making a fool of yourself trying to act cool.
So what else? Where else do we want to go? We're 0-2.
I don't know. How deep are you going to go making a fool of yourself today? I don't fucking know.
I'm good, dude. I'm the one that has actually looked up your own statements.
So what's
the
okay? So then, please inform us. Then, how did they extrapolate when did they first perceive the notion? Was it a metaphysical idea from some fucking pedophiles in Greece? Where did it come from, Neg?
You got me. I could go look for you. I could spend some time researching, but what I'm not going to do is pull some shit out of my ass for the sake of argument.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm saying that the fucking sailors figured out where Polaris was. They mapped out their latitude. That's why when people had to actually go, when they were sailing and stuff, they watched and they made sure their latitude. That's why when they figured out how to map longitude with clocks, it was a big fucking deal. So like when they've had all these advancements came from the fact that we were doing, sailing. That's why I bring up plain sailing navigation treats 600 miles. That's 600 nautical miles, or 600 nautical miles, 690 regular miles statute as flat.
Yeah, they use flat projection maps because it's easier than mapping it on a surface.
And that's my point is they don't take into account any spherical trigonometry.
That's because the projection map takes account of it. Same way we navigate on foot by. Those maps are all stretched.
Right. And I'm going to say, and I don't know, man. It just seems to me that it's like I perceive the world, for all I know, I like the line that, look, there's a lot of evidence that may lead one to believe that you could be living on a globe. However, I experience the Earth as flat and motionless and the sun and stars moving above my head.
Right. But it doesn't give you, you don't have rights just to run around and making, but you can't make other things up to support that, like what you've done here.
How am I making shit up?
Everything that you've said.
Everything like what, Nag? That sailors helped sailors help figure out longitude?
No, you said decided the shape
Didn't
of the Earth.
sailors? Hold on. Well, then let me reframe my question. Didn't sailors figure out how we got to? Like, didn't they help? Their dilemma was the root cause of why we found out how to do longitude, right? How to map longitude. Is that correct?
I had no idea.
Okay, well, that is correct. Okay,
Is
so
that
it's like-
correct?
yeah, it's a
So
historical.
if I look it up
fucking-
right now, this
look
is
it
where
up,
it's
please. I forget the gentleman's name who created the clock that could
So
withstand the rigors of sea.
yeah, I mean,
But yeah.
you'll never guess who.
So
one of
there,
the first
well, no. So Neg, I
proposed
guess
the
I'm not a
system
liar when I say
of latitude and
that.
longitude.
Hold on,
was.
hey. I guess I'm not a liar when I say that sailors helped advance the mapping of the globe. And what I'm trying, or for
But
your
you haven't
purposes,
produced any evidence to support that whatsoever. You just made the statement and ran on like it was true. Now, what I'm reading says that Eratosthenes was the first person to propose a system of longitude and latitude. Now, our current system, I don't know. I'd have to keep reading.
Aristophanes didn't have a clue about our longitude, or he didn't know how to calculate it anyway.
No,
They figured out how to calculate it back then.
He's the guy first said, "Hey, this might be a good idea for mapping."
Well,
things.
what about Hipparchus? Hipparchus made the mistake of saying that the stars and everything were millions of miles, had to be infinitely far away, right? Maybe he was wrong, right?
Again, I don't know.
Yeah, and didn't they operate on those presumptions?
Why? What operation would they be making?
When he supposedly calculated the curve of the Earth, even though that if the Earth, the circumference, or the circumference and everything of the Earth, because of this test with some ridiculous sticks in a well or some shit. So
why is that ridiculous?
Well, because first off, if you had light coming in on a convex lens, the light would not actually, it wouldn't disperse the way it does, right?
You're talking about the sticks in the ground with the shadows.
Well, they talk about this idea, yeah. But my point is that we maybe do not have a true perception of light. So I discredit that experiment based on the grounds that the light. Yeah, because it's going through a filter, atmosphere lensing. You got, like, in your model, you have a fucking layers of atmosphere and magnetic shit. It's electromagnetics. It's got to go through. So my point is that we don't really know what we're seeing, right? It's like trying to catch a fish with your bare hands.
So it has to do with the length of the shadows that's measuring the curve.
I understand.
Well,
and maybe that's all moot,
that data
right?
based on made up nonsense about the atmosphere.
That's all moot potentially based on the idea that light would not bend the way that it is allegedly supposed to bend through the convexity of the Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
Are you talking about Rayleigh
in your model anyway?
No, he just thinks light just goes we have a flat model where light is completely unpredictable. It goes all directions. And we have a globe model where, funnily enough, everything is entirely congruous with each other. But you want to go with the model where nothing makes sense.
Why do you think that your astronomy of the celestial thing is going to be thrown out the window? That's the thing, is like, it's not going to be thrown out the window.
Oh, it has to be.
It doesn't have to be. It's used in regards to the stars. It's a credible science. I like astronomy. I think they are correct. I like that they're whatever, but I also think that the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with what they're observing.
But I'm not sure. The nature behind stars involves degrees and measurements of where they are in the sky and where they're going to be in the sky and how we can predict that. And
yeah, it's like, look, man, the globe model, it's a wonderful model, but it's just a model.
But it's a model that answers your questions. The flat Earth model doesn't.
What question? No, but that's the thing, though. It's like, no, it's a system to recognize the movement of the stars and all this stuff. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth to me.
Well, that's not true at all. It's like saying I can see my backyard.
That's not true,
so
right?
If I'm in my house, right, and I look out my front window, would it be logical that I could see my backyard from my front window?
What?
If I look out the front window of my house, could I see my backyard?
I would hope so.
No, my front window. If I look out of the window in the front of my house, would I be able to see my backyard?
No, there's no way that you could do that.
Of course not. But that's the model you're proposing. In my model, I look out my front window, I see my front yard. When I look out my rear window, I see my backyard. But you're telling me that, well, we can't go out there. Right? We only see it, right? Not, it doesn't make sense, but that's how it is, right? Whereas the model where I look out my window and I see my front yard, that's the model that's made up. Not the one that claims I should see the reverse.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
I mean, why? Like,
hey, look, bro. I look at it like this: like all the astronomy, all that stuff is amazing. I look at it much like Albert Pike, in the sense that the stars are seen as we said a celestial sphere is an imaginary sphere that's that is around the observer.
And so, like much like Albert Pike and the Masons have said in their book Morals and Dogma, the Earth is treated as a level plane with the, and that's the, the square.
So some retard wrote a book that you're misinterpreting. It doesn't mean anything.
You're calling him a retard?
Yes.
Really? Oh, that's your opinion. But the point is that this guy says, and this is something that's interesting, and I like, is that it says that the Earth is a level plane, and that the stars are seen as a celestial sphere, and that is why the Earth is measured with the square and the stars are measured with the compass.
So you like this guy and what he's saying because his bias lines up with yours.
That's interesting, isn't it? Everyone said there's like, oh, no one was talking about, every like 6 months ago, people were like, no one was talking, or however long ago, no one was talking about flat Earth, how long ago, 2,000 years, everybody knows. Well, here you go. Here's a document from 1800s that says these people believe that the Earth is fucking flat.
So there's been stupid people throughout history, right?
Are the Masons, are you saying the Masons are stupid
people? The Mayans
people?
thought we're on the back of an alligator.
So you're saying
they thought we're in the back of an alligator, right?
So Neg, you're saying the Freemasons are stupid people, right?
I'm saying if what you're telling me is true, which I doubt because of your history of making things up.
Making things up how, dude? Dude, Neg, you're begging to, like, you really have no grounds to lie like you do, especially about
I'm not the one
other people
lying about it, right?
No, it's okay, Neg. We're used to it by now, so nobody
so
takes you seriously.
Tell me what book should I read by Albert Pike? What's it called? And where can I read about treating where they say the Earth is literally flat, or are they treating it flat, or is it literally flat? Because that's two different things that you're taking.
Go look up and go do some reading. Go read Morals and Pike, or Morals and Pike, Albert Pike's Morals and Dogma. I have it on a link from my page. I was reading some of it. But yeah, I would say read that book.
But again, I mean, you have to step back and look at yourself in the mirror, man. Like you pulled
what do you mean?
Pulled a book just out of history by itself, right? Out of thousands, hundreds and thousands.
You do it with the fucking Principia, right?
Right. That confirm your bias, and you're holding it above you like Rafiki was holding Simba to the.
And that's how you feel about your globe model.
This is our holy grail.
That's how you look at the ball Earth model, right? You're like,
oh, dude, no.
You're standing on top of a hilltop with a globe, fucking naked, taking pictures of yourself. Like,
so did he say treat us flat, or they literally thought was flat? Because that's two different things.
What's up?
Did they say treat as flat like we do with maps now, or did
they say flat?
Is that what they said?
That's what they said. Yeah, it's just flat, and that they look at the Earth, like the stars, like it's they measure it with the compass, because that's the celestial sphere, which is a fucking imaginary sphere, right? It's imaginary.
Yeah, it's a term. Yeah, it's imaginary.
Yeah, it's imaginary.
It's not. We don't.
Are you sure it's not
celestial sphere? They're not saying there's an actual sphere out there with stars printed on them, like you would the ceiling of a child's bedroom, right? That's not what they're saying. It's just how it looks, right?
It could be pear-shaped, or it could be square.
Well, my thing is, if it's pear-shaped, then how the fuck from 25 degrees north am I seeing over the fucking equatorial bulge to see the fucking southern crux, which would be at 60 degrees south?
But why shouldn't you see it? Like, why do you think
the fucking equatorial bulge would be in the way.
Why? No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I'm trying to figure out why. You don't seem to understand, right? Like, from 25 degrees, or how far out does the crux go from the center point of rotation?
Meg, I can see you like the older guy at the YMCA that plays ball a little too rough with the youngsters.
Is that what's going on right now? I'm playing t-ball with the kids too hard. You guys don't
basketball, like throwing elbows in, hitting 15-year-olds with the fucking elbows.
That is what it's like talking to flat earthers, though. Like, I gotta be really honest.
All pulled up high and shit.
I feel bad for some of you kids sometimes. So how far away from the center point of rotation is the crux?
I don't know. It's 60 degrees away, right?
I don't know, man. You tell me.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be 60 degrees south, and if you're at 25 degrees north, then they're saying you could fucking look over the equatorial bulge. So if it's
you don't look over anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Nag, is that there's no fucking way you could see.
No, you don't describe seeing stars as looking over the curve of the Earth.
How about this? Take your oblate spheroid. Right? Think like this. Take your oblate spheroid. At 25 degrees north on the oblate spheroid, there's no fucking way that you would see over the hump.
Why do you think the hump is in the way?
Hold on. Then you would have to see, because it's fucking an oblate spheroid.
But why is the hump in the way?
Go to 25 degrees north on an oblate spheroid, have a fucking look, okay? And then try to see why I'm saying it would be physically impossible to look through the Earth
You're not looking through. Nobody is saying you look through the earth. Like you're making that up again. You're making things up.
You're proposing that it's look. How come I can see it from 25 degrees north?
You gotta stop this.
How can I see the southern crux from 25 degrees north, Neg?
All right, so I'm gonna try to help you get your story straight, so you don't lie.
Get my story straight. What? You come correct, man. Stop being a little bitch out here. Come on.
All right. So I'm gonna draw you a picture. Right. I'm gonna draw you a picture, dude, because apparently this is the level that we gotta go to. Right. Just give me a few minutes, you know. I'll put some colors in there.
Oh, see, this is what this is what I call that too. It's like when I first met Flat Earth Math. What they try to do is they talk down to you to try to get your like your brain to go into the state of mind that you were in the classroom when you were a kid, so they can talk down to you, and then you get nervous because you think some person from authority is trying to tell you.
No, dude, it's because you're just making shit up, dude.
No, man, I'm calling out.
Again, it's the same thing, man. It's the same thing.
Here, that's all.
It's the same
thing because it fucking works, right?
Math and trig is just beyond you, and I don't get it.
Dude, you saying that and not understanding about how fucking like
it
latitude and shit like that
doesn't make any sense to me at
bro,
all.
That doesn't change the fact that you lost today,
right? Like I just don't know how you can just go on and.
That's all right. You just have to understand that you lost the argument today.
Your stuff, dude.
It's all good, brother.
Just take this out.
You can bitch and moan about it. Get a ambulance. Do all that fun stuff. Fucking go take pictures of yourself with a globe. I don't fucking know.
A what? A wambulance?
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you know, somebody like, you know, go fucking find a shoulder to cry on and shit. You know what I mean? I fucking love you, Neg. I want the best for you. It's like fucking, I want the best for Brenda. I love y'all. I fucking just think that, look, we're looking at it from a different perspective. By what authority can't I look at it this way? And why is it not, you know, accepted in this, you know, in this conversation? Now, granted, you don't want to accept it. That's fine. There's a fucking there's people that are intrigued by the topic. Now, I respect you guys and I like talking with you about it, but I think you guys not being able to see what we're proposing when we're forced to see what you're proposing, like we haven't fucking thought of it before, is like a little mundane for me because I got to go back into a model that I'm well acquainted with. And then try to talk.
Not well acquainted. That's the problem, though. Like I gotta draw an MS Paint picture here.
Nobody wants to see your pictures, Nag.
Right? Like that is the level of how I gotta break it down for you.
No. Just get a picture of an oblate spheroid and go to 25 degrees north and try to tell me how you can see the southern crux at 60 degrees south.
That's what I'm doing. I'm doing it right now because apparently you're incapable of it. But you're so much smarter than the rest of us.
I know that I know Neg. How about Neg? I know you're a brilliant painter. Neg's a brilliant painter, everybody. Neg paints really well. He's actually, I like your work. It's pretty cool. You should send fucking artwork to the IPS art show.
I just don't get it, man. Like, why do you stop short so quickly?
Stop short so quickly? By what?
When it comes to figuring out the answers.
What answers, Neg?
Like, you get what you came for and you stop. Like, oh, this is it. And you go no further.
No. Hey, how about this? Hey, Neg, hold on. Am I not one of the few people that have come over to you guys and listened to all of the arguments and to at least talk to us?
A lot, but it's like one day we'll talk about it, and the next day it's like nothing happened at all.
Well, I have my convictions in certain regards, and when I consider what I've been presented, and it doesn't necessarily and I do take into account this notion of what Hal Hazen said about like even being wary of yourself when you study these things, and I don't try to put myself into any category or anything like that when I look at the information, but the information has led me to believe that the flat earth has like a serious fucking possibility, and I perceive it as flat. Where if I trust myself, I know that I see the earth as flat. If I trust this system that's raping and pillaging the fucking world, then I got to believe the earth is a ball.
What if?
Let me think real quick. What side I might want to fucking consider would be the cooler side here?
What if the raping and pillaging is happening out of sheer ignorance, right? And you're feeding that ignorance. What if that's the answer?
Yeah, well, I would suspect that the ignorance has been here forever, and much like the model that you espouse. What if your ignorance walks hand in glove, right? With the whole no seriously, what if that whole notion of your cosmology is a direct result of like mental stunting because of the inability and the abuse of the overlords above the people?
Okay, so
right?
do you see my
what
window?
If you're suffering from some form of mind control, and like how would you know, Neg?
I don't know. I guess I would have to like go find Neo and ask him.
Well, why find Neo? That's a movie figure. I'm talking about going and looking for yourself and seeing what the fuck's going on. And
Preaching to me about this, right? But I got a diagram here that it took me 5 minutes to go to Hollywood. Answers your question, right?
Well, is that an oblate spheroid?
Do you see?
Is that an oblate spheroid?
How oblate do you want me to make it?
Well, I'm saying, is that an oblate spheroid?
It's probably not perfect.
Yeah, that's a circle. So if you could just show me
so
an
do you know
oblate
what an
spheroid.
oblate? So how oblate is the Earth? How oblate should I make it?
I don't know. You tell me. It's your model, dude. That's what I told you before.
It's about 12 miles or so.
Where's your Earth
in this
model?
In this case, it would be about a pixel on each side. You want me to shave off a pixel?
No, but where's your model? I want to see the globe model.
I'm going to answer your question here about why you can see the southern crux from 25 degrees north. Right?
Yeah. Where is your model?
So,
give me an oblate spheroid. I don't want to see your fucking
Can you
picture
see
of
this?
circles. No.
We're answering this question, Isa. We're answering this question.
Hold on. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
We can talk about that too, but I want to answer your other one so you don't make that silly statement to somebody else. You don't even know what you're looking at here either.
Yeah, no, I know what you're going to try to show me. Go for it.
What am I going to try?
Make your presentation. How about this? Make your fucking presentation.
All right, so check it out, right?
I got to get moving a little bit though. Fuck. If you guys can we do this later? Shit.
Yeah, sure. My family's out
There's your fucking model, you little bitch.
And I got all week right, to yell at you guys. All right, but check it out.
Neg, I got
check it out. Hold on. Am I good?
This guy is psycho. Check his eyes out.
Your model.
Check his eyes out.
I'd like to see Neg's model actually.
Yeah, it answers his question.
See it.
All right, it answers, and he's right. Lewis is Hackett. But Lewis is right. There is no working model. But this is your answer, Isa. Right? I hope you can see my screen. This is a sphere from the side, the green line being the equator. Right? Now, if I had AutoCAD, I would use it to make perfect lines, but I didn't. So all I did to determine angles is a line in the center and then a line from left to right. It makes 4 90-degree angles, and then I cut the top left one in half to make a 45, and then I cut that one again in half to make 2 22.5-degree angles. Right? You with me so far? Like, that makes sense?
Okay.
Smoke some more weed, calm your nerves, dude. I know it's hard.
How you doing, bro? Welcome to the show, Lewis.
I probably should. I don't know why I'm so angry today. I was really calm last time I talked.
Because you're losing the argument and you can't handle it. I know.
No, it's because I had to listen to your stuff for the last couple hours.
Sure, buddy. Keep going, bud.
So check it out. Right, like this point right here is our observer at 22.5 degrees north latitude. If we want to make him 25, we could adjust it like, a hair just north. Okay. So what I've drawn here to his left is what his sky looks like. Right, like this black line represents his horizon with these arrows representing everything he can see.
That's a blue line.
Right, blue. Well, the black line intersects him, and the blue lines I just drew for effect. Right? So that's him at 25 degrees north, and that's his latitude. Like, if he looked north, he would look, this way. And if he looked south, he would look this way. And your question was, why can you see crux from, which is 60 degrees away from the center? Well, this is your answer. Because this line here, this line is 60 degrees from the center. This line will intersect crux going that way, right? So my question is, this right here is above this line, right? That means he'll see it in his sky. Done. Too easy. Right? Just like if he were to look towards Polaris, he would look 25 degrees off his local level.
That's cool. I'll tell you. How about this? Right. Can you do that on a model of your Earth? Like, give me an exact,
absolutely.
Exact shape. No, exact shape of your Earth. Model.
We could do it in I think universe simulator. I don't have that. I could find it for you. But that's the answer, man. Like, this is basic stuff right here.
No, that's interesting. I mean, but I'm looking at it from the sense that if the 60 degree, like, first off, where's your 60 degree? I want to see the 60 degree marker again.
But this
where's like 60 degrees, like, on the in relationship to the curve there.
So
my 60 degrees, like, because I think you got the line, the 15 and 45, right?
Right. So this is my 90 degrees right here, right?
Right.
And
and you're looking at, how about this though? No, watch. My 60 degrees has got to be, it's not on the other side of that 45 line. It's on the
You're right.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's on the other side of that 45 line.
Yeah, you got me. Let's see.
Yeah, so it's actually in another direction. But I hear you. Ultimately, I understand what you might be proposing. However, Because you also proposed that it's infinitely far away and all that jazz.
Infinite, no. But
Well,
I
they
mean,
say it's trillions of fucking light years and all that shit, right?
But that's not infinite, right? And
Well,
the point
it's pretty
is,
fucking far,
the point
right?
is
It's
that
pretty
see,
ridiculous in my sense.
hang on, buddy, hang on. You see, this is his horizon line from our viewer, and this is the 60-degree line from here.
Right.
I
Now
mean,
can you put in some oblate sphereness for me?
now hang on, buddy, because you're
I want to see.
intentionally
No, I
wanting to
just
get
want
away
that
from the
angle.
point.
I want to see.
You can see that these two black lines are converging.
I got you, brother.
So you can see the crux, right?
Well, after I corrected you, now that we're back to, I got to make sure that you're doing it
You
right.
didn't correct anything.
You were on the wrong side.
Yeah,
Lewis,
you're right.
I did
But
correct them.
at the end of the day, right? Those lines still intersect and cross over. If I could zoom out by just another page's worth, like not very far at all, it would show you that his horizon line would include where the crux would be. Now the oblateness, like you see these little pixel markers on when I
how
zoom
about this,
in.
Nick? Just draw another fucking circle with not a circle, the oblate spheroid form.
You want me to make it oblate? I'm gonna make it oblate.
Yeah, give me some oblateness, owner.
With a standard refraction.
And I got it. What sucks is I got to get moving, man. This
Look,
sucks. I'm enjoying this a lot.
There you go. That's about how oblate it is.
Hold on. Give me my oblate sphereness. I want a whole new circle. Give me a whole new oblate spheroid.
You can't make perfect circles in MS Paint.
Give me a whole new oblate one.
This one probably is oblate.
It's not that oblate. I want something nice and oblate, like your model.
This is like our model. What do you mean?
No. Well, no, it's not oblate like going that. It would be oblate going down. Like the north and squished together. It's not that.
Yeah. That's why I drew that extra black line of pixels.
No. Where?
I can't see it right now.
Where to east where?
You can't see it because
give
it's so
me an
minimal.
oblate spheroid.
Okay, I'll do it on the right side then. This is the oblateness right here.
I just want to see an oblate spheroid and then do that.
What don't you understand about how subtle the oblateness is? Like, it's not perceivable. Like, it's calculatable with math, which I know you can't do and don't understand. You have to.
I'm the one who just corrected your buddy Neg on the degrees.
You can't see it.
Obviously,
I mean, I don't get what you don't understand about
that. Welcome to Flat Earth, Lewis. You're brand new here, dude. You don't know.
No,
I'm not brand new.
He's right though. Like, your point was incorrect, and I showed you, but now you're sticking to a clerical error I made.
With him, I am. Yes, not you, Neg.
Right, but you're still wrong. Right, you're wrong in the big picture. Really? I am wrong on a technicality. So, would you prefer to be wrong on a technicality or in the big picture?
Well, the technicality helps make up the big picture, right, Neg?
Well, the technicality got fixed in the big picture is still
right. But what if you got it wrong
against you, right?
What if you had it wrong all that time?
What if you had it wrong in the first place? You dense motherfucker!
I corrected you.
Okay,
so you're the one who had it
got
wrong
corrected,
all this
and
time,
it still shows
right?
you wrong. You corrected yourself into being wrong.
You had it wrong, right?
Got it.
No problem. So the point is that what if you were looking at it through that perception?
So you're just going to ignore the fact that your
all
shit
this
got wrecked, right?
This is a court. This is a court. If you are wrong, you are wrong.
I'm just saying you were clearly off base.
Okay, it got fixed.
Okay, so what? No. But my point is that what about? Hold on.
I'm good, and you're wrong.
Hold on.
And you can't admit it. You can't man up and say, "Hey, you know what? I should be able to."
You look like a child.
Be a man, ISA. For once in your life, admit you're wrong. Every single one of us here admits when we're wrong, and we move on. It's okay to be wrong. When you discover you're wrong,
Lewis, you're not listening to
a better person.
You're not listening to what we're
talking about. Become a more productive person, a more honest person.
Lewis, go take your medication.
You're wrong. It's not a big
medication, dude. Go take your meds and fucking calm down a second.
Why can't you just say, okay?
Yo, look, dude.
I get it.
Hold on. No, what I'm saying is that, like, to be quite frankly, is that, Neg, the point is that if you've had this misconception and technicality wrong,
we've already been over this.
Hold on.
I didn't have a misconception.
Then if you've had that perception wrong the whole time, then you would not have.
We haven't. We've already been over this, ISA. We've been through this.
And Lewis, calm down, bud. You're not anybody's mom in this fucking room, okay?
No, I'm right though. So
no. Dude, you just think you are.
I mean, you are kind of acting like a child, though.
Well,
like you just got shown. You got your ass handed to you, and now you're backing up. You're focusing on technicality.
Yo, dude, actually, it's quite the other way around. Lewis is a bitch. Neg, so are you, and that's
so.
A fact.
Why is
and
it that I just showed you how you can see the crux
you don't even know how to map
from 25 degrees north?
You don't
so
even
we can see crux from 25 degrees north. Your point is moot, right?
Well, now yours is because you don't know how to map 60 degrees on a fucking circle, dude.
You got me, dude. You got me. I didn't put 60 in the right direction.
All right, then. So don't fucking speak on matters you don't know about, especially in regards to technicality.
Oh, my God. ISA.
Lewis, just shut the fuck up.
You are unbelievable.
Straws, dude.
You are an unbelievably dense person.
Oh, my goodness.
You're a fucking slave, all right, dude? Just so you know. Neg, the point is this,
Who's my
Neg, is
owner?
that, like,
Who's my owner, motherfucker?
Neg, right now.
Who
like,
owns me?
Right
Who
now,
owns
though,
me?
Neg,
This
you'd
is
have
my
to give
real
me-
name. Give me the name of my real owner if you can. You can't because you're stupid.
Anyway, Neg, yo, the point is that we were doing an oblate spheroid.
It's possible that I am a slave,
So
but
if
you
we get, if we
I
get
drew
a,
it for you. You wouldn't
I
be able
drew
to
the
tell
point.
even if that
if we
was
got
true.
a, if we had an
Oblate. Could you do an
oblate
oblate
spheroid?
spheroid?
I
Hey, yo,
drew it.
I got
Were
a
you
question.
retards
Lewis,
listening?
Lewis, what's the circumference of the Earth?
I
Right,
did.
right.
I added a
No,
single
ISA.
pixel.
Where's your model?
Hey, Lewis,
Let's
what's the
see your model.
circumference of the
I
Earth?
want to see.
A flying
see
Lewis.
your
saucer
model.
is oblate.
What's
I
the
want to
It's
see
not
your
Hey,
model.
Ratty,
ISA.
Ratty,
ball.
hold on. Ratty,
What
hold
model
the
do you
fuck on.
have? Oh,
Right, okay,
you
I'm
don't
holding,
have
I'm
one.
Randy,
Oh,
hold
it's
on
also
1 second.
contradicting with
Hey, yo,
other
Lewis,
people. Oh, you don't
Hey,
know what
Lewis.
disguise. Oh,
Lewis,
oh my God.
Lewis.
Okay, yeah. Oh, the number of assumptions you make about reality are how
Lewis.
how many times order of
Lewis,
magnitude
you
more
sound
than
like
the
an
assumptions we
insane
make?
child.
Oh, a lot more.
Lewis, yo, what's
Yeah,
the circumference
yeah.
of the Earth?
ISA. What? What's up?
What's
up?
the circumference
What's
of
up?
the Earth?
What? What?
Yeah, what's the
What do you got?
circumference of the Earth?
What's the circumference of the Earth?
Don't
Wow,
Google
you guys
it now. Don't Google it. Don't Google
every
it.
time you come up. Oh, we're done.
Don't
Okay, he
fucking
left.
Google it. Do not fucking Google this. Because you don't know it.